Welcome to the gunchannels.com lobby chat.
Musical chair lobbies, cha-cha-cha. I'm going to read this one. Sharia standard may see gold surge. According to the National in an article published this morning. The new Sharia gold standard is very important as it allows Islamic investors to access and gain exposure to physical gold in a safer and more efficient manner. Gold bars in a gold shop in Saudi Arabia. The National is a government-owned English-language daily newspaper published in Abu Dhabi, the UAE. Abu Dhabi is like the old money Wall Street of the Emirates. It's like old money. It's like Wall Street for Arabia. Dubai and all those other Emirates are just like upstarts, new money. They're just new money. They're not old money. There's a difference. Okay, I see Island posted something. I really like my Tavor. I can't wait to go shooting. My foot's starting to get a lot better. Firearms related bills. What's the point of all this? Rudderman. That's the guy that runs Island Naturals, or it's like the health food store in Pahoa. Fucking prohibits a person listed in the federal terrorist screening database from owning, possessing, controlling a firearm or firearm or ammunition. Allows for removal of the disqualification. Requires surrender or disposal of firearms and ammunition. Terror screening database, confiscation, blah, blah. So what's the point of all this? What's this spreadsheet? See, Island posted the link, but he's not here to explain it. Ohio, I really like my Tavor. It's a great rifle. Just waiting for my foot to heal better to do so I can go out and do some shooting with it. Spent this morning just cleaning up the condo and doing laundry. As a matter of fact, I got to I'll do one more cycle for rinse, and then I'll hang it out on the 190 dry. Be right back. So yeah, I don't know if Island is out there, but the Republican Party in Hawaii is so fucked up that it doesn't matter what, a spreadsheet doesn't do us any good if there's no Republicans left. Who are you going to call? Who are you going to call? No, there's nobody left. The Republican Party are all Democrats now. So, I posted that Rhino revenge thing. Here's the Hawaii Republican Assembly website. Let me post this copy. Paste. Copy. No, they're not libertarians. They're just fucking evil, fucking little stupid. Beth Fukumoto was booed off the stage by people at the Hawaii Republican, party, meeting, and she showed up just, last weekend, at the, anti-Trump rallies, the organized by George Soros, for, all the women anti-Trump rallies. See, I'll read this. Let me do a screen share here. I can't even see what I'm screen sharing, but the screen share function isn't working very well either, or since YouTube has changed whatever they're changing, but what we need is for like somebody to sink the island of Oahu, take down all those liberals. It doesn't matter. There's liberals on every fucking island, you know. But if we can dump Oahu, just how all the individual islands have their own. I don't know. This state needs just, you know, a major reorganization of the Republican Party to start with. They need to just fire everybody and start over. All right. I'm just going to have my green tea. Waiting for this laundry load to finish. I'll hang it out. I bought the movie Accountant DVD, but I was like cleaning the condo while it was on, so I really didn't get a lot of guns in it, but I really wasn't looking at it very carefully, so I didn't need to actually sit down and watch it a little closer, so I could actually see what guns they had in it. Let's see. Hawaii GOP surrender. So obvious that even nonpartisan groups. Let me just put this in a different page. Yeah, let's do this. Back to the Hangout. Screen share that shit. If the screen share still works. Here it is. Try this. Hawaii GOP surrender. So obvious that even nonpartisan groups like the Grassroots Institute can see it. Yesterday, Governor Ige delivered his third State of the State address. Promises were made. Senate and House members applauded, but one thing stood out. There was no voice to ask who will pay for the pay raises, the increased funding, or the transit projects, which means the Hawaii Rapid Rail project through Honolulu, which they don't have enough money to finish. They're like $12 billion over budget or something ridiculous. Hawaii lacks a formal voice of opposition, and this should concern everyone regardless of party affiliation. 2 hours ago. Even funnier than Ige's speech, Democrats who run the Honolulu Star birdcage liner / advertiser. Now, I think it's used for fish wrapping more than birdcage liner, but ran an editorial today, which is good for a laugh. These liberal editors responded to Governor Ige's call for transforming state government. If true transformation is to happen, it must be embraced by existing employees who ultimately will be key to its success. Public worker unions must also know that if the governor is to fulfill his pledge to increase pay, employees must adapt to new roles and new technologies for delivering public service. Who is dumb enough to believe this drivel? This is Hawaii. Everybody's dumb enough to believe that drivel. Okay, reality check. Democrats give unionized government employees everything they want. They squeeze endless pay raises out of taxpayers. They have endless state holidays. They get generous fringe benefits and pensions. They fight change, such as when they sue the state or city of their office gets moved to Kapolei. They still process direct deposit manually, payday after payday. They leave on time, if not early. The signs are everywhere that only the threat of privatization, like Maui's hospitals, makes them appreciate having a steady job. Transformation is as much a joke as efficiency or productivity. Let's not pretend that Democrats will ever tame and reform HGEA, UPW, or the rest. And while rhinos run the Hawaii GOP, bureaucrats have never felt less concerned as they do now. Time to place your bets. Geez, how come Pink is on permanent? Oh, well, I'll just keep reading. Who cares? I think Pink is screen sharing his own picture or something, presenting. That's place your bets. Protesters from several part Hawaiian groups are planning to hold a rally complete with banners and signs outside a closed-door meeting of the perennial dysfunctional OHA, Office of Hawaiian Affairs, today. Members of the protest group said they will not support the removal of new board OHA chairwoman Akana or the termination of staff CEO Crab's contract until the Ho'oponopono is attempted. Fucking what the fuck is the Ho'oponopono? Pono is supposed to mean doing the right thing. Okay, that's what it means, but I don't know what the fuck Ho'oponopono means. Or Ho'oponopono. I don't see I don't even think they put the apostrophes on where they're supposed to be for this word. The proposed Ho'oponopono, if I pronounce that right, I think it's Ho'oponopono, settle decades of clashing between trustees, or will the state agency OHA remain the costly and embarrassing sideshow it has always been since day one? The state is so fucked up. The very definition of unsustainable. In his third State of the State address at the state capitol, Ige also said he will propose a series of increases in state payments into the public employees pension fund. It's 70% unfunded, for fuck's sake. The employees retirement system, which provides benefits to more than 120,000 employees and retirees, earlier this month announced that its unfunded pension liability for state and county employees and retirees was $3.67 billion more than had previously been calculated. To help cope with that extra cost, Ige said he will phase in a new series of increased payments to ensure that we keep our promises to our retirees in a responsible way. So 1,420,000 of us are paying the salaries or retirement plus all the fringe benefits of 120,000 people. That means 10 of us are paying for a unionized government employee while trying to pay our own bills. This is not sustainable. Hawaii's Misery Index. It's no wonder they're smiling. They got big money for their votes. Hawaii politicians are bought and paid for an average of $100,000 each. Yep, that would make anybody smile. $100,000 in your pocket. Just for voting. What a fucked up state. It's beautiful though. Does anybody actually say anything out there besides me? I see Bob, Native Gun. He's in Butte, Montana. Well, he's getting closer to Canada. He's making a run for the border, I guess. All right, well, let's see what else is happening on the 24-hour gold website. Not too much. Gold trend power -5, silver trend power -11. Ireland's monetary gold reserves, high-level secrecy versus freedom of information. No, Ireland had any gold reserves. It's all about COMEX. That looks interesting. Food for thought. Financial genius is a rising market. Well, I hope somebody else jumps on. So is there going to be a pool on the Super Bowl or anything on gun channels? Atlanta's defense looks pretty tough. They can find out a way to pressure Brady. Okay, it's all about COMEX. Let's read this one. Why do gold and silver prices top overnight and come into New York cash market down significantly off the highs almost every day? Answer. Let's see, when will this written first? Doesn't say. No, doesn't matter. The futures market that trades 24 hours a day, populated by the big gamblers and hedge funds that have the most profound effect in driving prices of all factors. That is just a poorly phrased sentence. They got all their prepositions wrong. These people place their bets and takes their chances, and all physical market investors are taken along for the ride, good or bad. But the thing about having physical gold is, it really doesn't fucking matter, what the price, what they do in the futures market until you have the hankering to sell. Go down to the local pawn shop and sell it or trade it for something. Unfortunately, since 2011, it's been all bad for the most part because the consensus of this group is always bullish, moving any kind of worry while think short squeeze decline. And the same thing can be said about the ETF and share markets as well. Instead of buying bullion or shares, the gamblers prefer calls on leveraged ETFs or the shares because they think they can make more by doing so, sabotaging both their own outcome and that of conservative long-term investors who must suffer such volatile markets because of these greedy idiots. So what calls on leveraged ETFs is an option to buy 100 shares of the ETF for like gold at a specific price, by like the end of the month. So basically, options have two things. They have a time limitation and they have a price. So an expiration date and a specific price. And their value is affected by both those things. The longer until the option expiration date, the more it's worth. The amount of the price that a call, the option to buy, is so the price of the underlying asset. The higher that price is, the more it's worth. And the lower the price is, the less it's worth. Because when it expires, it's worth nothing. That's the time factor. When you've got forever, like weeks, then it's worth more. And what people buy calls on leveraged ETFs is because the exchange traded fund is leveraged, the call is leveraged, and the calls are a lot cheaper than actually buying, gold. And you can control this paper gold, for a lot less money, principal. But the thing is, when you do this, every market maker sees what you've done, and if there's enough people long or short, they'll just, they can see your stops, they can see, where you bought in, and they can just blow through your, stops, and just, if you have a stop loss order, they'll just blow through them all and then, clean up, buy when it's low and sell when it's high. It's not really a fair price discovery. It's just people manipulating the market. And the thing is, this will not change until this negative behavior that's repeated every day changes, which will not happen easily, with collapsing prices likely the only cure. In the meantime, the totality of the buffoonery has turned the precious metals market to the biggest clusterfuck of all times, becoming increasingly detached from the fundamentals as credit markets were allowed to grow, because precious metals are still treated as parameters by status quo opportunities, increasingly becoming doomsday in nature, i.e., because when the next credit contraction arrives, it will collapse the economy. So again, this is why Wall Street machines are able to slap down precious metals overnight and keep them down during the day via ETF gamblers, because the machines grind the greedy bastards up time and time again, as a document on these pages for some 10 years now shows up, beginning back in 2007, when it was warned that how this phenomenon would tank the broad markets at the time. But people don't want to hear, and especially not read about it, because that's work about this kind of warning, because it doesn't fit with their little self-centered view of the world, so they ignore them. And it's this dynamic that keeps the gambling knuckleheads in precious metals derivatives markets coming back for more. This and the fact that most gamblers aren't even exercising their addictions with their own money, but yours. If you're dumb enough to be a voluntary structured money investor of any kind. Because all markets are tied together these days via derivatives / debt exposures. And it's this dynamic stupidity, greed, and laziness that keep people listening to podcasters who talk pie in the sky about precious metals and that Chinese goat traders. What is a goat trader? Who is going on the internet sometime later this year to buy Bitcoin, even though they don't even own a computer. Yeah, but I mean, all you need is a cell phone now to buy. You know, I mean, come on. A cell phone is a computer now. Somebody on Gun Channels tell me I'm crazy, please. Bob said the internet sucks, and he's in Montana now, so. All right, back to this technical note. Is this why it's crashing now? Because people are figuring this out, or because Bitcoin went 1-to-1 ratio with gold, like the gold target to the Dow? It's the latter, of course, signaling gold needs to go up now in order for Bitcoin to rise further. It's simple numerics. Of course, it needed a trigger to spark the selling, and it got one. If this is any indication of the mania building in Bitcoin as the Chinese population attempt to flee an increasingly oppressive government, it should go higher, believe it or not. If it's 3 times, and if it's 3 times is the charm, the next trip through 1,000 should have some staying power. Warning, a break below the round interval at 750 would take away from the bullish case considerably. This is why I don't do that kind of thing, because I don't wish to encourage that kind of thinking or to be included in precious metal status quo. The investors / speculators carried out on stretchers over the years, dead people, over the years are those who do not think independently. Case in point, with the above understanding in mind, what should one think about paper gold speculators? Which is what these guys are, being the most bullish in a year after the drubbing gold has taken over the past 6 months. Is this a definition of insanity or what? So one needs to realize that the size of the monster you're dealing with in the precious metals market, where you not only have the status quo doing everything in its power to keep prices down with rig markets and information, etc. You also have the precious metal status quo that is attempting to exploit you as well, who will also say just about anything to trick you into signing up for their services or selling you fake credibility, the most common sham. Baffle their brains with bullshit is the approach, throwing reams of useless information at you. That really reminds me of Yankee Marshall. Baffle their brains with bullshit. Okay, which in the end has the effect of confusing as opposed to attempting to simplify things. Case in point, again, based on all the empirical evidence available, any idiot can see that aside from the counter-trend moves sponsored by factors like the dollar, which is why precious metals are rallying right now, history has proven that until the dumbasses that play in COMEX, gold, and silver have been sufficiently purged from their speculative positions, prices are going nowhere. Yeah, so that is why prices are going nowhere. Okay, it's the what do they call them? That's it. It's the dumbasses that play in the COMEX, gold, and silver. The dumbasses. It's all the dumbasses' fault. Okay, at least it's entertaining, you know. Have been sufficiently purged from the speculative. Prices are going nowhere. Evidence in the latest meltdown is by the bullish fundamentals. Thing is, if gold was trading on fundamentals, it would already be trading thousands of dollars higher than it is today. This fact is unfortunately lost on the vast majority of market participants, of course, who are only semi-conscious apparently, where until COMEX traders are taken out of the larger pricing formula, prices are going nowhere. This might, in fact, be in the works. As the status quo attempts to discredit the Trump post-inauguration, where the next time gold and silver are heading higher, Du Bois won't hold their collective finger on the sell button, allowing them to finally come out of the basement again. Combined with the understanding Trump's honeymoon should be burned off by debt ceiling negotiation time in March. Yeah, they have to authorize a new debt ceiling in March, although it might take precious metals more time to gain their footing due to deleveraging risk. Another topic discussed at length, blah, blah, blah. Eventually, they should be in position to make sustainable reversals as 2017 progresses, or 2018 at the latest. Thing is, if this does occur, and in the process, COMEX is rendered redundant due to allowing silver and gold to get out of the bag, along with paradigm changes, global decentralization, processes accelerates, global economies collapse, credit collapses, international payments require gold backing, etc. Things could change fundamentally in a hurry. We can only hope. Again, however, the key is COMEX. Must be taken out of the formula, or it's just more banker price management in precious metals later on again. Moving on to the charts now. It's important to note for those who go through the trouble to manage risk that the Dow XAU ratio, the Dow to XAU ratio, the Dow to gold ratio, has now traced out a 38.2% retrace from the highs last month, which means although a more complex, profound correction cannot be discounted, it doesn't need to correct further before making an impulse higher, which it's likely to do for the reason explained below. In stepping back and looking at the monthly plot below, okay, and so I don't know if any of you guys can see this, because I don't know if pink is presenting or just, all I see is pink on the thing, but I'm not even screen sharing it anymore, so whatever here. I can find this shit. If anybody wants a link, I'll throw it out. Hey, PBR, if you want me to come in and argue about the Navy, I'll be happy to tell you about how the Navy, World War II was a naval battle. Or we can argue about Chinese aircraft carriers. Nope, actually, PBR, I'm just waiting for my laundry to finish and drinking green tea because I got tired of cleaning up the condo. I don't know if you can hear the laundry machine in the background. Waiting for laundry. Well, if I'm the only person that actually cares about the price of gold or the economy collapsing, then, you know, there you go. That explains it. Well, there was a chat that was earlier that actually had more people in it, but then that got discontinued by Moon, I think, and then this one got started. And nobody else came on, and I'm doing my laundry, so let me get back to the article. All right, let me just type Navy in there to piss off PBR. Shit. should be noted the minimum Fibonacci retrace off the July lows has also now occurred, which could be interpreted as bullish for precious metals under the proper circumstances. Let's see. Well, yeah, I have enough silver and gold that this shit actually matters to me. And if nobody else does, that's your problem. The volatility index ratio. QQQ. Skip to the end already. I mean, over analyzing the charts is just almost pointless because if it's not going anywhere because COMEX manipulation, then just say it's going nowhere because of the manipulation. And, for now until there's a black swan event. The ramifications of Trump policies in an increasingly decentralizing world, which is the biggie movement. The biggie moving forward, independent of what happens in this regard. Thing is, no matter how successful Trump is in coming years, it simply won't matter because the credit cycle is done, which will make radical change in global political economy a necessity. And while this understanding is only understood by very few truly objective observers at present, it's not a good idea to be in this group planning your life and finances moving forward because not only will radical change be occurring internationally, at home, seemingly crazy things will be happening here too, such as sessions, which is a bigger risk than just about anybody thinks possible at the moment. How high do you think interest rates will go if Texas and California decide to go it on their own? Oh, so they think Texas and California will secede. Answer, a lot higher than now. And if we have the same concerns in Europe, which looks very possible this year with key elections in both France and Germany, perhaps the big story will not be America this year. And then there is the debt bogey. In a rising rate environment, it's difficult to see Mr. Trump and the rest of us dodging this bullet for long, despite the best laid plans. Yep. $20 trillion debt. All you have to do is look at the debtclock.org, usdebtclock.org. You can just see it for yourself. We won't have long to wait to find out, of course, because the SPX closed right on 2280 resistance Friday, where if it's able to break through, the wave structure will have already triggered a buy signal, projecting prices significantly higher. And again, if it's able to surge past 2280, a move to touch the bottom of the long-term growth channel is possible if failure does not occur somewhere along the way. Then he's going back into all this charting stuff that just puts everybody to sleep and that it's almost irrelevant. I mean, he already said that it's COMEX manipulation. That's just, you have to wait for the debt bubble to pop, basically, which could be triggered by some international event, war, bank failure, election result, like Marine Le Pen winning in France, maybe. Tech stocks likely still have some unfinished business on the upside. Still, however, short sellers should not attempt to front run such an event, as this would make you as stupid as they are. And you don't want to be counted in this group. Captain Hook. Cool treasure chests. Thought that was like a porn movie, not an investment opinion site, but okay. After the crash. This looks interesting. What does the future hold for average people? Feudalism. What day was this? January 21st, 2017. It is difficult to say exactly how or when the next collapse will be triggered, but of course, all conditions are ripe for it. What can be certain is that the technocrats intent on controlling the future are already engineering the post-collapse society. Many of the Davos elite have been pushing universal basic income for all countries across the globe and are leading people not only into a digital grid where cash is banned, but also into society where private property and ownership are outlawed. They're designing a future in which you must borrow and or rent everything you need from corporations or the government, if you are allowed to have them at all. Great. Things just go from bad to worse. Yeah, well, if anybody wants to come on and talk about the collapse or guns or anything, let me know. Just trying to keep it going. Okay. What does the future hold for average people? Feudalism, and they'll welcome it with open arms, convinced that they are embracing a smart, fair system that eliminates poverty. The greed, entitlement, and lack of ambition that seems inherent in many people today will have them slipping on the yoke of servitude willingly. Here's what I mean. Have you ever been around people who say things like, I can't afford it, but I deserve it? Having fill in the blank with the material object is a basic right. Having blank is a basic right. Losing that right is okay with me because it's for the greater good. But one thing is, what we deserve is the right to pursue our dreams freely. We deserve what we earn. We deserve to be secure in our life, liberty, and property. We deserve the freedom to go about our lives and decisions as long as we aren't harming the life, liberty, and property of others. No one owes us anything other than that. But quite a few people are ready to give up their freedom so that someone else can take care of them. A lot of people disagree with that list of rights. They feel like they deserve a living just for drawing breath. As Gawker's headline reads, a universal basic income is the utopia we deserve. The idea of universal basic income for all citizens has been catching on all over the world. Is it too crazy to believe in? We spoke to the author of a new book on the ins, outs, and utopian dreams of making basic income a reality. The basic income movement got a significant boost this week when The charity Give Directly announced that it will be pursuing a 10-year, $30 million pilot project giving a select group of Kenyan villagers a basic income and studying its effects. As an anti-poverty solution, universal basic income appeals to impoverished people in Africa, relatively well-off Scandinavians, and Americans automated out of their jobs alike. Sure, money for nothing sounds great on the surface. But what would the real result of universal basic income be? Feudalism, serfdom, and enslavement. UBI would fast-track us back to feudalism of the Middle Ages. Sure, we'd be living in slick, modern micro efficiencies instead of shacks. We'd have some kind of modern job instead of raising sheep for the lord of the manor. But in the end, we wouldn't actually own anything because private property would be abolished for all but the ruling class. We'd no longer have the ability to get ahead in our lives. Our course would be set for us, and veering off of those courses would be harshly discouraged. People would be completely dependent on the government and the ruling class for every necessity: food, shelter, water, clothing. What better way to assert control than to make compliance necessary for survival? Here's a quick glimpse at peasant life in the Middle Ages for comparison's sake. The period of history from the 5th to 15th century was known as the Middle Ages. During this time, the law of the land in Europe was the feudal system. This system was the manner in which the upper 10%, the nobility, controlled the lower 90%, the serfs and peasants. It is estimated just over 90% of the population of Europe were peasants. Most peasants were basically slaves. They were provided with a small shelter on an inferior piece of land and the protection of the noble in charge of that area. In return, they worked for the estate, farming the land with no recompense, paying taxes, and having no control over their lives. Some peasants were free and had small businesses: blacksmiths, carpenters, bakers, etc. They paid for the protection of the lord with money, goods, and services. Peasants had few rights. They could be taxed at any time, were obligated to use and pay for services of the manor, like mills or large ovens, and had to request permission for marriages, change of locations, or educating their children. Each year, the peasant was required to give the best part of his harvest to the lord of the manor. The peasants were not allowed to own things that made their lives easier, like oxen, horses, for example. A peasant did not own the land on which he lived, and therefore was obligated to live where he was told, grow what he was told, and farm in the manner in which he was told. They were not allowed to hunt on the lord's lands. Poaching was an offense punishable by death. They were not permitted to cut trees for firewood, but forced to gather fallen branches to stay warm. Peasant was not allowed to have real effective weapons. Those were reserved for the armies of the nobility, to keep peasants in line and immediately quell any quest for dignity and independence. Most of the peasants seemed content with the arrangement because they received security and safety from the lord. He was obligated to protect them from marauders and barbarians and provide enough land for subsistence. People will be trapped into servitude because they feel entitled to a lifestyle. Over the past years, the education has drummed a sense of entitlement into students, and now world leaders are counting on using that feeling of entitlement to march society willingly right into a tiny gilded cage. As the World Economic Forum is held yearly in Davos, Switzerland, it is at this meeting where a couple thousand of the world's top economic and political leaders meet to plot our future. You think it's crazy, the comparison between UBI and serfdom, universal basic income and serfdom? Wait until you see this year's vision for our future. Ida Auken, a Danish politician who has contributed to the World Economic Forum, doesn't believe we should own things. She doesn't stop at personal possessions, though. She believes that we should eschew privacy in our homes. that cash is unnecessary, and that even our own thoughts and dreams are not really ours. You can read about her idea of a perfect future in an article for the annual meeting of the Global Futures Council titled Welcome to 2030. I own nothing, I have no privacy, and life has never been better. Jesus fuck. In her article, Alkin idealizes feudalism, all the kinds of people who believe they deserve certain entitlements, like the universal basic income, will welcome this loss of individuality and freedom with open arms. Oh, that's pretty. I think I better get a horse and a. If we're gonna have feudalism, I'm gonna need a horse and a lance and some armor. I could be a knight of Round Island or something. Well, I'll stick with my AK. Fuck it, or my Tavor. All right, somebody else is gonna have to talk for a while because my laundry's done and I have to go hang it up. All right, laundry's done. It's on the lanai hanging out to dry.
Is Big Gunner still on?
What's up, fellas?
Oh yeah, oh no! Like chain the gun to the
Y'all doing all right tonight?
and be able to hang. If you go to full30.com, it's actually blog.full30.com /shot-show-lost-luster/. You can read along on this. But it's basically a whole thing about why he no longer, is producing videos at SHOT Show. And that was one of the things I noticed this year. It kind of seemed like there was a little less of the YouTube media guys at SHOT Show. There's still a few, like Tech Daddy was there. Kevin Nycard, Tech Daddy, and his brother were both there. Ricky Marshall, Swing and Bang, I saw him. Of course, Matt from Demolition Ranch. I saw a bunch of people there that I've seen previously and talked with and so forth. But he kind of talks about how, for years he used to go there when he was.
Is this the place for the bootleg Big Gunner?
20 years ago, I was like most of the new media guys. Pretty little attention.
Mac acts like he's been going for a long time. Haas has been going to SHOT longer than him.
Seriously enough, my firearm establishment that I actually get in as conventional media, and cover the largest trade show of the firearms industry. Yada yada yada. He talks about dragging around his gear, doing all his booth reviews. And he's like, what's a booth review? Well, it's a 5-10 minute commercials. That's what he says for a product you have absolutely no experience with. You hear data given to you by the company representative and tell the world how awesome it's going to be when it comes to market weeks and months and even years later.
Dude, you should jump in that chat. I know you have something to say about that topic.
I go to SHOT Show.
Well, I'm curious to see what Rick says about it because he's more polite than I am. But I wouldn't have anything polite to say.
All right. I'll be back in a minute.
Turn the volume back up.
Products, like in the sense of not what I would call a booth review, but to go take a look at stuff that's coming out. It doesn't mean, and I know my viewers are smart enough and intelligent enough to know that I'm not taking these products out and testing them in a booth review. These are just simply overviews. I like to call it an overview of the product. Like here's the data about it. Like he says, you're kind of parroting the data, but I'm actually not parroting data because I'm not usually the one giving the data. I go to the representative, the company, to have them give the data about whatever it is that they have coming out. So I still see a value in that for people to kind of have ideas of the new stuff that's coming out. It doesn't mean that there's any direct representation of the quality of the product or anything like that, because there isn't. It's obvious. I'm there checking out something new that I haven't had my hands on before. What else did you mention here too? That was kind of interesting. Just reading through all his notes on this. And maybe just want to check it out and see. He said he stopped doing those reviews and he was going to do more tours of different places around Vegas, like Battlefield Vegas and so forth. A lot of people started doing them. There's no point in it. Stuff like that. It's not a bad article. It's just one person's take on it. And he also mentioned somewhere in there about meeting fans, and he gets a better chance to meet his fans at NRA show. Well, that's kind of obvious. You don't really go to SHOT Show to meet fans when it's not really a show that's open to the public. Yeah, there's gonna be some fans there, I'm sure, because there's people in the industry that probably watch this stuff, or anyone's stuff. But you're not gonna have the general population, be able to be there. So I don't know if you have any other take on that, John. Do you want to comment on or anything?
I guess the biggest thing is, like you said, it's a trade show. This is not for fans. This is not for every, Tom, Dick, and Harry to get their hands on your newest Wonder Gap. This is for people to make deals, to purchase, to sell, to set up distributors, to unveil their product to the people who are going to buy them, which, believe it or not, may or may not be you sitting at home. It is the people who are buying them, our distributors, our retail stores, our law enforcement agencies, or government agencies who are wanting to get in on it. That's a big market. People forget about the government side of things, where your sheriff might be deciding where you spend $100,000 in the budget next year. So keep in mind that's where the priority is. So doing these booth reviews, like, they're trying to get the information out there. Whether you're a smaller company or a bigger company, you probably have a sheet of information you are given by your marketing director for your company, big or small. This is what we're saying about the product. It's made from stainless steel. It has 17 round capacity. It's made in the U.S. XYZ. What they're not telling you is it really doesn't like 147 grain bullets. Or after 500 rounds, we've noticed that the slide stop rubs a gash in your phone. Stuff like that. You're not seeing that because it hasn't been tested. What I was telling Rick earlier is that until you are making production runs of a product and getting it in the hand of the end user who is putting a lot of rounds through it in different ways you do not imagine someone doing so, you're not going to know how your product fares. Do you really want to be a beta tester for a firearm?
Sure,
But
a lot of people
trying
want
to put
to.
the biggest and best light they can on their product because they want it to sell. They want it to sell distributors, to military, law enforcement, all that. So they're not there to be buddy-buddy. They're there to get their little slip, their little 3 sentences about their product, and say projected release date 2025. And they get their 50 minutes fame. So if you're doing booth interviews, you're going there and you're getting, whether you like it or not, you're getting limited exposure to the product, and you're getting handed either through verbal or through marketing information what you're expected to say about the product. And you're fighting with 20 other people to do the same exact thing at that same exact moment.
Bullshit.
So
It's a
I'm glad I didn't
myopic
go there
way to
for
look
those
at it.
reviews or media and let me kind of pick and choose who I want to spend time with and get to know people as opposed to just spreading my germs everywhere. But it's necessary, I think. But I think it's the wrong market for a lot of people. The next booths is great, but I think people are looking at SHOT Show as being the one time where announcements come where I can get true feedback from professionals who can hold this for me and tell me what to think. And that's not true.
Right.
It's not even true with range day. You can't get a good impression from a firearm with 5 to 10 rounds.
Right.
On the competition side of things, I can pick something up if it's an accessory. I think, hey, this feels good. But even then, I don't know how it's going to affect me on the range. And if it's going to affect how I shoot, or if I shoot better or worse, or what have you. So all that comes together.
What's Meggie left again?
Suppose so.
Maybe
Right.
4.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And there was something that I saw in the coverage is, I paid attention, but they had that area, the small area, and they were just showing off all the new products, all little companies.
I actually totally forgot to go up to the 3rd floor.
Yeah, that's what I was telling them.
About that. That wasn't really in my priority list. I had my plans for what I was going to do. I regret not going up there.
But see, that's something I think is good because, even as a small company, we're bringing some products to the market, it's great, but, there's no way we can get a booth. But, maybe the smaller companies just having that little spot that you're like, hey, this just came out, look at this. And I hope that the industry starts doing that because there's a lot of smaller companies making good products. So
That's very true. But word from a friend in the industry is that booths are not cheap there.
No,
They are not cheap at all.
that's what I heard too.
A like a tabletop for like 10 grand kind of thing.
Right. Exactly. It's not cheap at all. And that's why I've heard of people even like sometimes sharing a food booth in the sense of like, you know, if it's a company that's selling their product, they'll have one of the reps there for that product or whatever, you know, in that sense, where it's not like they're sharing it, but they kind of have someone there for the company of what product they're selling. I can't really explain it very well, but there's many ways to work with it, I guess. I don't know. But like you were mentioning back to the whole range day thing, I saw in the comments, I don't think it was in the whole article, but in the comments on that whole 30 post that he had made, he mentioned that specifically about, you know, going out and shooting a firearm and waiting in line for 30 minutes to shoot a firearm and only run about 10 rounds through it isn't a very good test of it. And that's a very valid point. Well, I don't disagree with them. You also can't be going around saying, oh yeah, I went to this booth and I tested out and this is the greatest thing ever because of this, this, and this. You can say, well, this is what I like so far from my limited experience with it, you know, and this looks promising, but you can't say that this is how it is going to be forever and ever because you don't know. You have to, you know, who knows, you know? You have to have like his valid point of 10 rounds, you know, you need to have more rounds through it to really get a better feel for it, to get an accurate review. So you can't call it really a review. It's more of an overview.
Yep.
Or first impression, I guess.
Yep.
And that's what I kind of learned too. When I started doing some of my YouTube things, I think I used to label some of my videos as a product review. I kind of changed that term to more of an overview because, you know, a lot of times when I have something, I've only used it for a short period of time, and I'm really just kind of showing off what I like about it and some of the drawbacks, and I try to be objective of it. And I don't know that using the term review is a correct way of describing it. You know, I don't want to mislead anybody on anything. That's certainly not my goal. My whole goal of doing this channel is to help people maybe learn something about firearms or a piece of gear or whatever, and also to take some information back from people who watch. Because, you know, this is a two-way street. We do read comments and so forth that people post out there, even during the live show over on YouTube or on gunchannels.com/Beacon81. You comment on either one of those. Also, I read them on Facebook, Instagram. I pay attention, we all pay attention kind of on these things and take that feedback from you all. So, you know, it's kind of a two-way street for learning, and that's all I want to do with this. You know, have fun, hopefully, you know, not get misinformation or misrepresent anything. Certainly not. So, but I will say too, SHOT Show is quite costly to go do. There are some ways to cut those costs down. Of course, if you go and gamble and win, that's going to help your costs. No, but yeah, there are ways to do that, but it also depends on how luxurious you want to stay or how non-luxurious you want to go for.
I could have saved probably $300 if I had reserved my hotel 2 weeks earlier.
Oh, man.
I got the runaround from a buddy. I want to split lodging. Cool. I was just about to book a hotel. Yeah, hey, my wife works at Marriott. We can get a good deal. Okay. A week later. Hey, man, are we doing this? Yeah, let me ask my wife. 2 days later. Hey, man, we can't get anything at the Marriott because that rate doesn't apply and they're booked solid because of SHOT Show. 2 days later. Hey, man, I can't go to SHOT Show at all. And I was stuck making last-minute hotel reservations.
So how bad was the per night? If only asking you.
How bad was it for what?
Per night.
Oh, I stayed at Circus that ended up being about $120 a night. So not the end of the world, but on my budget, it was pretty killer.
Yes.
And I had to stay at Circus, which was not great.
Yeah, I know. Last year I kind of didn't know I was going to like almost last minute also, and I think I paid close to $200 a night, or no, at least $200 a night. And I was staying only Monday through Friday. I had like four nights, whatever it was. That was last year. And then this year, Laura picked out the place we're going to stay. Of course, it wasn't quite on the strip. It wasn't that far. It was actually pretty close to Valley's. We actually ended up walking back a couple times from the show. Just, you know, I'm like, man, that sucks. It's after walking around all day, it's the last thing you want to do. And then we also found out too, there's shuttles that, you know, one shuttle brings us right over to Valley's, which was pretty like 12 blocks away, a lot closer. Of course, it drives right past where we're staying, but they didn't stop there. So, but yeah, we ended up getting a decent rate. I want to say it was like about 150 or 160 bucks a night. But we also had 1150 square feet, I think it was. So it was a big place. Full kitchen, washer, dryer, all that stuff. So that was kind of cool. Now there were some downsides to it. But anyway.
I totally forgot. I mean, anything that's not take you guys' brain real quick. I'm not going to go into detail about the whole backstory, how I met the guy and stuff, but essentially, y'all heard about California mag ban, right? How they banned the bullet button now?
Yeah.
How it has to be, you have to disassemble the rifle to release the mag. And obviously, the creator of the bullet button already made a workaround where you pull the rear shakedown pin out, shotgun it, drop the mag, put a new mag in, you can go. Well, what about AKs? You can't shotgun AK. Good point. So I met up with a company, Direct Action Solutions, out of SoCal, just south of Los Angeles. And their idea is, and I wish I could show you a picture or something, they have a prototype that's on Instagram. Their idea is that you have a follower with a handle attached to it and a slot cut inside the mag on a 30-round magazine. When you are empty, you pull the handle down and lock it in place to the bottom of the mag. On the left-hand side of the mag is a door that you put rounds in to drop them into the magazine. You have 10 rounds loaded, you slap the handle up, rack it, and you're in business. So I might be working with them in the future on that, actually, doing something with that. But I thought it was pretty ingenious. This work, you make a law trying to create, and yes, they suck, we should fight them, we should, make sure our voice is heard, but the law is the law. You have to work within it if you want to try and change it. So seeing somebody come up with something that works within the law, but still gives an option for people, that's the innovation that you see. Mm-hmm. And that's an example of the innovation. And look forward to working with them on it. We'll see what happens.
That is interesting. I didn't even think about that one because they're so focused on the ARs all the time because that's mainly what we're seeing in like pre-gun and competition use. It's funny to think that.
How many millions of Californians own an AK?
True. Well, the thing that stands out to me is the LA riots or whatever, right?
Now there's people in here. Nobody saying anything.
Oh, I was still listening to Rick there, and I'm doing some stuff on the Instagrams.
Oh, yeah?
But we can talk. I think we had a decent hit or miss. We summed up some of the stuff. It's been hit on before, but the Chicago thing, the lead ban thing, suppressors, that kind of stuff.
Is there any more word on the lead ban thing? Is that still a ban?
As far as I know, yes. It is still... Lead is still banned on federal land, hunting and fishing. That's the thing that...
Hunting, fishing, and recreational shooting.
Well, yeah, recreation, you're right.
Well, hell, like 90% of weights are lead when you're fishing.
Oh, yeah. That's why he did it. Fuck with everybody.
Yeah, they did the same thing here in California for the condors, and it's still fucking dying.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing on that. Like, I kind of, I don't know, I'm almost gonna get, I don't know, whatever. I kind of understand, like, when you're duck hunting, you have to use steel shot because there's a specific thing where, like, the things eat, like, pebbles and stuff to help digestion, and then all that extra shot that, like, misses when you shoot at a duck lands in the lake, and then, it gets eaten up and stuff. Like, there's kind of, I don't know how good the science is, but there's at least a theory of how the lead could be bad for wildlife, like in that situation. But for like deer hunting or something, let's say you miss the deer, the bullet's just gonna hit a tree or hit the ground. Like, what harm is that doing? It's just gonna sit there. And recreational shooting, you're just dumping lead into a pile of dirt. Like, who cares? It's not hurting anything.
Are we ranting about the executive order that was signed?
I guess you could say that. I think we're just bringing it up again. I mean, they kind of got swept under the rug, and it seems like the last couple times I've talked about it, everyone's like, oh, yeah, I guess. You know what I mean? Like, they didn't, it's not getting any attention, which I don't understand. Like, that's kind of a big deal, in my opinion.
Yeah, was it just wildlife refuges? Was it? From my
No,
understanding?
it's on federal land.
No, federal land, everything.
All federal land?
Yes.
Oh, that's bullshit. That sucks. I shoot a lot on federal land.
Not anymore, you don't. You just don't know it yet.
That's North Dakota. No one gives a fuck.
Well, I mean, I guess there's one thing to be said of how much are they going to enforce it. But, like, I'll have to check because there's an outdoor range near me. I don't go there often, but I guess it's state run. It's run by the DNR. So I guess that might be state run, not like a federal thing. But it's like it's part of like a whole like park system that just happens to also have a shooting range.
If you allow if you allow bad people to make good things illegal and then just go ahead and do them anyway, then you're allowing them to turn you into a criminal, and that's not right. We shouldn't have to become criminals in order to just do what we're doing.
Well, hopefully Trump nixes that executive order. You know, he can do that. He seems to be doing a lot the last week, so.
He can, but if this gets swept under the rug and no one brings it up, like he's got he's got no incentive to. Either one, he doesn't care about it, or two, he doesn't really like know about it. Like you said, he's got other stuff to do. That's what I'm worried about. And I know this has been said before, is that like when Trump won, we didn't get all our rights back. We got an opportunity to get all our rights back, and if we waste that, that's our fault. Like, that's because he's going to move on. Like, yeah, it's cool. Okay, he wants to do stuff for guns. Cool. But he's going to move on and start fighting the healthcare thing and taxes and other stuff. Like, he's got other stuff he wants to do. So if we're not loud enough saying, hey, dude, we want our freaking gun rights back, then he's just going to ignore that and move on to other stuff. Now, hopefully he's going to, well, his son's a big shooter and stuff, so hopefully he has his ear saying, hey, dude, like, I want this stuff. But that's our job. It's as people, as citizens, we tell our government what the hell we want. And if they don't do what we want, we vote them the heck out of there. And that's state people and representatives and senators and everyone. Like, we get to tell them what we want. And it's their job to give it to us.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I think you'll see like places like around like Phoenix, Arizona, they get a lot of shooting on public land there. I think you'll see places like that this will be pushed, whereas like a lot of other large public land areas, there's not a lot of people out there doing it, so it'll be pushed by, by major metropolitan areas where you'll see this, what occurs. So if it's followed through or not. I mean, that's another thing too, how enforceable is it? I don't think it's very enforceable because there's a lot of public land out there, not a lot of law enforcement officers.
Yeah, but it's
not possible to stop everyone who drinks and drive, especially if everyone decided to just drink and drive. However, there's a connotation to someone who drinks and drives, like you're some kind of reckless son of a bitch who doesn't care about other people. So if you allow them to make something illegal that's benign, like recreational shooting with your kids, then and you just ignore it and continue to recreational shoot with your kids, then that's given them the making our pastimes illegal, and now they're making us criminals. We can't just ignore it and not just because it's not possible for them to enforce, I guess.
Now, I briefly saw, like, on the Fish and Wildlife, I saw a link for a Fish and Wildlife Service, so I thought it was just, like, refuges. But I didn't see anything about BLM land or Forest Service land. Those are the two big ones where a lot of people go and recreate for shooting activities. I don't think any refuges allow shooting on them other than hunting.
Oh, yeah. Right. We can. You just can't go fuck with like the goose or whatever the hell bird it is there, but you can do anything else you want there on a refuge.
Yeah, I'll have to look into this a little bit more. But yeah, I saw that. I kind of saw a thing on it. And I was like, oh, that's kind of bullshit. I didn't know it was all shooting. I thought it was just hunting regs, which I was like, well, that kind of sucks.
No,
but
it's anything, and it includes lead in fishing, so sinkers.
yeah,
But
Yeah.
yeah, and the thing is, like, you know, Drew was saying, it's like, yeah, it's almost, I don't know, it's like some of the other stuff. Like, is it enforceable? Are they going to catch everyone? Probably not. However, that's now something hanging over your head that there is a chance that your day is going to get very bad out of nowhere. Like, especially with
Can't
hunting
buy
and stuff.
ammo anymore. Why would they manufacture ammo that's illegal? So goodbye ammunition. They just won't make it. They didn't even have to make it illegal. They just said you can't shoot it anywhere. There's absolutely no demand for it. It's gone.
Well, you can still shoot it on private land or at an indoor range, but
Oh,
I see what you're saying. You're right.
Like, and support it and targets and stuff. Come on. You know, all these things that are flourishing right now are going to be, if nothing else, curtailed. It'd probably disappear. So it's impossible for all of recreational shooting to just shift to private land. That's just not possible. There's not enough private land, for example, in Arizona to support the number of people that shoot on public land. There's just physically not enough. We have 10% public land here. There isn't enough land that could be shot on. It's too close to all the public land is close enough to each other that you can't shoot on it. You have to go to some other land to shoot legally. So they've just taken however many millions of people in Arizona, Nevada, probably Utah, Oregon and stuff, where normally people would go shoot on the forest, land of many uses, shared land that we all use, and tell them to go to an indoor range to shoot, what, rifles? It's gone. This just takes away recreational shooting right there. You don't take two grandkids out to teach them shooting, you know, some cans or whatever to an indoor range. It's a whole other thing. That fundamentally changes shit.
So when we gonna start tweeting Trump?
I don't know. I don't know what to do anymore. I know that at least we got one person with some ears who's telling everybody that, like, you know, what not to do, I guess. Anyway, I don't see anybody looking to unite everybody.
I'm willing to bet that Trump overturns this one. We just got to get some steam behind it. Just kind of looking at, I'm reading about it right now.
It's in any industry, any part of the industry, not getting completely concerned about that one. You know, that affects every part of the industry, from hunting to.
That's fucking bullshit, though.
Yeah, I'm surprised the ammo companies didn't jump all over that. You know, like the.
Well, it just happened, right?
Well, yeah.
2 days. 2 days. It was last week. 2 days before he left office.
It was like last day.
It was also the industry's, the last day of the industry's trade show for the year, and they're all planning on going to Pennsylvania for the most part, places like ammunition companies and that. So you got to figure their marketing department at least, and probably their purchasing and forecasting or whatever the hell departments show up to SHOT Show to do all that business. All of those people are traveling home. So if any of them got SHOT Show crud, they're out this week. You know, everybody gets like a sickness after being in that giant room with so many freaking foreigners who are gross. And then, you know, they have to come home and travel, and, you know, they're all just barely getting to work yesterday and today. So they might just be figuring out what the hell just happened from Obama on Friday.
I've been busy as shit. I can't keep my days straight. I think it was today, if not yesterday, that I heard about it. So, I mean, like, I kind of try to stay on top of things, and I'm just now hearing about it myself. So if they're out of town and moving around and half of them are sick, then shit, it'd probably be a couple of days before they get the word out about any kind of action to take.
I'm sure that jerk ass did it on that day for a reason. He didn't just accidentally pick that fucking day to do it.
Oh, yeah, just like the SIG braces, what, was it 2 years ago?
Yep.
Wasn't that the Friday before or the Friday of?
Friday before, yeah. So he probably figured this time you could do it on the day of the inauguration. Nobody would even know. He could literally do it at the last minute. Maybe he kind of had to. If he would have done that shit on Friday a week before, then it would have been a week for us to all bitch, and we would all been sitting here bitching together. So maybe he figured he had to do it when everybody was not paying attention and looking to Trump.
Yeah, well, I actually have a little bit of faith in Trump now that I've seen what he's been doing this week. So I'm not going to get too worked up over this quite yet. But what a dick move from Obama. I saw that Trump nixed the the TPP, that treaty, and then I saw that he was like signed over the Keystone Pipeline to go in already. So I mean, that's two big things that were political issues. I don't see how this would be any different.
And the thing is, he's trying to get rid of regulation, right? So this sounds like regulation that they could get rid of.
Yeah, we'll wait and see on this one. But yeah, I can't. Well, I can't believe Obama did that, but that's just frustrating.
I'm kind of feeling like that J.G. Wentworth commercial where they're all like, "It's my money and I want it now." I need Russian AKs and I want them right now.
You want the AK-12?
Hell yeah.
The AKs don't really get me worked up. It's the if we could get like a Dragunov import, now that would be pretty awesome.
And I want Chinese ammo. I want cheap shit.
Just in a couple of words, what did Obama do on the last day?
Well, he passed that executive action that said no lead on federal land, so no bullets and no fishing weights.
Nationwide?
Yeah, national forest. Anything that the game and fish touches that's national.
So that include fishing weights?
According to what we're interpreting it, I don't think it's heard anything official breaking it down or complaining about it or rescinding it or anything yet. But it seems pretty overreaching. And Big Gunner's over already. Is this thing broken or something?
No, Jewebs, it's working. Everyone's just, I don't know, all zoned out. I was distracted doing something, but yay, people are liking my picture. Validation from strangers on the internet makes me feel so warm.
Is the website NOLA.com respectable?
Is it?
Yeah, I didn't hear what website you talking about.
NOLA? No. I was just going to search it, and I got the Washington Examiner, NOLA, or guns.com.
Looks like it's some kind of New Orleans newspaper or something.
Narlands.
New Orleans.
Narlands. It's like, hey, what do you want to call your city? Narlands. Like, dude was like sleeping, got woke up. Narlands. Oh, okay, New Orleans, we got it.
When
Yeah,
you
I
let
don't
some,
know. On stuff like that, like I read an article on something and it just, if it seems like what they're saying is outlandish, then I'm like, maybe this isn't trustworthy, and then just try and find other websites that also say the same thing and be like, oh, well, like read where their sources came from or whatever. But I don't know. That's the problem with the internet, I guess, right? Because something gets posted out there that's completely crazy, and then it gets reposted a bunch of times, and then you don't really know where it came from.
We'll figure out how to deal with that, though.
Yeah, I think, I mean,
Snopes and shit happen.
yeah. Oh, no, I know. And that's where I'm saying, like, that's where your common sense has to kick in. I mean, if you read something that's like, whoa, dude, this is like earth shattering. It's like, well, hang on a second. Is anyone else talking about this? Like, does this make sense?
Walmole is that other one. Besides Nolans.
Oh, everyone thinks Michigan is poor.
Oh yeah, he's super poor.
Well, there's someone did basically what they did. They waited for Google autocomplete, and they put, why is, and then the name of the state, so, and then whatever pops up, and they put it on a little map. So it's like, for Alaska, it's like cold. California is expensive. Washington, Oregon are liberal. Texas is big. Montana's empty. Minnesota, Wisconsin are both cold, and then Michigan's poor. What the fuck? Florida's weird. I'm not even sure what that state is. It's the square one above Oklahoma, but it's bad at football.
Kansas.
Why is Kansas so bad at football? That's funny. Why is Illinois so broke? Democrats. I can fucking tell you that answer.
Colorado's pretty square too, though. Colorado's more square than Kansas, really.
Yeah, no, yeah, but that's I'm thinking they're fit. Arizona's right next to Texas, right? Or is it over one?
No. We're over next to California. New Mexico's next to Texas.
Oh, okay. Well, why is New Mexico so enchanting? And then why is Arizona so cheap?
Cheap.
Yeah.
I'm
I
offended
think
by
probably, property stuff is what they mean. Like, it's cheap to live there.
You get poor and we get cheap. We both got shortchanged, man.
Yeah. I just want to know who the fuck is searching Google to say why is Alaska so cold?
Who the hell?
Because it's next to the like part of it's in the Arctic Circle. Like it's really far north, you dumbasses.
What about Nevada?
Nevada's dry.
They're idiots. It's probably stupid kids doing stupid homework, and they're idiots.
Well, no, I know, but it's just kind of interesting, I guess.
Am I allowed to be in here, Smaggy?
You can do whatever the fuck you want, dude. Knock stuff out.
Is it?
What's up, PBR?
I just wanted to make sure, you know, I don't want mom and dad to fight again.
I don't give a shit.
Or two.
I know
He was just grumpy today. I'm not sure what was going on.
he was on a tear.
Who?
Nice, right? He was all amped up and ready to talk shit.
Smeggy was probably starting shit. Smeggy's always starting shit.
What'd I do?
I would say Smeggy's the good one of them.
Wow, that means a lot to me coming from you.
I mean, good is a relative term, you know.
That's not in my brain. It's not. You just said I'm awesome. That's what I heard.
All right, you can have it. I'm too tired to fucking argue. I've been cleaning all fucking day long. You know, I'm glad. Oh man, I just this whole scenario's got me thinking about like, what if you had like, what if I had as many guns as I have books, and this scenario was reversed, and like I had like a dehumidifier broke or something, and I started trying to put it in perspective today while I was bitching and moaning and groaning to myself, and then I realized like, no, this could be way worse. My house could be under fucking water or something. Like, you know, the water. This could be like literal. Like this is just like a, you know, a little thing. I pulled out all my fucking firearms over like the last 3 days and wiped them all down just because my paranoia, making sure like maybe it just was more humid than I thought it was here. You know what I mean? But like they're all fine. But then I'm like moving like hundreds of books around over the last 2 days, and I'm like, good God, I'm so glad that so glad I you know, this could be a lot worse. Anyway, enough said. Where do you live, Maggie?
Outside Detroit.
Yeah, Detroit's why you're so poor.
Oh, why Michigan's so poor? Yeah. Just because it's the largest city ever to declare bankruptcy, I don't see what the big deal is.
Just because it's it could be a stunt double for a next Mad Max movie. Have you ever seen the movie? One of the best examples of like urban decay is just an old movie called Wolfen. You ever seen it?
No, I have not.
I'll say it's like it's probably not your thing, but it's like a late 70s or early 80s werewolf movie, but a lot of it takes place in like super urban decay, New York City, back when New York City was completely falling apart. And there's this like, it literally looks like pictures of like Germany after like the war, you know, after World War II or something. It's amazing. It actually looked worse than pictures I've seen of Detroit falling apart, you know, abandoned neighborhoods in Detroit. It actually looked worse than that.
Wow, that's pretty hard to do.
Let me see if I can find some photos.
I just want to say, I mean, RoboCop was not a sci-fi. It was a documentary that got transported back in time. Like, it was pretty accurate.
You need to, yeah, where's your RoboCop? Oh, yeah, he couldn't afford to maintain him, so he's up on blocks out back.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, man. I don't know. I would love to see them go after like some gun companies or something, because we still have a very high skilled trade, demographic. The ones that, well, a lot of them have moved out of state. But when the auto companies like laid off a bunch of people and closed a bunch of stuff down or whatever, there's all sorts of skilled tradespeople that are good at doing shit that need work. It'd be awesome to have a gun factory in town. We have some stuff in the industry, but not like a big company.
Yeah, here's some pictures in the side chat from the early 80s. Here's another one. New York City was I mean, that's why you've seen The Warriors, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, movies like The Warriors those movies come from an actual, like, kind of, it's kind of like, it's like RoboCop, that movie actually, it's a satirical, but it still comes from something, a worry about crime in the United States and stuff. And in the late
80s, I mean, the drug crimes and stuff were like, oh yeah, that second one, I've seen that before. Rubble next to an empty building and shit. Like, yeah.
Yeah, no, here's a really good photo. Holy shit. Yeah, like fucking New York City back in the day looked like fucking Germany. That's a really good photo. I'm sure Detroit will bounce back. It has to.
We're already on recovery. I mean, that's the thing. The auto industry bounced back, which obviously, I mean, I wish we were tied to more than just one thing, but that's kind of just the way it is right now. And all the companies are putting a lot of money into their plants. For a while they weren't, and then now they are again. And that's the work I do, is when they're improving stuff, when they're building new things, when they're replacing equipment, like that's when we get hired. So, and we've had, some good years after the fall where everyone was hurting there. I mean, sheet metal companies and electricians and all the construction people, because the car companies were they weren't building anything new. They're like, dude, we just need to make as many cars as possible for as cheap as possible. Oh, this old oven is breaking down and shit. I don't care. Put duct tape on it. Like, let's keep going.
Yeah.
And now they're actually starting to put money into it. Like, okay, now it's time to replace this shit that's been broken for a while.
Yeah, it's kind of, I mean, I don't think anybody would have thought that Detroit would have never thought that putting all their eggs in one basket would have gone as badly as it did, considering how strong the American, motor industry was for so long. Just goes to show you, like, nothing's a sure fucking bet for long.
Yeah. Well, what really killed them was making a bunch of small cars that no one wanted to buy, because they were trying to get their, average fuel rate down, their gallons per mile.
Well, it's not that people want small cars. Otherwise, the Japanese Toyota wouldn't exist, or Honda would not exist.
Yeah, no, you're right.
But what they were doing is they were building shitty small cars that were, on top of all that, were really horrendously ugly. Pontiac, before Pontiac went out of business, holy Christ, man, they were producing some of the ugliest fucking cars I've ever seen. In fact, every time I see one of those before the fall Pontiacs, I'm just like what's the Pontiac Aztec?
That's one of those. That's the Chiappa of cars. I mean, either you like it or you don't.
I can see a little beauty in the Rhino. I can't see any beauty in the Pontiac Aztec. But you know what I'm saying? It's like, for a while there, I don't know who they're hiring to design their vehicles, and on top of that, their quality was in the shitter. And that's why like companies like Toyota, Subaru, and Honda could step in and like, you know, we can give you the same size car.
Well, the other
for
problem
better quality
was cost, because Ford Ford for a while there was selling their Focus at a loss. Every car they sold, they lost money.
Ford's also the biggest fucking vehicle manufacturer or car manufacturer in the world, you know. Like they're the only company that didn't go well, I mean, I'm sure they did, but they didn't really like
they didn't get any bailout money.
Yeah, they didn't struggle as hard because they have Ford of Europe, and Ford of Europe is freaking huge. So I mean, I don't know. It's sad to see. It's sad to see like the decline, but I'm hoping maybe things will get better. Maybe we can rebound, because it seems like with this after the auto industry, like I don't know, whatever you spiral. It seems like American cars then started getting better. Like they started even fucking Japanese cars started getting better. It's like everybody realized that they couldn't just produce garbage and then like ram it down our throats. So we would not buy it. So they had to do better by the consumer.
Yeah, I'd still like to see a boxy SUV though. That's the one thing, because I had an Explorer in the 90s, and it was like kind of trying to take over the Bronco. It's before it became the soccer mom's car and got all bubbly and rounded. It was a big square. It was awesome. It had power. I could off-road.
Explorer.
Now, like,
don't ever compare the Bronco to the Explorer again in my presence. That's like sacrilege.
I'm not saying they're the same. I'm saying Ford was trying to repeat the Bronco with the Explorer, as in it was supposed to be for people who wanted to go off-roading, who wanted to, haul stuff or whatever. Like it was supposed to be a sports utility, not a soccer utility vehicle.
Oh yeah, I mean, this SUV for a second there, like, was rivaling the minivan for the title of the new station wagon. You know what I mean?
Right, and that's where, and hey, if that's what people are buying them for, then start catering towards that market. If it's a bigger market, I understand why they did it. And I have a Jeep Commander because of that same reason. It's a Jeep SUV that's, squared off and cool, but like, stop making that.
If I had a whole shit ton of money, this is the truck I'd buy right here. And there is a, I think they make a Bronco, if I remember correctly. I know they do the Jeep. They do like FJ. Yeah, they do a Bronco. These are basically because they make so many repop parts for these trucks, because so many people love them and collect them and whatnot, that this guy basically realized that he could basically build the perfect Bronco or FJ, and he did it, and like with all these repop parts they make, so he could slap his own freaking his own badge on it and his own motor in it and go for it. I think it's awesome.
The reason the auto market's going the way it is because of the globalization of the auto industry, and they can put the cars in the different countries and make them one uniform design and see what sells where, and alter the design slightly for the different countries that a certain type of vehicle.
The only company that's truly globalized is Ford. All the other companies are, if they're in another country, it's either like Japan. American cars in Japan are either a niche or it's Ford. European cars here, we're just now getting Fiat again, for fuck's sake. Fiat is like a huge freaking company, you know what I mean? Like we get a handful. We don't get Peugeots here. We don't get Renaults here. I guess Saab went out of business. There's a lot of cars.
Half the Chevrolet cars that we have in the United States right now are Holden cars from Australia.
Yeah, but that's Australia. Australia is one of the few, because of the way Australia is laid out as a country, they're one of the few countries that, except for they have a lot more El Camino style cars than we do, but they have a lot more bigger, faster, like, big Ford V8s, Mad Max. That's because Australia and America have a lot in common. It's kind of ridiculous how much we have in common.
I know you can buy trucks in
Oh.
Australia for a lot less than here. We ran into some guys at a bar, and they were from Australia, and they were talking about that they had bought a this is like a 2016 Lariat FX4 F-150 for I forget what it was, and we thought that there was some kind of mix up in the translation of the currency. But no, they can buy them for like $15,000 less than we can. It's crazy.
Yeah, man.
I
Well,
don't know
that's
if that has to do with the market or
Well, they're also
what the
building.
deal
Well,
is.
they're not importing. They build them down there.
yeah, it probably has a lot to do with labor.
For a long time, they had. I mean, like you said, the Holden. I mean, we just got like that car before Pontiac went out of business. You know what I mean? The GT. They just slapped GTO on it, and like, but that was that was an Australian V8 that like for that had been in Australia for fucking ever and a day. There's so many cars we don't get here, dude. The freaking European Fords, they get like crazy turbo diesels that like get insane gas mileage and like generate a whole crap ton of power. But for whatever, I don't know. I don't even think it's an emissions thing. I just think Ford just doesn't want to bother importing them in the U.S. because the U.S. market is fickle about new cars. The only reason Fiat fucking opened up shop here is because of the success of that fucking Mini.
Well, and that's when they bought Chrysler, so now they have more interest of being here, anyways.
I just looked at all the specs on one of those FJs. It seems like the only thing FJ on this thing is the hood.
Yeah, there's no, like I said, man, there's so many repop parts that he just took all the parts and started building his own trucks. He started by taking people's FJs and it started with the FJs, and then he went to Broncos and other stuff, like rebuilding it people's like from ground up. And he's like, well, fuck, if I'm like refurbing and like repairing and restoring all these guys' trucks, why not? I got all the parts here. I can just build my own. So he started building his own.
This FJ would actually even be good on the highway.
Oh yeah, no, they're geared for like actual real. I mean,
with a good transfer case and everything.
Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, you get a lot of old trucks, and you have to like, they're like maxed out at 50 or 55, and you get on the freeway, you're gonna piss off a bunch of people. So. Yeah, no, I've been like the Icon FJs are like forever, man. Like I've been wanting one of these trucks. Like I don't even know why people buy like half the vehicle. I mean, I guess people just don't know that these exist. But
is there prices available on here?
Oh, they're expensive as all get out.
Are they available on here though, or do you know?
I don't know. Let me see. Is there a shop? What does it say?
I'm looking around, but.
Oh yeah, here now available. I guess he's got one. Yeah, holy shit balls. He's got one Bronco for $235,000. They're not cheap. They're for rich ass fucking.
With all the fancy inside,
I don't know.
like leather and shit.
I guess you can get it cut. You can get it any way you want.
$200,000. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Fuck that. I could buy a Ferrari and a brand new ass Cummins and haul that motherfucker all over the place and then pay maintenance on it for the next 10 years.
Oh yeah, like I said,
That amount of money.
These are boutique. These are like hand built, one at a time trucks. These are. It's like if you went to what's that Porsche builder? Fuck. I don't know. Oops. That's not what I want to do.
Roof?
Not Roof, the American one. The dude down in California that builds. He like, oh goddamn, what's his name? Whatever. This is like. Say again.
I forgot the name. They got the green cars, right?
I don't know if they're green. They do all colors. I can't remember. But anyway, this is like a handmade fucking car. Of course, it's gonna be. It's like getting a handmade suit or getting one off the rack. I didn't say they were affordable. I just said I want one, which doesn't mean shit. You know what I mean? What I'd rather do is just have an FJ and then rebuild it, but these are cool to look at. My friend just bought an Army surplus Land Rover from England, left-hand drive and everything. That thing is so badass. Oh, it's not like any Land Rover. It's a Defender, I guess, but it's not a Defender.
It costs a lot.
I don't know. I don't think so. He doesn't make that much money. I think he just got it for a good price and couldn't fucking say no. It's still got all the military markings on it and everything.
Is it past the import age, or is surplus stuff different?
I have no idea. I have no idea how it was imported, but it's here. I was too busy drooling on it to ask how he got it. I think who he bought it from already brought it into the country, so my friend didn't have to do any of that.
Of course, I think there's a guy in South Carolina that can practically import anything, but I mean it costs ass tons of money, like totally ridiculous, more than the vehicles are worth, amounts of money. But other than that, I don't know how you would.
It could have come in. It could have came in through Canada. You know, that would be the most. Like if it's British, then it comes through Canada. Then bringing it over from Canada isn't a big deal at all.
Yeah.
That's probably true because Canadians are a bunch of thieves, and then they'd smuggle it over here just because to spite our laws.
Yeah. Is Bob's like radar from MASH? He's smuggling a Jeep home one part at a time.
So Bob's the Johnny Cash of gun channels?
No, Bob's more like Klinger.
I can see that. I don't know. I think Night Strike was on the rag earlier. I would say it would be Night Strike, but that's just me. Oh man, Grandman also has good taste in trucks, I see. I was actually looking at a Power Wagon recently.
Newer or older?
Oh, way older. Hell, way older.
Like the SUV Power Wagon?
Yeah. God, it was what year was it? Well, I started looking at them because all these guys. There's a bunch of guys in town that have they all have God, what are they called? They have the military truck, the what, a 3/4 ton, I think. I don't know. And I'm trying to remember the what do they call those?
Deuce and a half?
No, deuce and a half. That's a deuce and a half. That's 2.5 tons. Although there's a guy up the street from me that's got a 5-ton and a deuce and a half. But he parks his 5-ton in a warehouse, and that fucking thing in the warehouse barely clears the top of the garage door. But what are they called?
We got a deuce and a half, and it sits outside, and we have to re-rust Stolium it like every 2 years because we don't have a garage big enough to fit the motherfucker in.
Oh, I loved it.
Were those not power rams back then as well?
I'm looking it up. What do you use your deuce and a half for?
The Ram Charger was one of those SUVs, but I don't think they made a Power Wagon version of it.
Oh, the WC series. That's it. The WC series is what the Army called it. Dodge, and it's basically a Dodge Power Wagon. I want to say it's a Power Wagon.
No, that was a Jeep Power Wagon.
The what?
Jeep made a Power Wagon.
I think both Dodge and didn't.
I know we had a Jeep Power Wagon.
Yeah, there was the Jeep wagon, which I also love, and then there was the Dodge Power Wagon. I think Power Wagon for a while was like, but I'm not completely sure on the lineage yet. I've been wanting to buy some books about old Dodges and Jeeps to read about them. But yeah, there's a bunch of guys in town that have a bunch of WC different, like the ambulance or the ammo carrier, and then I was like looking around, and some dude had a Power Wagon for sale, and I was like drooling over that. It was a Dodge, not the Willys. The Willys, although there's a guy up the street that also has a Willys Power Wagon. Or a Willys wagon. I don't think it's called a Power Wagon.
My neighbor across the street has a deuce and a half.
Jesus, what all these dudes? How do you guys all have deuce and a halves and I don't? What the fuck?
Well, I don't have one. I want one. He said he picked it up from an auction in Chicago and drove it home. And I'm trying to remember. I want to say he said it was like $3,000.
Is it restored or is it just sitting there rusting?
No, I mean there's some rust spots, but his buddy repainted it, and like he's done a lot of work to it. So it was at least drivable because he drove it home, but I know he's done a lot of work to it. He's a big mechanical dude, so he's always tuning it up and welding shit and doing whatever.
Randy or Morrison said, "Do you have a deuce and a half?"
Oh, we do.
What do you guys use it for?
Mudding.
Jesus Christ, yeah. They're good at that.
You know what my neighbor uses it for?
What?
Driving his kid to karate practice and shit.
Hell yeah, dude.
Like he just drives it around. It's like whatever.
Fuck, dude. Well, picture of fucking the guy down the street with the 5-ton does that every once in a while, and that fucking the streets were in my neighborhood are narrow as hell, and like that thing is like. I mean, it's a 5-ton, so picture 2 deuce and a halves, basically.
Hey, don't you got to double clutch those motherfuckers?
I don't know about the deuce and a half. I think it depends on what year, but I don't think so.
There's different engines and transmissions in them. Depends on which designation you get.
What'd you say you have to do to them?
Double clutch.
No, I had a driver's license for both of them. They were just like driving a big extra car.
Yeah, they try to make them as easy as possible to drive, to the point where now that's why the military went to all automatic, because they started getting 18 and 19-year-olds that didn't know how to drive a stick anymore. So they're like, okay, now we have to figure out a way to do them and make them all automatic.
Those GMC trucks you're talking about, those like Blazers or whatever, they were all Woodland Camo back in the day. You just get in them, push a fucking button. There's no wonder nothing. You just push the fucking button and drive away in them. They're awesome.
Well, that's why Humvees were too. I want one of those freaking
Humvees. Huh?
I want one of those so bad.
I just want that 1008 CVC with the 6.0 liter diesel engine. There's Dana's all over him.
Nice. Yeah, I don't know. There's so many freaking. I can nerd out on trucks just like I can nerd out on guns, but I have to say I like mine. I kind of like I can appreciate like a rock crawler or a truck for mudding, but I just like them. I like them restored. Like if they're old, I like them, restored and back to their original, or maybe like era correct modifications. You know what I mean? But not like every once in a while I'll see somebody like an old truck that's up on like fucking retarded brand new wheels, and this looks terrible.
They're in a side chat. That's pretty funny. You guys were talking about that the other night.
Oh yeah, that dude got caught.
Wait, what's that? Who got caught?
Bob. got caught in the country finally. That's why he had to go back to Canada.
Oh, the fucking SHOT Show dude.
Dude, that's some eagle eye shit right there. Because the only way you can see is you can see the optic on the rifle, and he's like fiddling with it, and then he puts it back, and the optic's gone. And it's
this was in the new stuff area. So this is an area where like that manufacturer is going to come check on their shit every once in a while and be like, "Hey, this changed. Like, what the hell?" So then they can go look at the video.
Wow.
But yeah, look at those people. I've seen him do it, but you know, you just assume that he
works there or something.
Yeah.
Maybe like they're swapping it out.
Yeah, exactly. So he fumbled around at it too. He was nervous.
I don't know why you would think that like he would get away with that. You know what I mean? It's
yeah,
dumb.
Like, especially in the new product area, you have to like scan your badge and shit to even get in there.
Wow. Well, they didn't say you have to be smart to go SHOT Show.
He couldn't afford it, that's why.
What's he doing here? He's putting something in here about hunting vehicles targeted.
I have no idea. And Grandman says he knows a guy that deals in deuce and a half and 5 tons. One of my buddy's kids has got a Unimog, which is like the German Mercedes truck. Big, it's like they're pretty big. It's like a 2.5 ton truck. Except they're not double axle on the back. There's just like 4 tires, 2 axles. And he had it's like a deuce and a half where you can, it's like a flatbed, or you can like slide on different shit on the back if you need to. So like the little dividers or whatever fold down on the sides. And he took it, which it was kind of cool because he had basically a camper built specifically for the fit on the back of the Unimog, which is pretty damn cool. But then he went and painted it like it would be like you see people with a motor or a fifth wheel or motorhome, that kind of like white and stripy paint jobs you see on them. Every RV has that RV paint job.
Yeah.
So he went and he painted it like an RV, which it's like white with blue and whatever stripes down the side. It's still really cool, but I don't know why the hell he fucking had to go and paint it white, like a white RV. He should have kept it, and it was originally like dark, like forest green. I think I have a picture of it. Let me see. I guess I don't have a photo. Grandman knows what I'm talking about. The Unimog is a really cool truck, but man, they are expensive. I think a 5 ton or deuce and a half are cheaper to get because of availability. I mean, if we're in Germany, you probably get Unimogs all day long.
I see them quite a bit here every once in a while. I think people just like them for out here.
They're a cool truck.
Okay, I apologize, PBR.
What?
Well, I just thought that you were just talking over me or whatever, because I started talking about Z's article when you weren't talking, and then you're like, yeah, so this other truck that I got, I was like, what the fuck, dude, I'm talking, and then I clicked back over the window, I was muted. So, but I literally thought you just like completely ignored me.
No, I that's the only night strike I ignore.
Okay. But anyways, I do want to mention something from Z's article there is that, yeah, the guy's talking about, you know, the trucks and stuff with stickers and hunting got hit. But he also said, I was at a show and was, you know, and my friend told me numerous vendors and show goers had their vehicle windows busted. So that's probably more so the thieves are targeting gun shows, thinking that anyone there probably has that type of stuff, rather than just if they see a sticker in front of a, you know, whatever.
I don't know. I don't agree.
They had the keypad on the door.
I've been
Right.
told, there we have it's same thing happens here is like if the thieves will look at like what bumper stickers you have on your car. If you have like a fucking gun stickers on the back, they're gonna break into your fucking car.
Yeah, if you got a fancy like ski or tennis racket, they're gonna bust
Yep.
into your car. If you got like a radio or some kind of band or something, you're playing fancy speakers, they're gonna break into your car.
Well,
You know,
well, if you have like that fancy tennis racket sticker on your back window or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, or you got they look for fucking bumper stickers and shit up here. The thieves do.
I'm just saying, if you go to anywhere, I mean, that's what thieves do is they break into cars. So
Yeah, but like if you're gonna you got two same cars and like which one's got the good shit? I'm not gonna steal the car. I'm just gonna break in and steal shit. I mean, it's smash and grab. It's not car theft. And like I got a blank car on my right, and I got a car with like I got fancy shits. I own fancy shit stickers on the on the back windshield. Well, if I could break into one, I'm gonna go for the one with the stickers because the likelihood of that one having something in it is greater than the one over here with no stickers. I mean, I guess it really depends on where you live, you know. That's the other thing.
Yeah, it seems to make sense. Like, I don't know, not being a criminal myself, I can't say that that's exactly how they think. But at the same time,
You're only white collar criminal.
I don't know what you're talking about. So anyway, so what would be interesting to know is, like, in an area, how many cars are broken into, and then what's the percentage of that has stickers? Because I still think it's more a target of opportunity. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I don't know that it really.
So where I live in my city has got the highest property crime of any part of my city. It's fucking ridiculous. It's not uncommon just to like walk home, like go to the 7-Eleven or something up the street, and you know, it's nice out, so I'll just walk up there, and you'll see somebody like spray paint, you know, some shithead graffiti spray paint on the side of a building or something. You run them off, but they come back like an hour later, and the cops. I mean, it's not like the cops don't care, but the cops got bigger things to take care of, so they just. I mean, they're just there to fucking fill out fucking paperwork, basically. But like, if you leave a bag, if you leave anything if they can see through your windows and see anything in your car, like even like a bag, like they'll break in and steal it. So like, and stickers are the same way. Like, if they're gonna take the time to break in and they don't see anything worth stealing in your car, or stickers that say you own stuff that's worth stealing, they're not gonna do it. In fact, my roommate. Okay, never mind.
I think they're going to break into cars at concerts if they feel like it. They're going to break into cars at like state fairs if they want to. They're going to break into cars at horse races or at Indian casinos. I mean, that's just what criminals do.
I'm just saying about the stickers. I'm not saying where the car's parked. I'm just if you have shit, if they can see shit that looks like it may be worth stealing, like that's why I don't leave my crap in my car. I don't leave anything that looks like it's.
Grand makes a good point there. If you put one of them stickers of your family on there, they'll get kidnapped.
Grand's on Grant's on a roll tonight.
Yeah, that's what made me laugh when you were. I read that when you were talking. That's why I laughed.
I got everything but my A's and W's back, or my Q's and W's back, so I'm gonna leave the computer on. But I gotta go lay down. I'm dying. Be back, maybe. I don't think so.
All right, see you, man.
Don't die.
I don't know if I got the SHOT Show crap after all, or I went past my one friend's house and his little kid's sick from school. No, damn kids are always getting people sick. I think I got sick off a damn kid, maybe.
I think it was Bob. Bob got some of that Canadian flu down.
He's always coughing and shit.
I know. He looks like death, so.
Touches things all the time.
If you shrivel up to like a Canadian mummy, then we'll know you got whatever he has.
Oh, shit, no, that don't happen.
Well, the thing about Bob, we always pick on him, but he's actually only 23.
I actually thought you were gonna say something. I'm like, wow, he's gonna say something nice about. Oh, never mind.
That's just hard living.
Jesus, no shit. Speaking of hard living, I think it's beer time. I gotta get up early, work tomorrow, and fucking come home and start cleaning more shit. Trying to get rid of this fucking. Make sure this fucking shit doesn't spread through my house. So I'm gonna go have a beer. I'll talk to y'all later.
All right, see you, man. I probably should go to bed, but I'm not that tired. I freaking passed out this afternoon. That's why there wasn't an afternoon lobby until Moon put one up. Because I got home, I was up for a little bit, and I just freaking passed out. I woke up at like 7:30. I was like, oh shit. I missed the end of the Daily Show today. That's how early it was that I fell asleep. And I was listening to it. I woke up for the pop quiz. The sound of gunfire, I guess, wakes me up. And I heard the question. I didn't know the answer, and I was just about to think like, should I roll over and try and Google it? And then they're like, oh, we have a winner. I was like, okay, cool. I can keep my eyes closed. And then I fell back asleep shortly after that. That was the one nice thing about my workday being crappy and getting cut short, is I was back in my house at 3 o'clock. So I was able to watch the Daily Show from home. Oh, there's 2 G-Webs?
This way I can listen in here.
Oh, okay. You want us to just drone on so you can fall asleep?
Oh no, I just have to be in here where it's warmer. Try and let my computer stay on in there to keep like warm, or what should I say, evaporate that water that's running to keep it. But that room is super cold.
So you snuggle up on your dog, because that'll help keep you warm.
Yep, that's half the reason they exist.
Oh, and that's why I think Huskies make better bug out dogs, because you get that extra fuzziness. But again, it depends on what climate you're bugging out at. I thought that was an interesting question. I forgot who brought that up, but that was an interesting question the other day. What's the best bug out dog?
Chihuahua.
Why is that?
I'm playing around, dude.
Oh, I mean, there was a case for a smaller dog, which I can see the point is that if you have a big dog, it's going to eat a lot more. A small dog can eat less. And so if you're in a bug out situation where you don't have very much food anyways, like it's easier to keep a little dog than it is a big dog. And if you want them just as like a, security alarm type thing, well, a little dog will bark at something just as good as a big dog would. I just like the idea of being able to have a dog that can, carry stuff and then pull a wagon or something. And then also Fuzzy. And I like Huskies. So that's where those are all my decision points.
It's like what are those little miniature Dobermans? The little small ones? Nope.
Min pins?
Yeah, them. That'd be a good dog right there, too. Also, a Rottweiler where you good for a wagon.
Yeah, but Rottweilers eat like a mother.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sticking with Husky. I don't care. Y'all ain't talking me out of it. Because even that, they people think that they're big dogs, but really, they're like 50 pounds. They're really not that big of a dog. And they're fast as shit, so they can go catch rabbits and stuff. Their predator drive is through the roof. I had mine up north. Freaking thing, so he's off running around or whatever. He comes out from around the back of the house, and he's got this little thing sticking out of his mouth. Just a little, black, I thought it was like a stick or something. Just a little half-inch long black thing sticking out of his mouth. So I'm like, what the heck's that? So I tell him to drop it. Whole freaking chipmunk comes out. I was like, holy crap. So, all right, well, don't eat that, whatever. So I grab it, toss it under a tree. He takes off back around the house again. He comes back around front. He's got another one in his mouth. I was like, what the shit? Drop that one. He goes back. He grabs another one. So I went back behind the house, see what the heck's going on. It had rained the night before and, washed up a chipmunk home. So they were all, running around trying to get, back under the porch. But their house was, washed out. So they were trying to, dig a new thing. And he was running around catching all of them. I was like, holy crap, dude. It was funny. So,
hey, you can make that out of their hair. Anyway, they shed a lot.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's what I said, is if you are going to a cold climate, dude, freaking, brush them and then take that hair and shove them in your boots. For, extra insulation and stuff. And then someone said, well, you should have better socks in your bug out kit. And it's like, well, first off, dude, I do have a lot of cold weather gear. That's not a problem. But, what are you going to do 2 years from now? Your socks are going to be worn out by then. Come on. Or are you going to carry 20 pairs of socks? You might have a couple pair and kind of change them out every couple of days and try and wash them a little bit or something. But you're not going to keep socks in good condition in a full-on, zombie apocalypse style. Dude, you're not going to have nice, warm, fluffy socks. They're going to get all worn out. So if you stuff hair inside your boot, it will be warm. Or you could tuck them inside your sleeves of your coat or something. You could totally make clothing out of fucking husky hair.
If our economic system's fucked up for 2 years, I think I'd be moving on to a warmer climate.
Well, yeah, that's possible as well. I can agree with that. Honestly, I don't know. I'm one of those people, when I see, homeless people in Detroit, I kind of just look at them and be like, why haven't you just started walking south until it gets warm? Like, maybe, I guess they stick around for whatever reason, but I was like, I would never be a homeless person in a cold climate. Like, if something happens, I'll be like, well, it might take me a week, but I'm just going to start walking south and see what happens, and I'll like live down there somewhere.
Specky would have come to LA for the free food.
What do you do when your underwear wears out? I don't know. Make some new ones out of an old T-shirt or something. I don't know. Not wear it. It's so yeah, bug out situation. There's a lot of stuff like that people don't think about.
Smeg gonna free ball it during the apocalypse.
Well, I mean, I would start with what I have, but he's right. Once it wears out, like, I don't know, it all depends. It's one of the hardest things when talking about this kind of stuff is what you have to figure out. Like, is the whole world screwed, or just like, it's bug out for whatever reason, like natural disaster, so your whole state's fucked, but like you can go to another one and it's like not as bad or whatever, like that. What's the deal? And if you're worried about like not having underwear and stuff, I would think that's pretty much like a total collapse of society. I think it'd be okay to go commando. You have bigger fish to fry as far in like staying alive. But I mean, shit, you could grab any type of fabric. I mean, once maybe if you have a little colony set up, now we're talking rebuilding stage, you're gonna start making fabrics and shit again.
See,
I'd use those blue tarps you get at Harbor Freight. It seems more durable than fabric.
Well, and the benefit of that too is like, then if for some reason you can't like use the restroom, like if you're hiding somewhere because someone's gonna get you and you can't make any noise, well, then you're already all set.
And then they're like, who's peeing on a tarp?
It'd be like, no one would be that dumb. It must just be a leaky pipe. All right, let's move on.
Well, I think a dog like the Road Warrior size dog would be the way to get. Big enough to be able to do stuff, but not so big that people think it's food and try to kill it from you.
Yeah, and like I said, that I can see that as a good point, but I'm gonna pull a liberal and use my emotion and say I like Huskies, so that's my pick. And I do think they still have good points, but I agree with you on the having to feed a big dog's annoying. So a smaller dog probably would be better. And you're right, that one's more medium size-ish, so it can still do stuff. Knives, I'm sorry, dude, but Chihuahua, like, other than an alarm system, you're not getting any other benefit from them.
Have a bunch of them.
Oh, a whole gaggle of them?
Yeah.
Go into every one and then tie that to a skateboard so they drag you around.
Yeah.
I guess. I would probably just catch a couple of rats and do the same thing with it,
Just get a mastiff.
Well, I think those fall in the category of like, way too much upkeep.
Cane Corso.
Because my original answer was Husky and or Malamute. And I talked myself out of the Malamute because they're like, 100 pounds-ish normally. They might be a little smaller, 80s. But either way, like, they're bigger. They can pull more. They're not as fast. But they probably eat twice as much. And from what I've heard, Malamutes are a lot, that's the right word, dumber than Huskies. Although I think they get misclassified. I think Malamutes are stubborn, which Huskies are stubborn as well because they're very independent. So if they want to do something, like, you're not going to get them to not do it. You know what I mean? But, like, my uncle had a Malamute back in the day, and when the thing wanted to go outside, it would just, like, smash through the back door and go outside. Like, literally, like, it started with, like, the screen door. Like, he'd push the screen out and get through. And they're like, oh, well, okay, we won't. So they had a sliding glass door. He fucking smashed into it with his head until the glass broke and then jumped through. And the screen was closed on the other side, too. So then he pushed the screen out and jumped through again. And they found, like, he was just in the backyard, like, chewing on a stick or something. Like, they just, he wanted to be outside, so he got out. So, and that's where they definitely, you need to build that loyalty, because they will just take off on you because they're pretty darn independent. And they're like, we don't really need you, human. We're out of here. But if you're part of their pack, then they stick around.
What about a pit bull? It's medium size.
Yeah, and if you're defending against, like, marauders or whatever, definitely the psychological people will see the pit bull and be like, oh, well, we're not going to screw with this guy. Like, we're not going to, like, you could leave, if you had a bunch of stuff, you could leave it and tie the dog to it, and you'd probably come back and still have all the stuff. That's where that whole, like, junkyard dog stereotype comes from.
Yeah, a lot of times pit bulls are criminals, though, so they might sell all your shit while you're driving around doing something else.
Unless people are aggressive, pit bulls are fairly, what's the word? They're non-people aggressive. So unless somebody's aggressive that runs up on them, they're probably just going to be like whatever. They have a very high, what's it called? Their prey drive or whatever is really high, but they really just blow off people unless they're aggressive or see them as a threat.
Right. Well, and that's just like any dog. I mean, I don't want to classify, because I agree with you. My buddy had a couple pit bulls, and shit, dude, they were the nicest dogs in the world. And I hate that stereotype of they're mean and evil. What I meant was, psychologically, a person sees one and thinks, oh my God, there's a scary, evil dog. I mean, it happens nowadays. It's why when his dog got out of the backyard and was playing in his front yard, the cops were called. He came home to the cops and in his driveway with his dog in the front yard. And he's like, what the hell's going on? Like, I get it. He got out of the yard and he got in trouble for, like, not, I don't know, whatever. The things jumped the fence. I don't know how much more you can secure. But anyways, someone called, like, oh, there's an evil pit bull roaming the streets. Like, it's going to eat my children. And the thing was just freaking playing. I mean, it's whatever. So psychologically, people just won't even bother, like, going into your hut or, like, looking at your stuff if you have a pit bull that's, like, running around.
Half of the pit bulls in my neighborhood all fucking locked up in the backyard.
I'm going to have a yurt.
Oh, what? A yurt?
Yeah, I ain't got time for no hut.
Well, I guess I'm not familiar. What's a yurt, then?
It's like a round tent from the Himalayas.
Oh, okay.
Portable building.
Is it like teepee style then, kind of?
No, it's like a 6 or 8 foot tall wall in a circle, and then like a hole in the center that a bunch of blankets and drapes go up to.
Oh, okay.
So it looks like a really big circular tent, really, except it's a little more permanent because the sides are wood, like a lattice work of wood. And then they put a bunch of blankets and shit on it, so it's super warm for, like, the Himalayas.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good idea. But speaking of that, they just kind of reminded me another reason why you'd want a little bit bigger dogs. If you are being mobile, I think a TP style thing is a pretty good shelter because you just need like a hand.
He cut out.
Something.
Yep.
I think a Italian Mastiff would be a good dog for the job. They're about 110 pounds, and you get all the benefits of a pit bull and a Rottweiler.
I think while they'd be healthy, a 100-pound dog would be good to go. But once my old dogs got old, then they're worthless. You'd have to put them down right away. I wouldn't want to do that. Plus, I'm thinking that if it was too much bigger than like the Road Warrior dog, people would just shoot your shit. They'd shoot your dog before they even messed with it, you know? You make it a little bit less than threatening, and then they're not going to be so apt to just kill it.
Yeah. Yep. Cane Corso.
I think we have a Gun Channel's Daily Show poll coming up here.
Oh,
what is it?
Polls are broke right now, I think. Gotta update shit.
Best bug out dog.
Yeah. Because I know some people wanted like coon hounds and stuff, so they could use like, you know, actual like trained hunting dogs, so they can use them for hunting. I'd rather have something that can actually just catch and kill the thing, not just like corner it and I have to kill it. Like,
well, that
send them out, bring me back food.
Dachshund or like Jack Terriers or something, like those little ones that go out and get squirrels and little shit and bring it back to you. That would be a pretty good dog to have around.
Yeah.
Where it brings you little food so you don't have to waste any energy catching food. You just send it out during the day. It comes back with little chipmunks and shit like you're saying. And then you cook them up.
Yep.
Yeah, you'd have to have the right kind of terrier because a lot of terriers are wanderers. Well, like a Jack Russell or something maybe. But if you get like a Staffordshire Terrier or something, yeah, they'll go find food, but they might not come back for 2 days.
Yeah, they'll just like keep it. Like, yeah, we found all kinds of food. It was great. It was delicious.
Yeah, that Cane Corso remind me of that dog that Batman had from Batman Beyond. I think the dog was named Ace.
If I had a Corso, I'd have to name him Brutus. I don't know why. They just look like Brutuses to me.
Oh man.
I can't tell if I'm getting something or if I'm in the stages of getting it or if I'm just dodging it. Like it's almost like I went from like, uh-oh, I think I'm gonna get sick to like, oh, it's over already.
So you sound a little like stuffed up, so you at least got something going on.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. But it's taken long enough that it hasn't gotten any worse, which is driving me nuts because I don't know if it's just taken forever to start up and I'll be down for a few days, or if it's just barely winging me and it's just came and went real quick.
You guys forgot to take your vitamins, didn't you?
Oh no, I was taking the shit out of them. That's why I don't think it was from SHOT Show. I think it was from this friend of mine's little kid. Little kids always get you. They're fucking little baby diseases.
Yeah, little germ bags. But all right, guys, I'm gonna take off, watch a little TV, try and go to sleep. I'll see y'all later.
Tongue go Smeggy.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, a nice bug out ass wouldn't be that bad because they'll ward off things like snakes and
Like a donkey.
coyotes and shit.
Like a donkey.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and they
yeah.
can haul a ton of shit, and they just eat grass.
Yeah, exactly. They carry a bunch of shit. You never have to feed them. Do they stick around you though, or are they like they don't give a shit there who owns them?
You'd have to have a way to like post them up or something. I figure they wander off.
No, they wander, but they stick around.
But they're not like a horse, where like if a horse likes you, it just will stay with you no matter what. Where I don't think they're like that. I think they're like a goat, where if they don't feel like being around, they'll just leave.
Plus, they're temperamental.
Yeah, I've heard that people have them as pets, though. They're not so bad. It's just that when you meet one that ain't yours or whatever.
I don't know. We had some. The coyotes kept eating our cows, so we had we couldn't go coyote hunting twice a week. We had to get a bunch of different mules and shit to put out there to protect the cows.
And that's all they did. You just set them out there and let them live their life, and that was it. They just protected your cows for you, and you didn't have to feed them.
Well, I mean, they like corn and shit, but for the most part, they just eat grass.
Yeah.
Give them corn and water.
You don't expect nothing out of them either, though. You just leave them exist.
Yeah, I mean, they just kind of chill, bathe them, brush them every month or so.
And you can't ride them or nothing.
You probably could if you broke them in, but I didn't care that much about it, and I was too young to really think about it or give a shit.
Yeah. Are they expensive? So like a couple $100, or is it expensive?
You can. We had somebody that, well, my grandmother's good friends with a vet, and she got like 3 of them, and then one of them had 3 or 4, and I'm not sure how many they have at a time, but I know that like at one time we had like 5 of them, and we sold 2 of them. But I mean, they're pretty low maintenance, but we didn't try to ride them or mess around and get them to do too much shit. But I mean, I figured it wouldn't be much different than a horse.
And they're almost as big as a horse, huh?
Do what?
Are these the kind that are almost as big as a horse, or are these little mules?
No, what is a mule is actually like half horse, half donkey, right? And so you can't breed them. They're sterile.
Oh, okay. I thought mules were the little ones, so donkeys are the little ones.
Yeah.
Okay. But these were little ones, like donkeys. These weren't bigger like a horse.
Yeah, these were like, I mean, well, I wouldn't say they were little, but they weren't like the freaking Anheuser-Busch big ass horse things.
Yeah, okay.
Craigslist, 300, 100, and 1,000. So I don't think they're that cheap. Or I mean, I don't think they're that expensive.
Yeah.
It's kind of like buying a cow or a bull or something. I mean, the bigger they are, the more you're going to pay for them. To read Knives post, the African wild ass. I can't even say it without laughing. It's
Yeah.
almost like the tribe drunk that got kicked out. You know, he just kept partying too hard, so they just got rid of him.
Yeah, they've been getting used it since 5,000 years.
Oh, they're practically dinosaurs.
My pops was a watermelon farmer. He used to use them a lot.
All right, I gotta go, or I'm gonna be dragging at work all day tomorrow. I'll see y'all.
All right, Morrison.
Take it easy.
Down 3. Yup.
How?
Senor Edge.
In the flesh. They finally fucking did it to where now you have to use that new fucking Google Plus format that they've been showing on people's throat for so long. They took away the option to go back. Yep. Anyway. What's going on, gentlemen?
Nothing. Just hearing the crickets.
G-Web's here, or is he beyond?
Nah, I think he knocked out.
Mr. Randy.
Is that what it shows?
Yep. Oh, it's showing my name too. One of my pseudonyms.
I've tried to change that a couple times. My username on gun channels is Power Stroke, one of my YouTube channels. And then I tried to use Google Hangouts through another YouTube channel, and it still pops up as
Google fucks everything up every time they try to make an adjustment. Like right now, like they cut out Google Plus Classic, which I could usually paste it in and come in as my YouTube channel, but you know, whatever. Not a big secret who I am. I am known in all 36 countries of modern worlds. G-Wiz had to use my name a couple times to bail himself out, but it's all good.
I know Edge.
I was at the rest stop. We're all peeing. No, sir. This is a male prostitution ring that we're seizing everybody. I know Edge. Oh, shit. Let him go. Let him go. Let him go.
Hey, Randy, what truck you have?
Toyota Tacoma.
I was going to say, look at Toyota there. Just the windows in the back. The windows. What neck of the woods you from, Randy?
Excuse me?
What neck of the woods you from?
Kansas City.
Oh, Missouri.
That is correct.
So how's the pulled pork? With sauce or without sauce?
That's not even an option, with sauce.
You cross that line, man. People fucking raise hell. You put sauce on the pork. People get pissed at me. Dude, I love steak, right? And I go to a restaurant and order love steak. But I also like steak sauce. People get like look at you like, you want some A1 on your steak? Damn right I do.
No. If your steak needs sauce, it's shitty meat.
Man, it's just that thing, man. It's just I love having some steak sauce, whatever it is. For my meat, it's not because I'm eating shitty meat. Just old habits die hard, you know. I'm not getting ketchup on my steak now, mind you.
No, medium rare, and it's good.
Medium well. I ain't a vampire. My son is like that, man. He likes to sit with the meat. I'm like, okay, boy. Mind you, he doesn't like any condiments on anything. He fucking eats a burger dry. So you got two G-Webs, you got knives, holding off getting turned into turtle soup. And Pink is probably not here.
Haven't heard him in a while.
He goes to work. He just leaves the chat on.
Remember, knives. All you gotta remember is Civis, Pacem, Parabellum. That's all you gotta remember. You've been a member of Gun Channels for a while now, Randy?
No, just about under a week.
Whoa! 1 week?
I've been, man, I've been in these hangouts since before. Okay, there used to be a big guy from Arizona. He now does vaping stuff.
It does ring a bell.
Oh, come on. Yeah, I used to be in these chats before they were G-Web chats. And
well,
I never joined Gun Channels. No particular reason.
Well, see, the chat started around 2011. That's when they originally started, and then they kind of started really taking off around 2012. And then by 2013, people started breaking. There was so many of them that people started breaking off little factions of who they want to hang out with and follow their chats. So and it just evolved from there.
How do I find my subscriptions? Subscribers. Who I'm subscribed to.
A lot of great channels in Arizona, don't get me wrong. I just can't think of one that does.
There's one guy I really missed. He always wore a Raiders of the Lost Ark. Who's that guy?
I couldn't say.
The actor.
Come and gone.
Well, he always wore his hat. I came up with some names, you know.
Yo, Edge.
That's all you got to know.
Can you read him the panelist questions?
The what?
The panelist questions.
I can try. Let me go back, log back in. I kind of logged out of it.
I know for some reason it's not opening up.
Excuse me.
Hey, yo, Dead.
Has anyone asked him the new panelist questions? Jump in. I would, but I'm way too pissed to chat tonight. Well, if they post them, I'll answer them. Or new panelists, hang out questions. Let me see. What areas do you shoot? What areas of shooting do you enjoy?
Heads.
Do you do any competition shooting?
Are you asking?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So what areas of shooting do you enjoy? Is rifle, shotguns, pistols?
Rifle, shotgun, pistol, and bow.
Right. Are you from a communist state?
You know, you can tell me 500 times. I don't know if I'm a Republican, liberal, communist, socialist, Democrat.
This is a question that I think, people can choose to opt in or opt out. Because what firearms do you own? You don't have to say.
What firearms do I own?
I would think it's a general question, so you can say pistols, 1911s, Glocks, or whatever.
Well, you should have started off, Edge, by asking him if he was down to answer the new panelist questions.
No,
The new panelist questions are just a way for everyone else just to kind of get to know you.
I'm good. Rock Island 1911 9mm.
Knives the one someone asked him. Fuck me.
Yeah, for some reason I can open it up.
A SIG 380 1911. Kimber 1911.
Starting to see a pattern here, sir.
Volquartsen Scorpion 22.
I've heard of that. It's a fucking fancy ass 22. It's real expensive, right?
Yeah, I got about 2,200 in it.
Wow. Yeah, I learned, Plinkster when he got his.
I think that it was Plinkster that as soon as I saw it, I had to get.
The only 22 I would drop some serious money on, I forget the model number, is that Smith & Wesson. Old school 22 that it was like $400 back in the day. Now they're $1,000 all day. It's like a Model 54 or something like that. I forget what it is, but it's like a really slick 22 match grade target pistol.
Yeah, they're still good guns and shoot really, really good. And then a Glock 43. I used to have a Glock 34, but it didn't pattern very good at all with anything, so I got rid of it. Then a CZ 452 22 rifle. Henry 22 rifle. An Anschutz 22 rifle.
Right on. I got a couple 22s. I got 2 rifles and a pistol. A little 6-shooter Heritage Arms. Let's see what else you got here.
22 is my favorite. Just because. Which what?
Which of your firearms is your favorite to shoot, bearing ammo cost and history?
That would be my Kimber 1911 or either of the 22s.
And this is a secret question that knows that you're an actual member of gun channels. What is your favorite breakfast food?
That was not I didn't answer that question when I joined.
That's the underground question. No,
my favorite breakfast food?
Yes.
Tony the Tiger.
Oh my God.
They're great.
Which do you like for pure enjoyment? As soon as it relates to arms.
Ask me one more time.
Which do you like for pure enjoyment? In other words, like I think people have remember a mil-spec rifle or a shotgun, something that just, really they find home with it.
What gun do you shoot that gives you the most enjoyment? Like that puts the biggest smile on your face?
1911.
Me too.
Thanks for making that clear.
Which firearms do you remember shooting?
Like as a kid, like which?
My first shot ever fired. My dad, I don't know what you'd call it. He magnum loaded a black powder rifle for me. Here, son. Yes.
Kill that buffalo.
No, it was just target, but he did it to be ornery.
What was your first gun?
A Remington 22 bolt action. I wish I could remember the model. Someone somehow stole the bolt.
We don't want to take the whole rifle. Let's take the bolt because we don't like you. I hear you. Okay, what do you hunt, and what do you hunt annually?
Squirrel and dove.
Oh, I should have sent you that meme I saw today where it said squirrel instead of hamburger helper, squirrel helper.
That'd be all right.
It also needs a squirrel, you know. You got them hanging dry, and there you go. What gun do you use for hunting?
Beretta shotgun.
Oh, Strema?
No, it's an older one. It's a silver mallard. I just bought a Beretta A400 Extreme, and it was. I went turkey hunting, and I spent the entire time worried about the wood on it, and the barrel was blued like incredibly pretty, and I spent more time worried about that gun than I did being quiet and looking for turkeys, so I sold it. It's considered a hunting gun, but not in my world.
Right on. All right. Have you taken any education / training that you want to take?
I haven't taken any training, but I've been mentored a lot. One of my mentors he shot at Camp Pendleton. He was a national finalist in 1911's bullseye shooting.
I think the correct answer was that you watch, Chuck Norris movies and you're good to go.
Yeah.
I hear you, man. Cost, legality not being an option. What is your dream gun?
My dream gun.
Across the board, anything you want. No laws or NFA shit applies.
Yeah, and this is probably going to blow your mind. Ruger Precision Rifle.
Ooh.
308.
Hey, we don't want the Modus or the Spas or so on. So right on. Yeah.
I'm not asking for much. It's in my lineup.
And do you reload?
Yes.
All right, sir. You've earned your first Gun Channels patch, and you busted your Gun Channels cherry.
You forgot the one question, Edge.
Which one?
You forgot the question on how he found Gun Channels, how he came about to find this place. Did Yankee tempt him with candy back to the tool shed?
No, I know the answer to that. He obviously followed me, and he's like, "Oh shit, Edge is on Gun Channels. I gotta fucking go there." So I know the answer to that.
I would bet money that I've been here longer than two of you. Not on Gun Channels, but back when all of these hangouts first started. And I'm going through my subscribers now. One of them was Tactical Vaping, but he wasn't Tactical Vaping then. He was something else. And is Dat Toad Frog on here?
Sounds familiar. I've been doing this since 2006, but I've been really active since 2013.
Turtle Gunners.
Oh, I hammer those turds. Turtle Gunners. The English guy who lives in New York.
And then, like you say, everybody kind of split up into factions, and a lot of them fell out. And
Turtle Gunners is way after the original chats that started. The chats really started around 2000, the end of like 2011 to 2012 was when the chats really started. There weren't that many people doing gun chats, but the ones that spawned off of it, like Never Enough Ammo, G-Webs, and who's the other one that I can think of that it was doing from the get-go was what's him, that damn Canuck.
This little one's got to go to the bathroom.
Shit, can't remember his fucking name right now on the top of my head. But there's many people doing them. It just spawned after that. People start doing their own fucking shit.
Yeah, I gotta let her out. I'll be right back.
Oh. Gun Geek was one of the first gun chat people doing chats way back in the day. How long's your channel been up, Dead Horse? How long have you been following the other videos?
I've been watching all these hangouts since they've started.
How far does it go back?
Well,
because you mentioned Turtle Gunners, and they were kind of late to the game. They kind of went with the whole Chat Window Warrior shit towards the end of it. One day they started coming up, and then it disappeared. They were on the back end of it on like 2013. It doesn't really matter realistically.
No, I'm going to run through my subscribers. I know it was long before Army Stinger got his AR-15 from Ebomi.
Talking about Sting. So you're following the Chat Window Warrior kind of group, the Dragon, whatever.
Dragon. Yes.
Dragon. You're following those cats for a while, okay?
One-Eyed Patriot was following me 3 years ago. So was 6 Feet 8.
Because those guys were also, they came up and they made their own like little sect where people were following them and doing their own thing too for the longest time.
OIF Eagle 4 years ago.
But they were kind of late to the game. They weren't late to the game, but that's when everybody started kind of factioning off and doing their own thing. Because for the longest time, it was just like Yankee Matt, G-Webs, and a couple other people in the beginning that were just constantly on these chats, hosting gun chats. They were the most popular chat.
Tadpole 4 years ago. That's for, I've only got 183 subscribers.
Yeah, the guy to Vegas, Tony, or whatever his name was.
Is he the kid that got a girlfriend and then just quit YouTube altogether?
I don't know. I remember he was like this kind of light complected Hispanic guy from Vegas that had like a prison cut, prison cut hairdo and tactical Tony, what they call him. And then Mule kind of ran with that whole deal that they did and got a following.
Yeah, I followed that channel for a while. I still like what they do, but they're kind of extreme.
Well, when I saw a guy Rebel Solutions and like he's there complaining that a white man can't get a fair job in this day, I'm like, well, when you have a beard that makes you like you're fucking 20 years older than you look, and it's down to your fucking middle of your chest, and you're complaining you can't get a fucking job, there's still that old rule a lot of places where you can't have a beard unless you're running your own business. A lot of places that just don't allow beards. It's for whatever reason, especially you're in sales or whatever.
Right.
They just don't. I know. I don't care or do not care about beards or have a problem with them. Or you're all tatted out too. Come on. Man can't get a goddamn job these days. Oh, really? Yeah, there's a big squabble back in the days between certain people and some of that group. When it's in the past. What's your favorite 1911? My question. If you had, put it this way. I mean, I can think of my favorite 1911 that I can never, hopefully one day afford, like Cabot Arms or something like that. But like, let's say you had $1,000, right?
If I had $1,000?
Yeah, $1,000.
Oh.
And then, because I could think of several manufacturers I could spend less than that and get a really sweet gun. What would be your best gun right under $1,000? 1911 that you did, like you say, you got your tax money, whatever it is, and you had some money to splurge. What would you buy?
Under $1,000, probably a Kimber Target.
Kimber Target. If I had $1,000, the one gun I really want, I want a Colt Delta Elite. I don't know if I can get that for under $1,000. The other one is SIG STX.
Those are under $1,000.
You can find them if you really work hard. If you look hard enough, because even this one gun shop, this local gun shop, the STX, it's a two-tone black with some pattern on it, slide on a stainless steel receiver, real nice grips, and I saw that with this one gun shop. I don't know for whatever reason, I think SIG, sent them the message they could, they're going to give some kind of credit to mark them down, and I saw it good for like almost $900 something one time, and I was like, damn, I wish I did.
Well, when you ask me what my dream gun is, there is another one, but I don't even know if it's a dream gun. I really, really want it, but I have no use for it. It's a Christensen Arms AR-15.
I've heard of them, but there's so many custom builders from ARs, any 1911s that you can find that you never even heard of that are just excellent builders.
It's about a $3,000 AR.
I'll bet.
but it's, man, it's super light. It's got a carbon fiber barrel. And anyway, they made a 1911 that was layered steel. I can't think of the name of that. Damascus. They were selling for $1,500, and I thought that was really expensive. And a week later, I went back into the shop, and it was $3,000. And I really, really wish I would have bought it when it was 15, because Christensen Arms raised the prices on all their Damascus guns.
You there, Dead Horse? Perhaps not. See if there's any things that turn on here. Yeah, my Dream 1911 is a Cabot Arms. Realistically, about it's like anywhere from upwards of 3,000 on up. It's one of their pieces. So you got a golden retriever in your back of your truck.
The only kind of dog there is.
Well, I got a one-eyed lab, huge, giant lab.
Any kind of lab. I love them.
I used to have a golden retriever mix. It was like really fucked in the head, man. You tell him stop or don't, and he fucking piss himself. I'm like, oh my god.
We rescued one that it took over, well, not over. It took about 3 years. I just look at it and it would just stop and pee because it was so scared. It had been beaten so much. It took about 3 years for me to be able to touch that dog.
I gave that dog to a friend of mine that was like, oh, he'll be a great buddy for my other dog. Is this fucking breed. Chattahoola or what the fuck it is. Kind of hunting dog. And I was like, oh, you can have him, dude, because he's fucking pissed all over the place. And then I rescued this dog. I didn't rescue him. Well, you call it rescuing. This you know, on that Facebook where you can buy stuff and on that marketplace they have. And,
yeah.
Pretty much. So they posted this like, hey, you know, he's free. Just come get him. He's 4 years old. And he's a really cool dog because for being as big a dog as he is, he doesn't know how big he is. He's 90 pounds and doesn't know anything. But he's such a little sweetheart because he doesn't bite. Like even when you give him like food, like you put in his mouth, he's like so soft, like getting him from you. And he's a real gentle giant, but he has one bad eye that he can't see out of. Other than that, he's all dog, man. Shedding all over the fucking place.
Edge, do you reload?
I want to. I got the bench to do it and everything, man. But it's the goal. I've been doing that. I've been sitting it for 3 years, man. But I need to get some finance caught up, and then that's the goal, man. I want to get probably RCBS single stage mare, possibly if I get a deal, maybe on a progressive, you know, setting it up. But I plan. My goal is to reel a 45, 357, or 38 special, both, and in particular 30 Luger for my Luger.
It's pretty easy.
It's not terribly difficult, But yeah, 30 Luger is a very expensive ammunition when you go to buy it at gun shit.
I'm not even familiar with that. Is that pistol or rifle?
It's a pistol round. It's for my my 1920 Luger commercial.
Pistol rounds are just retarded easy to reload.
It's basically what happened to 30 Luger is that was the first round they developed for the gun. And when people complained, they didn't have the stopping power, even though it's a very high pressure round. It's a bottleneck round.
Mm.
And then what they did is they completely opened the case mouth of the cartridge, and that's where the 9mm Luger came from.
Oh wow, really old round.
Yeah. That gun's what, 93 years old.
You probably can't even go to a store and buy that round, can you?
You can, but Fiocchi makes it, or Fiocchi, whatever you want to call it, makes it. But if you buy it at a gun show, they want like $25 for a 50 round box. And if you shop it smartly and buy it in bulk, you can probably buy it for about 16 or 17 bucks, a 50 pack.
Hmm.
One time Academy had a stash of it. My buddy Murphy told me about it. He was like, hey, this one Academy here off I-35 has it. And I went there and I wanted to buy all of it, but I only had like $200 to spend. So I bought like 14 boxes or whatever they had. And they had like 30 boxes. I wanted to buy it all, but I couldn't afford it all. And I just shoot it. I shoot that gun maybe once every like couple months. It's a nickel Luger. My grandfather got it. Between him and whoever he got it from, decided nickeling was a fine thing to do, which killed the collector's value. Turned a $2,000 gun into a $1,000 gun.
If you're going to keep it, do what you want to do.
No, that's a shooter though, man. I still shoot that son bitch. And it's much more accurate, man. That is a fucking accurate pistol. Even with the little pitting in the barrel it has, that fucking gun is accurate, dude. I can shoot the hoop out of an 8 on a target on my best day. Calling Mr. G-Webs. Calling Mr. G-Webs.
What sidearm do you carry, Edge?
My everyday carry is Glock 19. I have a Glock 26, Glock 19. I mainly carried. My 26 was my first really carry gun once I got my CHL, but the 19 was the one that I really liked to carry. I have some mods to it. Gen 3. But I have assortment of pistols I've collected. Not huge, but I have a Pair Ordnance 1911 Commander 4.25 inch barrel. It was 13 rounds. It's in that picture you can see there. Then I have my
1911 there that holds 13 rounds.
Yep. That gun on the left, you see my picture?
God, I bet that's heavy.
Yes, sir. And then I got that Citadel 1911 that I did a lot of custom work to. And that's a standard, 5-inch barrel, 1911. 8 shot, or 9 with one in the plug. Yeah, they used to have that. Pair Ordnance used to have actually a aluminum receiver, and I shot it well, but I ended up trying to fit a part onto it and ended up cracking the fucking aluminum receiver. where the leaf spring fits into, and I had to send them back to factory, and they had to dig up because that's a Canadian-made 1911 back pair ordinance when they were in Canada, and then they went to Pinehurst or where the fuck it is, North Carolina, and when I said to them, they had to dig up an old receiver they had like in mothballs to afford me one to replace it. And right away, man, you could tell the difference because it's heavier, yes, with 13 rounds, but not only that, it heats up. Like after 2 or 3 mag dumps, that gun gets so hot you have to put it down because the steel gets hot.
There's my everyday carry on this one here.
Nice. Kimber. They're controversial because of the the officer size kind of style setup that people say that they're you hear good stories and bad stories that they're reliable and unreliable.
I've had people give me shit, and I actually made a video on it. I have shot over 3,000 rounds through it, and I've only had 2 misfires, and that was because of it was either a light primer strike or it was a bad primer.
Mm-hmm.
There's my Scorpion.
In your opinion, after all that said and done, the kind of bucks you throw in that, is it really all that?
This gun right here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if you bought a Ruger Mark III, and you wanted everything on it aftermarket, Volkortsen is the one that would make all of those parts. So this is just everything custom, and Volkortsen makes the whole thing. I'm jumping around on your question, ain't I?
No, not at all. Not at all. Basically what I'm asking is that, like, okay, at the end of the day, are you completely satisfied or?
Yes. I will not sell it. But the bolt is so smooth. The hand grip fits really good. The trigger is under 2 pounds. The Trijicon RM09, it's a 1 MOA dot. No, it's a dedicated paper shooter. I don't regret it at all.
No, right on. I mean, you got the bucks, you do that shit, and you got some fun with it. The phone with your money. It's all you.
As long as I can get my name up on 2015 winner for pistol.
Right on.
Got a Labor Day shoot champion.
I was looking at once at Walther 22 target. They're about 500, 600. Yeah, I was like, I can't see what's spending much on 22. I'm just not into them that much.
Yeah, I had to choose between the Walther and the Sig. I got the Mosquito.
Mm-hmm.
It was a pretty good gun. And I can go a different direction on this. It jammed a lot. But if you want to learn what causes malfunctions, how to clear malfunctions, how to fix whatever's wrong with your gun because of not cycling, that gun will teach you about everything you need to know.
Well, that Scorpion you got, does it gum up? I mean, all 22s tend to gum up.
Yeah, it's a little more, there's a lot more precision in it. So
How many rounds or magazines can you go through before it gums up?
it's what I'm thinking. Under 100 before I have to clean the bolt face and the where the bolt face touches the barrel, breech face, whatever you want to call it.
So in competition, like obviously, I imagine you're clean after every.
No, about 50. About 50, I'll just wipe the faces off.
Yeah, I'm one of those. I'm not OCD, but yeah, I tend to clean my guns every time I'm done shooting with them.
Oh, I clean it. Yeah, when I'm done shooting, yes, absolutely.
Is it easy to clean?
It's just, yeah, it's a little easier than a Mark III just because it's not mass produced. Everything's fitted.
I was gonna say because the Rugers are renowned for being a bear to tear apart to clean.
Yeah, it's just like that, except for it's easier because things fit together better.
Like the new Ruger they were talking about SHOT Shows, it has like an AR kind of breakdown style.
Yeah, I do like that. I'd like to have that for no other reason, just to have.
I've seen that gun. I want to get a Kimber. The Kimber I want to start off with. I mean, I want a Grand Raptor. That'd be nice. But the other gun I like start off would be just custom two. Basic $800 Kimber. And, customize it from there. Yeah. When I bought that Citadel and I started doing all the work on it, people were like, "Why should I buy Kimber?" And you would have got half the stuff. And I go, "Well, no, I got all the stuff I wanted with that Citadel, but I want to learn on a cheap gun just in case I fuck it up that bad that I can, I'm not gonna cry fucking, bloody murder that I screwed up a Kimber."
Oh, there's that bread I sold because it was too pretty.
Dude. That's nice. If you follow my channel, you'll see some of the stuff I have. And I have it categorized in my playlist for the most part. That's funny. This lab today, I've never heard him howl and hear the sirens going today. He's howling. I was like, okay. I've only had him for about 5 months.
I don't know what happened to him, but there was I don't know how to say this without there used to be a guy on these chats, and I haven't seen him on here for a very long time. He was a little Asian guy. And I think you guys called him Ewok.
Yeah, that's Yankee, gave him that label, and everybody kind of ran with it, and then eventually everybody called him Chris, or his name's Chris, or good guy with the gun.
Good guy, yeah. What happened to him?
That dude's a peculiar fellow, man. He just, I don't know. I really don't know what happened to him, but I also know that he does his own thing. That's the best way to say it.
Yeah, all right.
and then I just don't know whatever happened to him. He was in the channels and one time said, no, just call me Ewok anymore or whatever. And then I always saw calling Chris a good guy with the gun and so on. But he just did his own thing. I don't know. He got a little weird. That's all I can say. That's the most polite way I can say it.
I remember that night he got pretty foul. The night that he blew up from being called Ewok.
Well, and I was in Corpus Christi at the time, and I was trying to support him on the issue. But I was like, yes.
A story his I'll never forget is when he went to go take a shit in the woods and shit in his holster.
Never heard that one. But he was a quirky fellow, so that's why he stopped participating, if you will, and is what it is, man. It's the polite way to say it. He's in that Arizona area where G-Web's, hooked up to many times, and some other YouTubers as well.
Nice cold one.
Yes, sir. Right, doggy? It's rude to jump on me, don't you know that?
Are you following any of the American Gun Chicks stuff?
Could you elaborate a little more, or you're just talking generally?
Well, do you know who she is?
American Gun Chicks?
Yeah. No, just the American Gun Chick.
There was a bunch of them for a while there, and they all disappeared.
Well, there was a girl that took James Yeager's quote tactical course.
Yeah, there was one called Crystal, or whatever her name was. She was like Mad Voodoo's niece or whatever.
Oh man, that sucks. Yeah, he kicked her off her own channel.
Oh, I don't know. And then she was like, "Hey, it's Tactical Girl. It's your girl." And then they had this one black chick who was also doing the same thing. She was not ugly, but she was kind of skinny, and then she had some big ass feet. And she did this thing. She was like, "This is Nikki, your girl Nikki," and she tried to like run off that, and then Bunny Hunter and so on. Which I thought Bunny Hunter is really hot. And
he started keeping his channel out.
And okay, whatever. And they got a fair amount of views, but eventually everything that people don't like came. The chickens came to roost, and nobody really followed them that soon after.
There she is, American Gun Chick. She's trying to make it big, but she can't shoot. She's just got a Barbie doll.
There was this one black lady who had a channel. I forget her name. And I was subscribed to her. I think she fell off the map like a lot of people who did. Or doesn't do anything anymore. A woman's something. And she got really into guns, and she had some issues with her family because they didn't respect her opinions or her ideology. And
Crystal Blades.
Yeah, Crystal Blades is the one I'm thinking of. That was Mad Voodoo. A Woman's World was this one really good channel because she was just talking about her experiences, just kind of progressing and growing into it. Having a gun and her realistic experiences with it. Like one time, like somebody told her, you need to get a shotgun with a pistol grip. and that's the way to go, and so on. And she said it sucked. You know, for me being a woman, it's not that small, but it just sucked. And good. I'm glad she gave her honest opinion, because still other people can con into, or not con into, but just getting romanced into buying a pistol grip shotgun.
Yeah, this new channel I'm running with, it's I don't think there'll ever be any tactical gear on there. It's just going to be real hunting guns, and not that an AR isn't a real hunting gun, traditional hunting guns, and just traditional weapons.
Yeah, I agree.
I think the tactical world is just blown up to a lot of stuff unnecessary. But you'd probably think the same about my channel, having a gun that only shoots paper.
No, I mean,
same thinking though, you know.
All I ask anybody that does a channel is just show me something that I haven't seen before and show me your opinion. Yeah. Don't rebuff other things that people have done and copy them, or not copy them, but just do the same format. Come something a little more creative, and that's why I got a lot of good rapport from people. From I stopped doing the, showing you a holster and what it does on a tabletop, or I can show you the holster in the field and how it draws and how it recedes, and a lot of people give me kudos for that. And I need to complete some reviews I have pending. I have another holster manufacturer want to send me some other stuff too.
Yeah, that's something I'm looking forward to, is getting some flashlights. Hopefully.
Well, I was the only guy to review the Uncle Mike's nylon holster for the High Point this year at SHOT Show. So.
Actually, when I first bought that Sig Pro before it really blew up, I bought it a year before it really caught a lot of attention. Sig Pro 2022 or whatever, and I bought that 9mm, and I bought the Uncle Mike's inside the waistband holster. And I was like, oh god, that was like our first holster I already got bought for a piece of shit.
Like, dude, if you ever catch me at the range, there's a good chance that I might have on an Uncle Mike's like outside the waistband nylon holster. But there's a good reason for that. Because like when I go to the range, I don't just shoot like one gun. Like, I'll bring like a bunch of fucking guns. And like my Uncle Mike's nylon holster holds like almost every gun I own. So, like, I don't know about you, but I don't like to be sitting there at the range taking on and off my belt and sliding on and off holsters and going through all that shit. So I just use that Uncle Mike's nylon holster, man. Like, I can hold like every gun I own in it. Like, that's like my range holster. That's what I call it, is the range holster. Like, I would never carry that like for open carry or anything like that, but for the range, fuck yeah, that's my go-to holster.
When I go to the range, I have my carry holster usually on me, and my carry pistol. And then what I do is I don't use my mags, my carry mags. I don't empty them with the ammunition I have in them. I use range mags. I have some Magpul 17 mags that I use for my Glock 19. But I don't really draw from the holster on any gun unless I'm really trying to work on that, drawing position or action. I really don't, and so I don't. I hear what you're saying. That it makes sense, perfect sense to me what you're talking about, but I just don't do that realistically. That's one thing I had to do some research on. It's like you were saying, about mags, put your springs on your mags and so on. So I definitely have dedicated range mags on all my guns, and mags I keep loaded all the time with Defense ammunition.
How do you practice for defense at the range? And is it indoor or outdoor?
Mine's outdoor. It's a private range.
Do you shoot one yardage? Or
We'll mix it up. We'll start off like at about 25 feet, and then back it up to about 100, and then if we have the time and the weather's right, we'll go up to 200.
do you have to move bays in order to do that?
No, because this one range is dedicated to the users there. We don't. It's a private range, so we don't have to worry about other people. We're the only people on the property.
Do you shoot for when you're practicing for defense? Do you shoot for accuracy or just to get on the person?
Realistically, I shoot for consistency. So I'm trying to hit center mass. If on the opposite steel target, anywhere from 25 yards out to no, on an AR-15. Honestly, when I shoot that, I have to at least get back 100 yards. We'll start beating up the target.
I put 2 targets on 7 yards, a target on 25, and a target on 50 yards.
Once you get past that, once you get to 100 yards, you want to hear the report of steel if you can hit it, if you have the, if you're afford of that. So, there's nothing wrong with paper. If you're gonna, go walk it back and check, how you're hitting or how low, if you have a scope, a spotter scope or whatever. But so what we do is we just kind of, we can hit steel, opposite target, man-sized target, basically cavity target. So we can walk it back, and that's how we usually work on it. And my daughter's actually a really good shot. She was hitting shit 100 yards, standing up. And she's 12 years old. She's hitting that target all fucking day with her AR that I built her.
Sounds easy, don't it?
It's not easy because I remember my buddy Murphy was prone when he was his gun that one time, and I was standing straight at 200 yards, and I was hitting that target all fucking day. And after a lot of, I don't want to say training, but you can call it training, whatever you want to call it, but a lot of repetitive shooting to focus on my marksmanship. But Isabella, man, she's fucking. She's like, yeah, we were at 100 yards, and I was like, okay. And I told her, widen your stance. There's a couple tips. Widen your stance, relax your shoulder, and put it in the pocket. And all of a sudden, bing, 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 bing. She's 12.
We do silhouette competitions, and I think it's 44, maybe 40 yards. There's a 3-inch tall turkey or chicken, and then at 60 yards, there's another 3-inch tall hog. Then at 77 yards, there's about a 5-inch tall turkey. At 100 yards, there's maybe a 6-inch tall ram. And you have 10 of each of those that you have to shoot with a rifle while standing up.
Do you play golf?
I despise the word golf. I can tell you the last time I played.
Well, I've played. I haven't played in a long time either, because I'd have a group. We had a group for a long time, and then we kind of split up, or people went their separate ways. But I've been thinking about that. I think that'd be really cool, to develop a range course where you do skins, the least amount of rounds to hit the target wins that.
Yeah.
And then you can make some money while you're playing with your friends. On top of that, you go on the range, and there's $100 skin on that target, and who can hit, who can hit the cleanest on it. and in the same environment. And there you go. It's like that, develop a range like that.
That does sound fun, having a relay.
Mm-hmm. But I got some Milsurp rifles I also like to shoot, like my K31, one of my favorite rifles to shoot. .5 by 55 Swiss.
Never really been a fan of old military rifles. I think the reason why is my father-in-law, he's got a M1A. And I don't know what them weigh, but they're ungodly heavy. And I can't imagine the military having to carry them around.
My K31's not very light. And that's a carbine, and it's still it's longer than most rifles that you ever shoot, even hunting rifles. But it's a very accurate rifle, match grade ammunition that I have on it. I bought a fucking brick of their, not a brick, but the whole fucking battery of their ammunition. I still haven't even touched. I still got like another 100 or 200 rounds that I haven't even hit yet for the last batch I bought. It's a 308 round basically. If you reload, it's 308 projectile on a 7.5 by 55 Swiss cartridge. Very hot load. You put it next to like a Mosin 7.62 by 54R. They're almost like identical, but the cartridge on the 7.5 by 55 Swiss is a lot more stout. I can't remember per se, but I think it's at least 2,200 feet per second.
That's moving.
Oh yeah. Oh, you get hit with that bad boy, you're dead. You're not getting up. You get hit in the fucking arm and you're gonna bleed out. If your arm's still there. You did a dead horse?
Yo.
So let's say you had $1,000. What 1911 would you buy?
I would go to Vegas and I'd put it all on black because you always bet on black, and then I'd get $2,000, and then I would go buy like a used Nighthawk.
So you wouldn't buy a SIG?
I already own 2 SIGs. Why would I need
1911s?
Yeah.
Well, I don't own one, so that's one thing I thought about. Under $1,000. The SIG STX, I like that gun.
No, my SIG costed me, I think, about $1,400, but that's because I had both custom packages from the custom shop done to it. So it's the reverse two-tone.
Mm-hmm.
I basically made my own Max Michael, right? Have you seen the Max Michael SIG? I basically had like the custom shop, like I basically bought the same reverse two-tone, like stock SIG. And then with the custom packages, I basically ended up with a Max Michael, but without like the fancy shit on the side.
What I like about the SIGs is that they throw in checkering. I know it's not the best checkering compared to some other people that are actually.
What I like about the SIG is that external extract. Ooh, bam! Shots fired. Like someone's going to hop in here now and be like, external extractor? That ugly shit? What the fuck?
I'm getting ready to jump on you. Why you want external?
Because the guys at the SIG Custom Shop told me that they made their first 1911s both ways, with an internal and an external extractor, and they tested both very thoroughly, and the external tended to be more reliable. And that's why SIG went with an external, not because it was cheaper, because it actually cost them more money to make a gun with an external extractor than it does an internal. So it costs them more money to do that. So there's a reason why they do that. It's not to save money, it's because it made the gun more reliable. So and I tend to take the SIG Custom Shop's guys' words for that. So
Smith & Wesson also uses an external extractor on theirs, and Timber did for a while, but they got a lot of nasty feedback, and then they went back to internal extractor.
well, it's just because of those traditionalist guys, like, oh, if it's not, like, how dare you try and improve on the, on the Colt design? Like, how dare you? Like, so they're just, stuck in like the 70s still. So like, they're just like, but I take the SIG Custom Shop guys' word for it. How many championships has Max Michael and so many other shooters who shoot IDPA and all sorts of really fancy custom race gun 1911s that have external extractors? So, I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with an internal, but like I said, they say based on their testing, the external was more reliable. So I take their word for it. Those are the guys that know.
I have seen the Kimber external extractors, and they were completely different. They weren't the long like you look at like Smith & Wesson and SIG. They're about the same size. The SIGs were like a lot shorter. They had their own proprietary design that they use for the external extractors. That were just I don't know. The feedback was just horrible. After I got a boogeyman, I got to go to work in the morning. So you guys have a good evening.
Who said that?
Hey man, nice talking to you, man. Good to meet you, Randy. I don't know if you follow the channel the past, but it's been good hearing from me. And we do chat every Friday. If you want to jump on a Friday night chat, you're more than welcome.
All right, I'll be around. You're
All
late. I'm out. Have a good night.
Have a good evening.
Bye.
Yeah, look, out in the lobby, he says there's a reason why John Moses Browning went to the external extractor on the high power. Like that's.
I really can't even argue with you. I'm just gonna dig at you.
Granted, like when guys talk about the looks and everything, okay, I can totally see that. Like if you're just going by looks, then yeah, an external's not as good looking as an internal, but the guys who I've talked to, like they're telling me the external is not only more expensive for them to build, but it's just more reliable. So, and then how many other guns out there, like polymer frame guns, how many other semi-autos have external extractors? I mean, there's so many guns now that they all seem to have external extractors, and they all seem to run pretty good.
Yeah.
But for some reason, whenever external is mentioned on like a 1911, people just will like jump down your throat. But really, the only argument they can give you, the only argument they can give you is that it looks ugly.
Aesthetics.
Yeah, aesthetics. Like, and I don't give a fuck about that. Like I bought my gun to run, like, so, and I haven't had any failures out of either of my SIGs yet. I think I own like a dozen like 1911 style guns, and they all run just just fine. Like, you know, both internal and external extractors. So, like, I think the only garbage 1911 I probably ever owned was like a laser aim. Like, I have Rock Island armories that just work. I mean, you know, like they just work and they work well. They do their job, and you know. Yeah, the Rock Island Armory 1911, just a regular GI. Yeah, it's like a $400 1911.
Right.
Made in the Philippines, and it fucking works. And that's like one of the best guns to build off of. You just take that frame, it's a carbon steel frame, and you just build off that frame. Like,
Yeah, I got a 9mm. It's a fantastic gun, but it's almost as big as my 45, but it weighs just about as much because it's all steel, and my Kimber it's got an aluminum frame. I don't know where I was going with that, but yeah, that Rock Island, it runs. It's a good gun.
yeah, I have no problems with them. I mean, like they work. I mean, how can you bitch about it? Like, if the gun works, is accurate, is reliable, like, I don't know, like, you just really can't bitch about it. Like, oh, but it's made in the Philippines, it's got to be garbage. Well, you know, like, if it blows up on me one day or something, or all of a sudden just crumbles in my hand, then I'll agree. But you know, like, they haven't yet. So, and there's like tons of other guys who have built really high end, nice 1911s based on a Rock Island frame. Like, a lot of guys do that. They buy the cheap $400 Rock Island, and then they Wilson Combat and Ed Brown it out, and you know, and you know, and all their guns seem to run just great. But then we have like other guys here who are like actual competition guys. They go and buy like some $2,000 like fancy like STI like 1911, right? And like the thing's like broken out of the box. Like, you know, it's like they can't get it to run, and then they got to take it to a gunsmith and wait like 3 or 4 months to get it back, you know, for it to work. Or actually, I think they waited like 3 or 4 months and got it back, and then it still didn't work and had to take it back again and wait like another like 2 months or something. I think they had to take it in like twice to get the gun to even work. That's like a $2,000 1911. I'm like, you spend that kind of money on a 1911, that thing better like just run like, you know, run like a train. Like, that thing should like never stop.
I don't know. I can go either way on that, because some guns are expensive, but you can't run crap through it. Like, I don't know, a really high dollar like Ed Brown or something like that. I don't think you're supposed to run crap through those, because they have match chambers and they're not really defensive weapons, in my opinion.
See, I shoot with a lot of guys who shoot nothing but 1911s, because that's like the sport, the shooting sport I'm into is like pin shooting. And so 1911s and 45 ACP or 38 Super in some cases dominate that sport. I mean, that's what dominates the pin shooting sport, is the 1911 platform and 45. And so we see all sorts of guys with 1911s, all sorts, like fancy Nighthawks, Wilsons, Ed Browns, cheap Rock Island armories. Like, every 1911 has shown up at one time or another at the pin shoots. Like, you know, and I've seen more issues with high-end 1911s than I have the cheap ones. And that's basically because in order to afford to pin shoot, you basically have to reload your own ammo.
Right.
And guys are usually running the cheapest powder, the cheapest lead cast bullets, you know, I mean, we don't use jacketed bullets. We just use, you know, a lot of times, a lot of guys use semi-wad cutters in their 45s for the pin shoot, you know. So, and the guys who seem to have like Kimbers and nice Ed Browns and stuff like that, those are the guys who will be like halfway through like a string and get a failure to feed or failure to eject or something like that. And then there'll be these guys who are shooting against them with just a cheap ass like $400 Rock Island armory that's like stock, and they'll kick their ass because the other guy had a failure, you know. And that's happened more times than I can count. And but what really seems to be the best running guns out there, honestly, though, are still the Colts. Take that for what you will, but the guys who usually seem to win all the matches are usually running a Colt platform. Yeah, granted, usually they'll have like a different barrel and they'll have upgraded it with some different parts, but at heart, it's still a Colt frame, Colt slide. Those are the guns who seem to win the pin matches. Are the guys who have the Colts. So, and not that they're necessarily better shooters, because some of the guys out there that are bringing like the Wilsons and stuff to the pin matches, like they can shoot. I mean, like they can shoot. But it seems like the Colts more often than not are the ones walking home that night. Like with the first place.
Yeah, my Kimber, I cannot shoot semi-wad cutters through it. They will not load. I have to either go with a full metal jacket or something with a rounder nose. But I load it to my specs for that gun for accuracy.
Yep. And that's, and then there's a trade-off with everything, right? So if you're going for a lot of these guys, they're not going for ultimate accuracy. They're only shooting a pin at 25 feet, So they don't need ultimate accuracy. They don't need like, a hole through hole gun. They just need a minute of pin gun, at 25 feet. But they need something that shoots flat. So usually everyone downloads their 45s. They're all running at about 700 feet per second. They want a heavy, slow bullet. A lot of these guys are have custom-led semi-wad cutters that are running 260, 265 grain bullets in semi-wad cutters through their 1911s, because a heavy, slow bullet is what carries the pins off the table.
That's a slug.
What's that?
That's a slug.
Yeah.
A lot of these chats I hear Yankee talking about not reloading your own self-defense ammo, but I do. But I have come up with the formulation for my gun for it to run best. I don't see a problem with it.
I don't see a problem if you go out there and you prove those loads and everything, and you have a good reloading setup, and you know what you're doing, and you work out some loads that work really well in your gun. I don't have a problem with that. The only thing that would scare me is like, if I actually have to use it, and then if defense attorney's like, yeah, he made his own custom people killer bullets, and some shit like in a court of law. That's what would scare me the most. Like not reliability or accuracy or anything like that. Like that it's subpar to some kind of commercial ammunition, but the whole defense point of it. Like if a prosecuting attorney is like, really wanted to go after your ass, like he could sit there and tell a jury about how you're reloading your own people killer ammunition made to kill and all this shit and use that against you. And, because I've heard that argument thrown out there, and I don't even know if that's a valid argument, but I've heard many people in these chats say that. So that kind of scares me. But other than that, I don't have any issue. Like, I think all criminals deserve, like whatever's coming to them. I don't think they necessarily deserve the most high-end match grade self-defense commercial ammo. Like I have no problem shooting a criminal with a cheap round,
Well, Mr. Horace, I'll catch you some other night.
Yeah, man, it's good to have you on these chats. We always like to see new people and stuff like that, man. We're glad you decided to hop in the chat and hope to see you back.
All right. Have a good night.
Does this chat have dueling G webs?
It looks like it. So you got a new laptop, huh?
Yeah. I just picked it up last night. Or the night before. All these days are starting to run together. Yeah, it's funny because my other laptop I've had for 6 years, and it's just jam-packed full of stuff, and it still works. It's just kind of slow, and it doesn't upload videos like at all. So yeah, there's some new technology, and I had some money, and we got some advice from Steven Johnson in the text chat, and ordered this thing, and it took a few days to come in, but it's pretty sweet. And it's funny because it's completely empty. When I started it up, the desktop is just a blue screen. You know, there's like I've got 2 icons on it now. It's just funny because it's a complete blank slate. Like I can do whatever I want with this, and I haven't had that feeling in a long time. I did format a desktop tower, and had a similar experience with that. But this is really slick. It's a touch screen, 2-in-1, Samsung with the Core i7 processor, and it's got the solid state drive, which is really fast. It start up and shuts down really fast, but it doesn't seem all that much faster when I'm just surfing the web, which is the only thing I've done with it so far. But yeah, I'm hoping that I can at least upload videos, and then looking to buy some software to process them real quickly, you know, just do some quick edits and get them onto Instagram.
Oh, that's
And
sweet.
yeah, I like Instagram now that you got a whole minute to deal with. Like that's pretty much the maximum amount of content that I can pull out of one of my videos at this point anyways. So I think it's kind of good just to jump in with that and just get that stuff out there, start putting that out there, promoting some American products, you know, just getting the word out.
That's sweet. When I got my laptop like a month ago, and when I got it, I had the option of like paying $50 more and getting the touch screen, but I didn't do it because my hands are always fucking dirty and filthy, man. And I was like, dude, I'm just gonna like fuck up my screen. Like I'm always going to have to be cleaning that thing. Like if I'm like sitting there touching the screen, and like I don't know. So I didn't do it. Like I don't know. But you'll have to let me know how that works out. Like if you really use the touch screen, if you like it, like.
Oh yeah, it's brilliant. I mean, I mostly use it as a laptop just sitting on the table, but if I want to go like lay down and I just kind of prop it up on my chest and just scroll through the news or whatever, it's great. And I'm using Windows 10, so it's a completely different operating system from what I'm used to, but I can just scroll through like an entire newspaper worth of headlines. And then I could flip it up vertically. And I've never had a tablet before, so I've only used the Samsung 5 iPhone, whatever the fuck this phone is. Yeah, before, and so yeah, it's nice to have like that big screen, touch screen interface, and I mean it's really well built. And that's why I bought a Samsung, because I had such good luck with this phone that I figure it's similar technology. It's a good company. Relatively, like the prices are all kind of the same for all these companies, for all these products. So I figure I just might as well go with a brand that I trust. And yeah, it's big. It's got the keyboard, so it's an extra wide one. So it's big. It's like a big ass giant smartphone. And I think once this Samsung 5 Galaxy goes out, I may just get a regular phone. I'm not sure, but this definitely could replace the smartphone aspect of my computing objective.
How does it lag at all if you like go to stream videos or anything like that, or download stuff? Like, is it like pretty fast still with that solid state drive?
I feel like the lagging is because of my internet connection. I think that's the limiting factor. So it's hard to tell. The way I have it set up here, it's a little hokey. I've got like a 50-foot Cat5 network cable running to the router. So I think if I was to get the router closer and then run the network cable, shorter network cable, it would be faster. And I also think I just have like a basic.
You don't have like Wi-Fi for your router?
No, I do have Wi-Fi. It just, I figure
It still runs faster on that 50-foot cable than on Wi-Fi, because I just use my laptop Wi-Fi everything. I never plug that shit in.
Yeah, no, you're right. It may be. It's at least just as fast, if not a little faster, because I did have it on the Wi-Fi the other night. But yeah, then it also depends on how far away you are from the modem, and just the way I have it set up right now, it's not really true location. So yeah, it's hard to tell. But again, what I'm really interested in is, can I plug in my video camera and download, and then once it's in the once I open it in the software, can it process it? That's what I want it to be able to do, is just open that video file, import that video file into the software, and get it to a point where I can start editing. Because my old computer, like, it literally just like said 1%, and then it never was able to process it. It was just so full of stuff, and I think the operating system is just so antiquated, and the software was just the canned software in there. So yeah, I mean, it's going to be as fast as anything. I didn't know of any other 2-in-1 or laptop that has a bigger processor than the i7.
Like, I'll tell you what, like this new HP laptop I bought, like, I think I don't know, I think it's about 4 years old now, 4.5 years old, Toshiba. I still have it. It's pretty much just like my workshop computer now. But like, I still like the Toshiba better than this brand new HP. Like, I still think that Toshiba was like a better laptop. And then even the older Toshiba I had before that, that's like 8 or 9 years old, I still think that's like on par with this brand new HP.
Yeah, that's what I replaced, was a Toshiba. And like I said, it's still running, and it's always run good. What's I going to say? It's like a Toshiba Pro.
Yeah, both mine are Toshiba satellites.
Yeah, Satellite Pro is what I got. I had like Windows 7 Pro on it or something. But it was great. It was great, and I bet you if I was able to format it. The only thing that I felt like was the weak link, and I'm glad I got the advice from Stephen Johnson, was that like the fan, the hard drive fan, it always kicks on and runs, and I feel like it overheats sometimes if I'm, like I remember once when I was running one of these live chats and it overheated. That was a while ago. I just like went, I had to pull the plug on it. It was kind of weird. It hasn't done that in a long time. I think it was like summertime and it was just hot out, and it just, but this solid state drive doesn't seem to have that issue whatsoever. It runs very cool. there may be like a little fan or something's humming in here, but there's really not nearly as many moving parts as the regular hard disk drive.
Yeah, that's one thing about my old Toshibas though. Like that fan, it kicks on and it's loud, man. Like if I'm on the chats on that, people are like, "Is that like an airplane taking off?" Like, and to me, it doesn't sound that bad. But I guess on the chat, because like when I'm using the mic that's built into the laptop, like I usually do, people say it sounds like a airplane taking off when that fan kicks on.
Yeah, I mean, every half a decade or so, I feel like I've got to invest in some new technology when it comes to computers. So I'm really glad I got this. It's really slick. It's got 3 microphones, and it also has like 1 jack for a headset. It looks like it's for both earphones and microphone type headset, like the 3 conductor 1/8" jack. You know what I'm talking about?
The 3.5 millimeter jack.
These, yeah, they're like it's a regular stereo jack. You've got left and right. I got to pull out this headset to see what I'm talking about. 1, 2, 3. There's a 4. So it's like a 4 conductor jack on these microphone headsets. You get stereo left and right, neutral, and then the microphone.
Well, that's pretty cool. I mean, if you're talking on it right now on the built-in mic, it sounds pretty good.
Yeah, no, I'm on my phone though. Yeah, this is my phone. Oh, oh wow. So what's up with Guns of August?
I'm all right, man. Just listening in. I don't know if I'm coming through. Am I coming through?
Yeah.
All right, man. No, I was just listening in. Congratulations on the computer.
Yeah. Thanks.
You already sound better on the phone than on the computer anyway, so.
These phones are great.
But no, I'm busy trying to salvage a Glock that I sent in that I didn't like the work done on it, so.
Oh, like what kind of work? Like stippling or something, or what?
Well, I'll show you. I got a lot done. Let me put in the Instagram. But they basically did everything from a slide melt to stippling, and he put a 1911 grip on it, which is good, but he didn't put in a ramp, so it's a tight fit. I gotta do the ramping myself.
Are you talking about like the OD slide one that's in your pic?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. Like I was looking at that, man. I was like, wow, that's sharp. Like I was looking at that grip angle, and I was like, man, that's that looks like my kind of Glock grip angle.
No, the grip angle is fantastic. What I wanted him to do was shroud it down a little bit more so it came over the mag, and then put in a ramp, but I don't know why he didn't do that. He just went with the normal 1911 and didn't put in a, if he just angled it up a little bit more on the inside or took away some on the inside, which he had plenty of room to do, he could have made a really nice feed ramp, and the mag changes would be a little bit easier.
It still looks really sharp.
Oh, it looks great. Shoots well. It doesn't shoot. I'm not happy with this trigger work. He basically put a ghost trigger in there, and filed it to fit, but there's way too much take up.
What slide releases on that? That looks different.
That's the one I put in there. That's the Ghost Forward bullet. So it's big enough for you to hit easy with your thumb, but when you're shooting, because it's forward angled, your support hand isn't going to flip it up and release the slide.
Okay, I'll have to check that out. That looks pretty sharp. I like that.
Yeah, dude, that's a nice, and it's not an expensive piece, man. I recommend that for everybody's Glock.
And what are those XS big dots?
Yeah, he couldn't find the ones he wanted to put on there. He wanted to put some Ameriglow like LE cap sights, but apparently they were back ordered. So I had these as my second option, but he didn't contact me. I would have told him put the Trijicon HDs on there, but they're okay. But it really opens up after about 10 meters. So I would have gone with those Trijicon HD sights if he contacted me right before, but it's all right. They're good for what they are, and I'm going to take them to a class in a couple weeks and see how they perform.
That's what I have on my Glocks is Trijicon HDs, and I love them. Those are just kind of like my go-to sights, pretty much. And the reason why they're my go-to sights really is because the tritium lasts so long. They use like such a good grade of tritium, like it lasts so long in those sights. Like, let's say like my Glock 23 is like, I don't know, 17 years old with those sights on it. And those sights still glow. Like, granted, they're not bright, like brand new, but they still fucking glow.
Well, the reason I really like them, they're just as, like, because of that, I don't know if you have the orange circle or the yellow circle on yours.
White. Mine are so old, mine have a white circle.
All right. So mine are orange, and they are more prominent than the big dot on the XS. And their advantage is, if you want to take a calculated shot, you have a better idea of elevation. Especially on the big dites, because he Cerakoted my slide. I think it was a tight fit, so he had to take some off the bottom of the rear sight. So now I have to point the dot slightly above the target to hit. So it doesn't hit at the middle of the dot; it hits at the bottom of the dot.
Ouch. I've always been okay with shooting, like, if my gun shoots a little low, but like when it shoots high and I have to like completely cover my target because my gun shoots high, like I've never really liked that.
Yeah, I've had that on a couple guns, and it's not fun. But the XDs are okay, like I said. Up to about 10, maybe 15 yards, you're good. When I put it out to 25 yards, it's covering up most of the 8-inch target. So I'll hit the 8-inch target, but I don't know exactly where because I'm covering up so much. But then again, they're not meant for that kind of work, so.
So I really like the way he did the slide on that, though. I mean, I like the OD. I think that looks really sharp, and then just like the actual, like the way he rounded the corners and everything. I think it just looked really sharp.
Yeah, dude, that was pricey. Like, I didn't know it was going to be that pricey. I thought he was going to take down all the angles, not just the angles at the very edge of the gun. It's more comfortable to wear because I run a minimalist holster and I go appendix, so now I can go appendix with it a lot easier. But the Cerakoting he put on there, it's scratched up on the first day.
You know, I've been like looking into coatings lately because I need to get some parts coated, and I've been researching. Like I've used Duracoat and Cerakote before, but I've been researching the gun coat, like the KG gun coat, and I watched some videos where guys are like they'll have like mags that like one mag, like GI mag will be Cerakoted, and one will have that KG gun coat. And they're like rubbing them in dirt and taking a Dremel to them and all sorts of stuff like that. And just from some of the videos I've seen, it seems like that KG gun coat's a lot more scratch and chip and flake resistant.
It depends. Cerakote is better performing based on how much oil it's holding. So it absorbs oil really well, as you know. And when it's like that, the scratches actually disappear. It darkens up the color of the slide, and no problems. But it'll dry out in a bit after, like, let's say 3 days to a week, and then you'll see new scratches forming, and it dries out. So if it's dry, it'll scratch easy. And that's why I think Rifle Dynamics uses a moly resin coating on top of their Cerakote to keep it slick.
Have you heard anything or looked into that KG gun coat at all? Do you have any opinions on that stuff?
I've heard it's supposed to be better than Duracoat. Is this the same one that Brownell sells, or a version of?
I have no clue. I don't know if I don't know if Brownell sells it or not. Like, from my understanding, like a lot of like one of the videos I was watching is this one guy. He's like a professional applicator. Like that's all he does, and he uses Duracoat, Cerakote, and that KG gun coat. And he says he likes the KG gun coat because it's like way easier for him to apply it and stuff. Like it's just a lot easier for him to work with. But then he also said that he thinks it's a superior product. But who knows if he's just trying to push that because it's cheaper or he makes more money? Like who knows, you know? But that's just what he said. So
well, you need to bake on the Cerakote well. So I don't know how much if you have that type of equipment.
When I did my Cerakote, I baked it in the oven. So that's what I did. So a lot of guys I've seen guys with like little toaster ovens and stuff like that. But when I did mine, I just baked mine in the oven. And the Duracoat, I baked mine too. And I've also baked regular spray paint. So, you know.
Now, have you seen any difference between the Cerakote you baked and the Duracoat that you baked?
Yes, that the Cerakote seems to stay more. The color seems to stay more true to the original color. For their Duracoat, when you bake it, it seems to slightly change a shade or two lighter. And then the Cerakote, it seems to stay, depending on what color I guess you choose, but it seems to stay shinier. And the Duracoat turns more dull when you bake it. And then as far as longevity or scratch resistance, I don't know. I haven't done any kind of tests like that where I'm like rubbing my shit, you know. Or I haven't done anything like that on as far as how well they hold up. I have noticed that like the Cerakote like comes out the same color that it went in the oven at. Comes out the same color, but the Duracoat seems to go like 1 or 2 shades lighter, and then the Cerakote like again, this probably all depends on color, but the Cerakote seems to come out like just as shiny as it went in, if maybe a little bit shinier. But the Duracoat actually seems to get like more dull in color. It loses like a lot of the shine to it.
The way I've understood it, the way I've understood it, it's basically spray paint, Duracoat, and then your, I don't know how you want to say, your anodizing, and then your Cerakote on top of that, and then Cerakote with something else on it. And I think a lot of, we have a company in Orange County here in California that does that's all they do is Cerakoting. And they also have a product where they do, they slick up the internals of the rifle. So they spray a coating on, and it's real glossy and slick. So if you have something on your Cerakote and
you put another coating on top of that to make it a little bit slicker, I think that's the best combination.
One of the one of the things I saw, I was watching some reviews on, is a Brownells product, and it's called Alumahide.
Yeah.
And I saw some good reviews on that. You know,
Well, Never Enough Ammo's used that, and he says he likes it. He likes it better than Duracoat.
that's what I heard. Like, I saw it compared to Duracoat, and the guy's like, it's like he said he liked it a lot better in the reviews I watched, but I haven't seen it put up against the Cerakote or and I haven't seen any like professional applicators come out and like review it, at least that I've seen so far on YouTube. But like over the last couple of days, I've been watching like a lot of different coating videos, trying to decide, because I need some parts coated, and I kind of just want like the best shit there is for these parts. Like, that's what I really want, is like the best there is, like the stuff that's going to last and hold up the longest.
Well,
and,
then you got to do what Jim Fuller's doing, man, because I hear those AKs, like, they can't, like, the coating they put on those AKs, it's like a dual coating, and like nothing gets through it. It's super resistant, it's super resilient, it's supposed to be the shit. Now, I don't have one. I might send him a kit next year, but that's supposed to be like some awesome coating.
And from some of these professional applicator guys, from some of the vids I've watched, some of them have said like the Cerakote is more corrosion resistant than the Duracoat, and then they said that KG gun coat was more corrosion resistant than the Cerakote for like the salt spray tests and stuff like that. And
well, are you going to be using it on internals or on the external?
Externals. This is just going to be like little AR parts, like bolt catch, mag catch. I want to go with like the Magpul FDE color, and I want just get a bunch of those, like some kind of coating in FDE, and I just want it to like last. And I don't want it to, I just want it to hold up, last a long time, because it's going to be like my end of the world rifle, right? So I want it to be
the 20-inch. Is it going on the 20-inch?
No, a 14.5 inch.
Which one of the three, of the Duracoat versus Cerakote versus gun coat, which one is the thinnest?
The thinnest?
Yeah, because
I don't know.
Because those all have to like be, or fit together, or have to be pinned. Some of those parts have to be pinned in, especially the bolt catch. So, like, you might have to put something on and then like drill it, and then have to like freaking chase it with the, like, with the drill.
Yeah, ream it out and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, ream it out a little bit, and that kind of defeats the purpose, because, well, not really. You can, as long as you keep that little part oiled, but.
Well, I'm still thinking like if I keep the original, like phosphate coating on it, right? Because that's what I've heard, that like you want to coat this stuff over phosphate. You don't want to like strip off the phosphate or anything down to metal. And or the black oxide coating or whatever. But I heard that like that's one reason why I like Duracoat, is because it just seems to really stick to that phosphate, like a phosphate coating, like really well, and it's cheap. And it's pretty easy to apply, but the Duracoat does seem thicker than the Cerakote, I think.
Yeah.
I've never used that KG coat, so I have no idea about that.
Well, I'll tell you, the Cerakoting he's done, you can clearly see all the Glock markings. So it's a very thin layer that he's put on. And like I said, the advantage of Cerakote is it holds oil well. So it'll hold oil for days, and like I have no problem with just a light coat. So you can, as long as you keep it hydrated, or like just full of oil, you're good. It's not going to really give you problems. And what's the Rockwell hardness when you put on the gun coat?
Oh, I have no idea. I haven't even seen anything like that. See, I can't find a salt spray test for that KG gun coat. either. I've seen it, the Duracoat compared to the Cerakote for the salt spray test. And but I haven't seen anything about the Rockwell hardness of any of them, honestly. I haven't seen anyone mention that.
I think that's going to be like your main factor, because have you seen the salt spray tests, man? They're not a big deal. They just take it and they put it in for a little bit and they take it out. So any decent coating is going to resist the salt spray test.
It's interesting you bring up Rockwell hardness. I was watching the Geisley video, and he was going over all the new products they were going to be debuting at SHOT Show, and one of them is some knives that company he started for his two sons are going to be manufacturing. And he was talking about the special coating that they're putting on the blades. They have a Rockwell hardness of 60, and
which is pretty good,
extremely high. He was explaining, you know, that where the boundary is between brittle and ductile, and that I don't know who it was. It might have been the owner of the company, probably the owner of the company. I don't know if his name is Geisley, probably is, but whoever was narrating that video
was he a chubby guy wearing an apron and a beard?
I think he had some glasses and he was kind of heavy set with maybe a beard. That's him, right? So yeah, he was very knowledgeable and very intelligent, without a doubt. But I think I'm with Dead Horse, and that may have been the first time I'd ever heard of metal coating referred to with regard to the Rockwell hardness.
Yeah, and because Cerakote, one of the cool things about Cerakote is it has a higher Rockwell hardness once you apply it. So you have to, like, if it's the end of the world gun, like, yeah, it's gonna fall, it's gonna hit rocks, or even if you're taking it and like running it hard, you're gonna put it down on stuff. You might put it down on something that's stone or tile. That's gonna scratch your coating, man, because tile's very hard and abrasive, or stone is very hard and abrasive. So if it's anything like that, it's gonna get chipped or scratched extremely easily, even with the Cerakote.
Now that I think of it,
I've even thought about, instead of doing it myself, like having like a actual professional guy like do the work, right? So I've been looking around, and I contacted one place that's local to me, and just for like all the small parts, like basically like forward assist, bolt catch, mag catch and button, pins, and like my anti-walk for like takedown and pivot pin, and then my anti-walk pins. Like just for those couple small parts, like they want like $50. And I don't know if that's a good deal or not. Like,
that's a very good deal.
Okay. Because I figured there's a lot of prep in that,
Yeah, and it's their prep, man. They just like blast everything down so that everything's, it's like real clean, and there's no extra stuff on there, so it sticks on there real light. They put on multiple coatings, and they take the rifle apart, put it back together for you. I mean, you're $50 ain't bad.
Well, I don't even have it put together yet. So like, because I'm doing a live build this Friday on Gun Channels, or I'm going to be building that unconventional material AR-15 that has like a shitload of titanium and carbon fiber and stuff like that in it. And I'll be doing that this Friday. And then after I do that build, I'm going to get these parts Cerakoted, and I have everything to build that end of the world rifle. So probably like a couple weeks after this Friday, I'll be doing another build on Gun Channels, and that's when I'll be building that 14.5 end of the world gun.
That's cool. And Dead Horse, I'm on OC Custom Cerakote's website right now. So the thickness of the Cerakote is 0.001 inches. Temperature from like 500 degrees Fahrenheit to negative 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So, and they had a Rockwell hardness on here, and they have a video showing their application process. And
What's the Rockwell hardness of Cerakote? Does it say what that is?
I want to say, from what I remember, it was 53 to 60, but they changed their website up a little bit, and I can't find it.
I'm gonna search of like the Rockwell hardness of Duracoat right now. See, I type in like Rockwell hardness of Duracoat, and like I just don't see.
Yeah, I checked out this company. It's called Abraham and Moses. That's Bill Geisley's two sons. And it looks like they're going to be selling this knife for $750.
Yeah, the people that buy those knives don't use those knives.
The coating is similar to a DLC, but was developed by Geisley for use in some of their trigger group products. And I may have misspoke earlier. He may have said it's a Rockwell hardness of 80. That's what I'm trying to verify right now.
I mean, his stuff is super expensive to begin with, but like $800 for a knife is way out of the question.
There was another kind of finish that I was looking at. They were talking about, but the thing about that is it doesn't come in colors. Like it's only silver, but like this one guy said, like if you want the ultimate in like corrosion resistance and stuff, it was called like Metal Life. And like that is supposed to be like the best stuff out there is, but it only comes in like silver. Like that's just the way it is. You can't get it in colors.
Dude, if you want the best stuff and you don't care about how it looks, you know, for the not for the small parts, but like that muffler, whatever they spray mufflers with, like VLC coating or something like that. That stuff is crazy strong, but it's thick, so you can't use it on the small parts. But it's literally, you spray it on, it's highly toxic, and it feels like rocks, like a jagged rock. So your whole gun's gonna feel like, if it's something like that, because you use that on the undercarriage of a car.
All right.
So I imagine that would be the, you know, like high temp VLC like muffler.
All right, it's all coming back to me now. He was showing a bunch of different products in this video, and it was a Bolt Carrier Group that they coated with this material, and they set that Bolt Carrier Group through a machine that did some 100,000, 600,000 cycles, and it had just barely worn on the bottom. I'm trying to figure out what this coating is called. Online I'm seeing a bunch of Fail Zero. I don't know what this is.
Nickel boron. That's what Fail Zero
it was
uses.
a black. It was a black coating. I'm gonna have to go find this video.
I know a lot of the Fail Zero Bolt Carrier Groups I've seen are all nickel boron, but I think they have a new, if I remember right, they have a new. It's called boron nitrate, and that's a black coating. And I know a couple of companies use that and claim it's supposed to be superior. It's supposed to have like all the advantages of both nitriding and nickel boron, but it's called boron nitrate. That may be it.
So, can you get a gun coated in that?
Oh, I have no idea, or how much money that would cost.
Yeah, it costs a lot, man. That's for an internal. Like, if anything, you're using those for internals. But you got to understand, those are meant for lubricity between parts. They're not meant for protection. You know, I mean, in terms of impact and chip resistance. It's like a ceramic coating. Like you can put like that micro slicking I was talking about. It's like a ceramic coating, so it's good for internals. That things just go back and forth. But
Well,
once
I
you
mean-
introduce like like an impact variable or a side impact variable, they will chip. So just
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying, and he was mentioning how you don't even need to lubricate this bolt, and so I understand that. But what you're talking about is basically holster wear, which is kind of like a bolt cycling. You got that sliding back and forth, which is wearing off the coating. So I think I got the video now. I'm trying to pull up the exact. It's a long video. He just goes on and on. I don't even know if this is the right one or not, but here it is. Oh boy. Is that it? No, it's something else. He's got so much stuff on the fire right now. No idea.
See, the Glock Tenefer process produces a 64 Rockwell hardness. For the old Glock Tenefer slides and stuff, like I think that was like pre-2010. That had a Rockwell hardness of 64. Like that's what both my Gen 2 Glocks are Tenefer. And that's why like the finish has held up so good on them probably.
yeah, 64 is pretty good, man. Anything over 60 is pretty good.
Yeah, like that Tenefer is 85% more corrosion resistant than hard chrome and 99.9% saltwater corrosion resistant.
Hey,
And then
Deadhorse.
after the Tenefer process, then it's Parkerized over that.
Hey, check out the Norel's Moly resin website.
That's funny,
60-day salt immersion test.
I was watching a video from 2015. Now I got the one from 2017 pulled up. I can link this in the external. I don't know if you guys care if I'm just rambling on at this
No,
point.
go ahead and link it.
Well, that Moly resin's for 8 ounces is $30. That's like cheaper than Cerakote. Like I think when I was looking at some of the Cerakote stuff, I want to say it was like $40 for the kit for 4 ounces. So like 8 ounces for $30, that's not bad.
No, I think if you want to end all be all Cerakote with that Moly resin coating on top of it, and then you're good.
Hardness meets or exceeds the hardness of any epoxy, Teflon, or most other thermally cured firearm coatings or paint on the market. Hardness for thermal cured Moly resin exceeds a 9H on the paint hardness scale. I have no idea what the 9H like.
I don't know either, man. That's a Google. Use your Google foo.
Let's see here. 9H on Rockwell scale.
Some dude asks, how can I remove Moly resin from my firearm without blasting the media? It says there's no chemical known to remove it.
Yeah, he's talking about some nano composite coatings that apparently they started a whole new company just to research and develop this technology. He's talking about it for 5 minutes straight.
Yeah, that's his problem too, man. He's like a nut and fancy for like his products.
These are a lot of big multi-syllable words.
Yeah, no, he's a smart dude. He was a train engineer.
Oh, okay.
He was a train. I mean, I don't mean the guy driving it, but he would make parts for like.
Right.
So he went into triggers because he was a guy that worked with train parts and engineered train parts, and then he got into shooting and then hated the triggers, so he made his own trigger, and he met some guys in the army that were shooting next to him in a competition, and that's how he got famous.
82 Rockwell.
Yeah, like I think a diamond's 100. So
Yeah, he's got the bolt. I put the video in the external if you want to check it out.
I'll get it right now.
So I just need my parts made out of diamonds.
Yeah, I don't know how much that'll cost though. Well, here's the thing, man. Diamonds chip too. Like, it's not just any diamond. You got to get like some super hard. Get a whole bolt carrier made out of diamonds.
A durable, solid lubricant. I'm curious at this point.
I'm going through all these threads trying to find an actual hardness rating for Duracoat or Cerakote. And like, I'm just not finding it. I wonder if that's just because it like depends on like the prep and like.
Yeah, it depends on who's doing it, Dead Horse, because you can do a series.
The average. Let's see. Okay, the average Rockwell hardness for Cerakote they're saying is 48 to 51.
Wow, that's it.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. The average hardness of Cerakote is. And I know from before on my research on melaniting and nitriding that that's usually up somewhere around 65. So maybe I know I can buy some like nitrided like volt catches and stuff that are nitrided, and I could just like straight up buy those, you know, that come nitrated, and I won't have to fuck with it. But see that ruins the whole I want it in FDE thing. So that can't like because I don't think I can get nitriding in any other color than black. So. That's what sucks about that is like you're pretty much just stuck with black.
Hey, I'll tell you what. You know that Rubber City Armory bolt carrier group I got?
Yep.
It's already wearing out, man, and that's supposed to be so.
No. Okay, how everyone says that they'll buy a nitriding bolt carrier group and they'll be like, dude, the black wore off, like my nitriding's gone. That's not how it works. Nitriding actually penetrates like up to 8 to 10 microns deep into the metal. So that just because that black's off doesn't mean the nitriding's gone. Like you would actually literally have to scrape metal off that bolt carrier group to get rid of the nitriding because it's actually infused into the metal. And there's tests you can find where people are literally like leaving their shit outside in salt water and in water and stuff, and it's still not rusting after it's warm. Because it's penetrated into the metal. That black coating that's over the nitriding, that's not the actual coating. It's a treatment to the metal more than like a coating. So like you still have all just when the black coating like comes off, you don't lose anything. You don't lose the corrosion resistance. You don't lose the lubricity. You don't lose any of the advantages for nitron for the nitriding or melanite process when the black wears off.
But how much is it to do the? Well, you could nitrate the whole thing.
Yeah, so you would literally have to scrape metal and 10 microns off of the metal, which is a significant amount. Really, basically, you'd have to take sandpaper and get. Yeah. That's how deep it penetrates that metal.
Well, why don't you just nitride it and then just do a regular spray paint over the top?
Yeah.
Just spray painted FDE, man. I mean,
that's actually, that's kind of like what I'm leaning to.
It depends how much money you want to spend on it. So I don't know if you want to go all out.
Some of the guys I've talked to who are barrel makers have told me that nitriding in their test is holding up better than chrome line barrels on, like the nitrided barrels. But but then they'll also tell you it depends on who does the nitriding process, because there's so many different ways to do it that some of them are trademarked, like melanite, right? Like no one else can produce, like even if they don't call it melanite, the actual process that they apply it is trademarked, the actual process, not just the name. So to have it done the same way as melanite, you have to buy something that says melanite, or it's not going to be that same process or that same quality. And so, and so it really depends on who's doing it, on how good of a quality is. But from the Rubber City Armory, like no doubt in my mind, that is a very quality nitrided bolt carrier group. And yeah, like don't be afraid at all. Like when that black wears off, like you're still totally protected for corrosion resistance and lubricity, and you still have all the advantages of the nitride there.
Oh, I'm not too worried about it. It's just a small part because it was dry and I pulled it through. I'm like, oh, that kind of. But I like grease, man. I like synthetic grease, so I got no problems like with the internals of the gun. So I don't necessarily believe guys that say, oh, you don't have to use any lube. And
oh no, yeah, I don't buy that shit at all. The one thing I don't like about nitride, like nitride bolt carrier groups, is it doesn't like to soak up oil or hold that oil. It tends to like throw it and like shed it off.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's why I like to use a little bit of a thicker grease. And it seems to last longer. What I've found that works really well is just the regular Mobil 1, like synthetic car oil. That seems to stick pretty well to nitride and seems to last a lot longer than a lot of the other gun oils.
Have you tried transmission? The transmission oil?
I haven't.
Like synthetic transmission oil. So, because like I like Slick 2000, but it's super expensive. It's ridiculous expensive for what it does. But they have I think their third level oil is almost like a grease, but it stays in place, but it's still oil. So it cleans off. And their grease is pretty good too, for what it is, because it's easy cleaning. It just wipes right off. So when I clean the gun, I get most of everything with just a wipe. I just take a paper towel to it, wipe it down, and it's clean.
I got a little packet, like a little test packet of the new Strike Industries, like anti-venom oil. So I'm looking forward to trying that out, because Strike Industries claims it's like the best stuff since sliced bread. And like they're so sure of that, they have a $20,000 reward that if you can produce a product or grab one off the shelf that can outperform that in like these 5 different tests, like that, they'll give you $20,000. So if you can grab any product off the shelf and it can beat the Strike Industries oil, like, or you can make something yourself, they'll give you $20,000.
How much is it?
I think it's for like the big can. I think it's like $20 for like a big sized. I mean, like a big, not like a little tiny 1 ounce bottle, but like a good size, like Rem oil sized spray can.
It's not terrible.
Like I don't know how many ounces it is. Let's see. I can check though. But like it from the size of the can, it looked like it was completely reasonable on the price. Like everything at Strike Industries is actually like really reasonable.
They're in they're in LA or San Diego, I think.
Right. Strike Industries. Let's see here. I got one of their envelopes right here. Yeah, I know they're in California. They just sent me something in the mail. Let's see. Where's that? I got their envelope right here. I'll tell you exactly what city they're in. They're in Santa Ana.
Oh, that's right by. Yeah, that's more Central California.
And let's see here. Here's the it's called Anti-Venom XPLC. And let's see, how much is in it? 8 ounces, it looks like. Oh no, 4 ounces. 4 ounces is in a can. And it's $20.
Wow.
So I guess it's not as big as I thought it was. But still, like when you compare to that to like Fire Clean, like Fire Clean wants $20 for 1 ounce. So
Well, it is Crisco.
yeah, I call it canola oil.
And it might, you know, I still want to try coconut oil one day. It doesn't have a high heat tolerance. That's the only problem, man. It'd be
I've
fantastic.
tried sunflower oil, and it gets pretty gummy.
Yeah, and it
What
gets
about
you can't leave it in there.
what about hemp oil? I heard that they used to use that to lubricate like the first cars and like all sorts and machinery and all sorts of shit. But then it got all banned, right? So like
Yeah, like it'd be great to try some whale oil too.
You can't. You got to be careful because like stuff goes like a lot of oil goes rancid, a lot of natural oil. So you can't leave it in your guns and it'll corrode.
okay, here's the features of the Strike Industries oil. It says powerful lubricant, preservative, and cleaner for all aluminums and steel alloys. Ionized molecular structure permeates microcrystalline surfaces, creating extremely high film strength and surface adhesion. Formula invades and pushes out other compounds, including oil, solvent, salt, some acids, and water. Maximum protection from -20 degrees to 500 Fahrenheit. Can operate briefly at temps upwards of 600 degrees Fahrenheit. Zero chlorinated paraffins and lead won't harm metals stored for long periods of time or exposed to moisture. Low VOC content propellant, safer for organic life forms and other aerosol delivered products. Hydrophobic, polymer safe, dielectric safe, safe for use on electro-optics and lighting systems. So that's like the features that's like their claims. And then if you go like on their YouTube channel or on their website, you'll see the link about the $20,000 challenge. And they literally say if you can grab any product like off the shelf that's already being made, or if you can make something yourself that's better, that beats our stuff in these tests, like we'll give you 20 grand because like we want to use that. Like we want to, you know, like we'll buy it from you.
I don't know.
So that
man.
I
It
just don't
sounds-
see other companies doing that. I don't see other companies kind of like putting their money where their mouth is type of thing, making that kind of claim. Like, hey, dude, if you can make us something better, like, you know, we'll pay you for it. Like, I just see everyone else just saying, "Oh, our shit's the best," and that's it. Like, but I just don't see them putting their money where their mouth is, like Strike Industries.
Well, that could also be a gimmick too, man. I mean,
Well, they have tests. Like if you get on their YouTube channel, they have a bunch of tests, and they show competitors against like Break Free and CLP and Fire Clean and Hops. Like they literally like in one of their videos, they literally have like 20 different top of the line gun oils, and they put these oils through the test compared to theirs. And granted, yeah, who knows? It might be a gimmick or whatever, but they're actually at least showing some tests compared to other oils, and their stuff's outperforming everything. So
maybe to me, everything's so like the top end stuff is so similar that there's minor differences.
I wonder what
like
they
in
used
their
to
tests, it
use.
seems like there's a major difference because like they do a lot of tests. Like there's corrosion. They're doing corrosion tests, right? Then they're doing friction tests, and then they're doing just all sorts of tests. And they take two guns, like identical guns, and like they spray they spray the gun like a shitload of, I think it was like CLP, a shitload of it inside the gun, all over the outside of the gun. They just like soak this gun in CLP, and then they take their anti-venom and it's like one little squirt. That's it. And then they sit there and shoot like 1,000 rounds for each of these guns. And then they pull out, and they were brand new guns. And then they pull out the bolt carriers and they let you look at the wear. And from like the video perspective, and granted it might be hype, but from what they're at least showing, like their shit's like superior from what they're showing.
You know, I'm thinking back in the day before they had motor oil, or what we'd call mineral oil, petroleum products, that they must have used vegetable oil or whale oil. That's all I can think of off the top of my head. And there's lots and lots and lots of guns that were lubricated and cleaned
Well, they always had
without
petroleum. I mean, they always had,
modern
they had petroleum,
technology.
I think. They had petroleum once they had,
Yeah.
like, I mean, they were all using at least some crude oil.
Well, isn't whale oil still kind of like petroleum?
No.
Because they were like burning candles and all that shit with whale oil, right? And isn't isn't like petroleum oil just like the oil from like dead dinosaurs and plants? So
Huh.
I can't imagine that like whale oil is that much different. Maybe it is. I don't know.
Well, you got to understand, like, I don't know how long whale oil can last. I don't know, like, what the properties of whale oil are. Because it did come from a living creature that is now dead. So, like, I don't know if the blubber, like, lasts or if it goes bad after a while, because, like, it's still, it still decomposes.
That's true. Maybe the oil doesn't though. I don't know. Maybe the oil just seeps into the ground because if it just decomposed and evaporated, then wouldn't like all that the dinosaur oil and plant oil that we're like fueling our cars with, like wouldn't that just be like gone? Or so maybe the well oil, like when the well decomposes, that shit just sinks into the ground, right?
I bet you they used rendered animal fat to lubricate and clean their guns. I bet you they did.
Well,
I watched this documentary. Well, I watched this documentary about the going back to like the 1700s, and they were talking about guns, and then they mentioned that their black powder muskets, like when they would go to clean their guns, that they would piss down their bore, and that's how they were cleaning their guns was with their piss, because the ammonia, no joke, the ammonia in their piss neutralized the corrosion effects of like the black powder and stuff. And that's what they were cleaning. They were literally pissing on their guns to clean them. And they were saying that like during the revolution, before the Revolutionary War, there's evidence of this. There's evidence during the Revolutionary War all the way up to the Civil War. So
yeah,
like,
dude, that's where the name Yellow Boy came from.
Is that true? Or is that a joke?
No, it's a joke, man, but I bet, like, I bet that's what it was. You just piss down your rifle to get those salt materials, just, eat them up.
But that's what neutralized the corrosion aspect of the black powder. And, and who knows, that could have been going on long before the 1700s. But this documentary I was watching was saying that, like, they have evidence that before the Revolutionary War in the early 1700s, they have documented evidence. That's how a lot of guys were cleaning their guns, was like pissing down the bore of their guns. So, like, take that for what it's worth. But
well, now I think I know the secret ingredient in Ballistol. That's what gives it that
it looks like
peculiar odor.
Dry out or go rancid.
Well, when I used sunflower oil, it cleaned the gun really well. It just absorbed all of that carbon very readily. And then I was able to wipe off most of it, but there was still a thin film on there that just really gummed up. And then the next time I shot it, it was very difficult to clean because all that gunpowder and carbon just stuck to that thin film, and it was like glued onto the steel.
Yeah, it doesn't have a good heat tolerance, man. It'll just burn on there. So you're basically just burning on oil onto the gun.
Yoder, Texas posted in the lobby a new oil called Liberal Tears Gun Oil, bacon scented. It smells like bacon.
I think those guys from Range 15, that's one of their products.
And I need to find a good deal on a tactical light for a rifle that's under 4 inches.
How much do you want to spend?
I don't care. I don't care about the price. It has to be quality because it's going on the end of the world gun, and it has to be under 4 inches in total length.
How many lumens?
I would prefer like 200, like plus. Like I don't. Yeah, like I don't know. I might even be okay.
M300 Scout is 300 lumens and it's under 4 inches, or just at about 4. If you want to go slightly larger, and I mean maybe another inch, I've got an M600 Scout that's 500 lumens, and that is bright as shit, bro. Like in a lighted room, it lights up the room. It's a bright white light.
Like it has to be under 4 inches no matter what, because if I go over 4 inches, basically it's that light's going to be sitting right above my muzzle brake, like, and then so it's going to be getting blasted with every shot by the muzzle brake, you know, and then it's just going to get carbon fouled and all sorts of shit if I go
Why can't you move it back a little bit?
Because the front sight base will be there. Because I'm using a Troy Delta rail that extends past the front sight base, but it's on a 14.5 inch barrel. And so I only have like 4 inches of rail between the front sight base and to where the ports start on my muzzle brake. So, you know, like, so the shorter the better, basically, because I just don't want it to get all carboned up and, you know, and be blasted constantly with every shot.
All right, go to Amazon, and the M300 Scout should be around, I'm guessing 200 or less. It's under 200.
And is that one like the M951 that has the both the push button and the like the little bat switch?
You can get the bat switch combo.
That's what I want. Is I would like to have both, to where if I hit the button, it's like constant on, or then I have the option of hitting the little pad where it's like momentary. Like that's how I would
got
like
the pad. See, what I did was I have on my 16-inch, the length of the wire is long enough for me to use the magwell as a pistol grip, and then use my thumb for the tape switch, so it comes all the way back to the magwell where the barrel meets the receiver. So if that way I can use the momentary switch, I can just hold it there, no problem. However, like if you do want the button, it's going to be like, it's tremendously more. I think it's about $40-$50 more if you want.
Now,
the button.
Does the M300? Does that? I know some of the Surefire lights will run off of a AA or a 123. Like you can use both in some of them, and some of them you can only use one or the other.
It's only C123, but I would suggest, like, if it's an end of the world issue, C123 lasts longer. It's a better battery. AA, like, unless, you know, a lot of them are alkali, and I think you were wanting AA because they're more abundant. But I will never put a regular Duracell or acid type battery into another flashlight again. I've had too many blow on impact or temperature, whether it's heat or cold, and they've just blown and ruined a perfectly good flashlight or a perfectly good, like, piece of electronic equipment. Any quality item I had gets a lithium cell battery in there, and they still can blow, but the odds of them are much, much, much less, and I've never had one blow. In 100, and being in the car with 130 degrees, like in the car, or being in, like, you know, overnight in the winter in a freezing temperature, so I've never had one blow. So you always want to get the lithium cell, but the CR123s last way longer. And
okay, the M300 is.
I would get the rechargeable ones. Well, there you go.
Yeah, so that's perfect. The M600 says it's 5.8, so yeah, that's too big. But the M300, see, what I really wanted was the M951, because like they actually use that in the military and stuff. And that light's like, I've seen like pictures of that light being hit with a bullet, like by an AK, a 7.62 bullet. A bullet went through that light, and it's like took off half the bezel. Like it got hit straight on almost, and literally took off half of the bezel was completely missing, and the light still worked. So like after I saw that, I was like, huh, like I want this light, but man, they're so long, dude. It's like, but yeah,
It's the same. It's the same equipment that's making those parts. I mean,
yeah. Well, it's Surefire.
the same aluminum.
I've heard a lot better things about Surefire than Streamlight. Like I've just heard too many like horror stories about Streamlights breaking and stuff.
Well, they make a lot of good stuff, dude, and they make a lot of firefighter lights that a lot of firefighters use, like in smoke environments. And the step up from the Streamlights are literally like $400 lights. You know, like that's the next step up.
Well, what do you think's better, Streamlight or Surefire?
Surefire, because it's made here. It's made in the U.S. with U.S.
Oh, Streamlights aren't?
Not all of them, and I think less and less. Only certain amounts, only certain ones. If you go to, I don't know, this website called madeinusa.com or still made in USA, they'll go over which Streamlight flashlights are still made in the U.S.
The M300 is $215, and I don't know if it comes with both. It doesn't say what it comes with. If it comes with the pressure pad or the tail cap. Okay, tail cap. It comes with the tail cap. And that's it. So I have to buy the. I'm gonna have to buy a different. See, I'm gonna have to buy a different tail cap for it too.
It comes with the push button tail cap, and it should come with the Picatinny attachment. And then
Maybe
if
I can
you
put
scroll
it
down, and if you scroll down to the buy both part on Amazon, it should give you the option to buy the dual switch. So the momentary
That's what I
push
want.
button switch. Right. I didn't go for that because that was a lot more money, and the momentary one works okay.
Now I see the dual pressure switch. So it's like this one, I guess it doesn't look like it replaces the tail cap, but the pressure switch itself has like a button for constant on and then like another pad for momentary. I'm not seeing like the actual tail cap that has like the button on the back of the tail cap and then a place to plug in a pressure switch like the M951 does. But I'm sure they make it. I'm just not seeing it.
So what? There's two different ones for that fit this particular light. So you have to make sure you read the description and see that you have the right one. Let me jump on Amazon real quick. But it completely replaces the tail cap. So you have to take the tail cap off the push button and put this one back on. So once you put these switches on, you no longer have the option of push button.
Oh, okay, so the push button is going to be on the switch no matter what, or on the pressure switch no matter what.
Well, the push, you're not going to be able. Yeah, you're going to just be able to use the switch. So your pressure switch or the push button switch on the end of that rat tail is going to be like what you're going to use.
Okay, because on the M951, it still has the push button right on the back of the light, and then it has a little port next to it to plug in the pressure switch. So then then the pressure switch is nothing but momentary on, and then you still just press the button literally right on the back of the tail cap still.
Right, and that's
I was thinking
well, that's because people like to shoot with their hands forward with that scorpion grip.
Mm-hmm.
So that's to facilitate that. If you like a pistol grip, or if you're like me where I can't have a pistol grip and I have to use the magwell as a pistol grip, then it doesn't make sense to you don't necessarily need that there.
Are you allowed to use those magwell adapters in California, like for the pistol grips?
But I don't need to do that. Like I have a full size. I didn't go with you can put that stuff on your you mean the finger grooves and whatnot that make the magwell.
Yeah, that just go over your magwell. I was wondering if that's legal in California or if they
that's fine. that's fine because it's by definition not a pistol grip. And I use like mags put together end to end to make a full size mag, but still have it 10 rounds in each part. So um, I don't necessarily have to use it. There's still plenty of room there for me to put my hand on. So I don't need the adapter.
So all I need for my end of the world gun is a flashlight, and I want a cover for my aim point. I want one of those covers for it, an FDE. That's it. Like that's all I need.
Covers?
I don't know. Like I know. Well, I've seen like the aim point branded ones, and then I saw some from like G&G. I haven't seen the Tango Down ones yet.
So the Tango Down ones, I just bought one for my MRO, and they've been out for, and you can get them cheap now for your aim point off eBay and whatnot, and they're really cool because it's like a rubber or silicone sleeve that goes on real tight, and they have a version that has clear windows on it or clear caps, so you don't have to take the caps off to use your and your lenses are completely protected, and you never have to take your caps off. You can, and they fold together if you want them off, but you never have to take them off.
Oh, I see. Well, these ones are for the T1 and H1. I need one for like the aim point, like M3 or Pro or ACO, like that fits
I
that.
think they make them. I think they make them. So
Okay.
just check, because I think they make them for like the Pro as well.
Go down Pro. Tango Down M3. I think that's the body the Pro and the ACO uses the M3 body. So anything that fits the M3 should fit the Pro, I think. Tango Down M3.
Also, Tango Down makes it for Trigicon, and it's under a different name. So as long as you have the correct item number, I think the item numbers are going to be the same, but like because of contractual obligations or whatnot, they might not have it under the same manufacturer name or model name.
Okay, I'm just going to go right to Tango Down's website.
Oh, and that dual pressure switch is about 86 bucks on Amazon. If you
So I'm looking at like $300 total.
Yeah, dude, that's why I went with the momentary one, because I think I got it for about 30.
Okay, optic items. Optic covers and BUIS. So, oh man, I'm only seeing like the Aimpoint T1 on their website. Let's see. No, they really don't have a lot of stuff listed on their website. Like they make way more stuff than what's listed on their website. Show like
Yeah, their website's crap, dude. I think they make a lot of stuff for companies, and it's just not on their site because they can't sell it underneath their name or under their name. I'm sorry, man. The only thing I'm seeing is just clear cab covers for the patrol size.
Yep, and the actual aim point ones are about $30, but that's what I'm gonna have to buy. I'm gonna buy one of those covers and a flashlight this next payday. And then I found a good deal on an EOTech, and then I'm gonna buy the EOTech the next payday for my home defense rifle because I've always wanted an EOTech. And I know a lot of people don't like those, but I think for close quarters and for a home defense rifle, that wide field of view with that 65 MOA ring, I think just makes a really good close quarters optic. Because I've been trying to use like aim points and a T1 aim point and like a hollow sun and like all sorts of different optics. Like I even tried like a millet with a 5 MOA dot and just stuff like that. And I like going through my house and stuff, like practicing with these optics, like for home defense, I just find that those small little tubes, 20 to 30 millimeter tubes, are just too vision restrictive, and it narrows my field of view, and just it takes too long, I think, to kind of get on target. And I don't know.
How big? How many millimeters is the EOTech that you're looking at?
I'm gonna get the the cheap original 512, the EOTech 512, which is like the original like EOTech, you know.
Let me check GG&G Tactical. They have some like mounts and deals. They had a huge sale on like EOTech stuff.
And I've always wanted an EOTech. I like to buy new stuff and try it out. And who knows, I might buy it and might end up saying, oh, I totally hate this. It doesn't work for me. But,
Okay,
you know.
Dead Horse. EOTech 512 A65 scope package deal with detached with an awesome, by the way, detachable mount. $425.
Well, that's not bad. The deal I was looking at, I don't think it comes with the detachable, the quick detach mount. The deal I was looking at was like at Sportsman's Guide, and it's $344 at Sportsman's Guide right now. If you're
So sorry, the factory mount system is $425. If you want the GG&G system, it's $464. But that is a badass QD mount, man. And and you can buy the zombie killer hood for $31.
I don't know. I've always wanted an EOTech, man. I've always wanted one. And now that whole thing came out about how they don't hold their point of aim in like extreme temperatures and all that shit, but they're supposed to have fixed all that, I'm not really worried about it. I know guys who still swear by even the old ones who've been running those for years. Yeah, I heard that you can even, I heard you can even put an EOTech on backwards, like still use it. I think I saw it in a documentary called Tears of the Sun.
Yeah, man, I remember that. I remember dude freaked out. No, I think it'll be fine, dude.
Well, what's really funny is I'm actually watching Tears of the Sun right now on Showtime. That's what's on Showtime right now.
You know what's a badass movie that didn't get a lot of recognition is Bravo 20.
Wait, I think I've seen that.
That's the one with the SAS tried to find that fiber optic cable like during the first Iraq War, and they can't find it, or they drop them off way different, and then some goat herder finds them and then calls some guards over, and they literally have to fight their way to the Syrian border.
That wasn't about Americans. Wasn't that about the British or something?
Yeah, it was SAS, and then the
okay,
guy.
Yeah.
The guy who writes all the books, like the SAS survival books on Amazon, McNabb or whatever. He's the one that like had a hand in making it. So yeah, man, it's pretty brutal, and they all get captured. Like the ones that didn't get killed or die, or they didn't die, like they all get captured and tortured, and finally they make up the story to keep themselves alive until like the British government can get them out. But it's crazy. Like they literally fought for a week straight.
No, I think I did see that movie, but I want to say I watched that movie a long, long time ago. Like that has been out for I don't know how many years. What?
At least 10 years.
Yeah, I want to say I saw it at least 10 years ago, like a long, long time ago.
There was a Russian one that had subtitles that was pretty good, about the Afghanistan war in the 80s. And it was like their version of Full Metal Jacket, but a lot better. And they showed like their training camp and whatnot, and like how or their boot camp, and then how they went over, and then like the equipment they were using, the problems they were using, like how their own guys were selling stuff to the Afghanis to make money.
Better than Full Metal Jacket, really?
Yeah,
I'll have
it's
to check
better.
that out. What was it? Do you remember the name?
Let me get it for you right now. The Ninth Company.
The Ninth Company?
Yeah, the Ninth Company.
Okay, I'm saving this to my must-watch list. I'm gonna see if I can find it.
Let me say this.
Oh, it looks
man.
like it's on YouTube.
Yeah. Oh, it is on YouTube. That's where it's on YouTube and on Netflix. So, well, let me say this. I loved Metal Jacket for the first part of the movie until what's his face blew his brains out. After that, it wasn't that great for me.
After Gomer,
Yeah,
was it Gomer Pyle?
exactly. So after that, once they got to Vietnam, it wasn't anything special. But that whole boot camp section was really good. This thing, it was good, man. It's maybe because they showed their perspective of what was going on, and then not just like, oh, it's so great and this is, Russia's so good, but it shows like where all their holes were, how when they got there they already had problems, like they were giving them AKs like with bent barrels, like the armorers wouldn't change the barrels, and they would take all the new guns and sell them off in the black market. And then like all the damaged guns that were supposed to be scrapped, those were the guns they give their own guys. And how they would just send them off in the middle of nowhere, like to just hold a post. And then it was just like, they're just fighting for their lives with no backup.
Yeah, I think I might start watching that tonight. Like, it's probably better than Tears of the Sun, what I'm watching right now.
Oh yeah, dude, I didn't like that movie that much.
I don't even know if I've ever watched it all the way through, honestly, because like right now it's just what's on the TV, but I have it all muted, so I'm not really paying attention to it. But I don't even know if I've ever seen Tears of the Sun like all the way through.
I keep mixing it up with that one where is this the one? Tears of the Sun is the one where they have to rescue the doctor from.
Yes.
Okay. And then she goes, no, you got to take the whole village, and then that one guy brings the transponder with them.
Yep.
Screws them all. Okay. That's not terrible. It's just not a great movie.
Mel Gibson is supposed to be starring and directing in a new movie I was watching the other day called Apocalypse.
You
And
already made that movie.
what?
You already made a movie called Apocalypse.
Wait, isn't that what they said it was called? It was Apocalypse?
No, I'm messing. It's called Apocalypto. He made
Oh,
Apocalypse.
yeah. This one's called Apocalypse. It's supposed to be a war movie. And they didn't say, like, what war it's supposed to take place in, like if it was going to be Vietnam or whatever. But, like, the one guy said that he watched some, like, editing footage of that movie. Like, it's still being produced. But he was able to get behind the scenes and watch some of, like, the editing of that movie. And he said that he predicts that it's going to be, like, one of the best war movies of all time. Like it's supposed to be so realistic and so, like, gritty and dirty that it's, like it's supposed to blow movies like Saving Private Ryan and stuff just out of the water. So I guess we'll have to wait and see, but I want to say it was called Apocalypse. And I, like, when I heard that, I instantly thought, like, Apocalypse Now. Like, like, is this going to be like in Vietnam? Is this like a remake? Is this like a part two? Like, like all these, that's what I'm thinking, but who knows? Like, it could be about Iraq War. Like, who knows? It could be World War II, World War I. I have no idea because they didn't say what war.
How much did you like Apocalypse Now?
I thought it was pretty good. I really did. Like, it's not my favorite war film, or like it's probably in my top 10, but down towards the bottom.
I think
I liked Saving Private Ryan. Honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I like Saving Private Ryan. I think that's like the gold standard. Like, movies have to meet that standard because that thing just took you to another level. But the problem with Apocalypse Now, and I get that it's a classic, man, but like right at that opening scene with Martin Sheen's doing like that fake ass karate in the hotel room. I was like, dude, what are you doing?
Yeah.
What are you like? What are you trying to do? And then I think like there was this whole mystique around the Green Berets at the time, and so it could have been a good story. I'm not a big Oliver Stone fan. Is that he's the one who did it, right? Yeah, I'm not a big Oliver Stone fan, bro. So I think they took a good idea and it just got weird. So, like, I like the idea of like, yeah, guy like went in and he said "F you" to everything.
No,
and
it wasn't.
It was
that's a Francis Ford Coppola.
Oh, it's Ford Coppola. Okay.
Yeah.
Which is, yeah, it got weird, man. Like it's just a weird movie, and it's long and it's slow, and there's not a lot going on.
It did have some like really cool parts, Like,
yeah, and
the
that's
guys
what's
like under the water and stuff. Like, there was a lot of originality. They might not have did it the best, but it was original at the time. That came out in the 70s. So
yeah, and a lot of cool one-liners.
I think if someone was to remake it now, like basically like remake it, but with like everything they have nowadays, oh man. And I'm looking forward to the new King Kong movie that's supposed to be like all Vietnam era and shit. Like, that looks like it might have some great gunplay. Granted, it's a King Kong movie, but it looks like that might have some good shit in it. Hopefully, I'm hoping.
Well, I didn't mind the last one they made with Peter Jackson and the Tenacious D dude.
Is Peter Jackson doing the new one too? Do you know?
I have no idea. The first thing I've heard about is you right now.
Oh, you got to watch the preview for that. The preview, it has like Samuel L. Jackson in it and stuff. It looks badass. It's like these Vietnam guys go in to like map this island, so they're dropping bombs on the island to map it, right? Like, that's the way that they're going to map this island, is by dropping bombs on it and then like measuring the seismic waves and stuff. And it pisses King Kong off, and then King Kong comes after this like whole platoon of like army guys. Like, it looks badass. And it's all set during like Vietnam and stuff, and like It looks really good.
I'll check it out. King Kong 2017, huh? What is Samuel L. Jackson doing making gun movies, bro? Oh, I did see this. I completely forgot all about this.
Yeah, it looks really good. And then it has some kind of like dinosaur creatures in it, though. So I think what's going to end up happening is like it has all these like dinosaur creatures in it, right? So I bet you like the army guys end up like befriending King Kong through like the beauty, right? And then like they'll team up to fight the dinosaur creatures. They're not even like dinosaurs. They're like a weird dinosaur monster creature.
Yeah, I didn't get a good shot of them. Like they didn't give too much. Like
It looks like kind of like more like a land alligator with like long
yeah,
legs.
looks like a big old reptile.
Yeah.
But no, that looks good. This tears apart their Huey.
I would think those spinning rotor blades would take off some like King Kong fingers.
No way, dude. Not at all. Are you kidding me?
I don't know, man. Like steel blades spinning like super fast. I don't know. I don't know what kind of stuff they could cut through. I know they could take like someone's head off and all that real easy. So I don't know.
Well, how big were the trees that they were claiming they were like chopping down trees when they were flying low?
Oh, I have no idea. I know that I've heard stories of like going through like treetops and stuff, but I don't know like actual thickness or anything. I have no idea like what they're like. Heavy would be the one to ask on that. I'll have to ask Heavy because he's like an actual helicopter mechanic and stuff.
Oh, which reminds me, man, I gotta post a picture of the rifles. I got one here with me. I gotta post a picture of one for you. Put it up. Hold on, I gotta go to the safe. All right, I'm gonna post it on Instagram right now.
Sweet. I'll check it out.
Give me about 2 seconds. All right, should be up.
See, I see an MRO.
MRO's on there with the cover. The Surefire. Sorry, it's not a great picture, man.
What sites are those? Are those the ProMax sites?
No, the G&G makes made these really badass sights, and the rear sight's really adjustable, and the front sight's like a HK style sight. So they completely co-witness with their QD mount for the Trijicon MRO. So they had a deal for the MRO mount, and then with the sights. So it was a good deal, and they completely co-witness.
That looks like a OEM Colt stock you got on there.
That's the one you told me to get. That's the Rock River stock.
Yep. That's just like the Colts.
So and
That's
you see that.
Yeah.
So yeah, that worked well, real tight, like no vibration, and I put in a real quick adapter. I put in a loop adapter so I can have the sling real close to the receiver. And then it's a KMR Alpha Rail, Wheaton Battle Comp, and the M600 Surefire.
How do you like that comp?
It's good, but I haven't shot it crazy. I've only done like sighting so far. I'm waiting for because when I took it in, it was just I took it on a still course, so I haven't. A lot of the courses here, I can't do anything more than a double tap. So I haven't been able to. I have to take a class around here or find someone to take me to one of the private courses to really see how it works. But it's fine. But I haven't put it to the test.
Now, let's say you want to go out of state to like a James Yeager tactical response class or something.
Mm-hmm.
Now, can you legally possess like a regular A2 grip or something like that? Like, and have one, or would they?
Yeah, you can.
That?
So you can have them as long as they're not on the rifle itself, and you can even have them on like the receiver. Like they just passed DOJ here just passed some stupid new things to where, if you unpin it, it's not. If you can have everything, but if you unpin it and they're not connected, it's technically not an assault rifle by California definitions. So there's very specific and at the same time ambiguous guidelines of what is an assault weapon here. And it's just the BS they've made up. So yeah, we can possess it, and I can actually just I can actually take this grip off and put a regular, let's say something like a Magpul Myad grip, and put one of those Kydex fins around it, and I'm good to go.
Okay.
And now they came out with, like, we can have retractable stocks now, and they make stock locks for them. People were having them pinned in place. Now they have a stock lock that they just came out with for like $30, and you can put any stock on there that you want, and you put a screw in there, and it makes it so you can lock the stock on any collapsible stock and still, but if you want to take it out, it's just a screw that you remove and you're good to go.
That's cool.
Yeah, I mean,
Like,
the main thing was
I would
that.
almost like
Go ahead.
Like, I would almost want some kind of like custom bolt that's long that has like a welded nut up front and then like a wing nut on the rear, like going through that grip, so I could like pop off that grip like when I wanted to. You know what I mean? Like quick.
Oh yeah.
Like, I think that would be cool as shit. Like, I don't know, like that might be something neat to play around with. An idea like that.
It might work. It might work, but I think I'm going to change this out and see. I want this so I can take this to the range because some ranges have some assholes there. This particular grip is California, like Department of Justice approved, so it has a letter. A lot of the other ones don't. So, like, if someone wants to hassle you, they can. And that's always and it sounds stupid, man, but it's always a fear around here. So, like, but
Well,
I could
bet.
put.
I live in like a completely free state, and we got hassled and kicked out of a range for shouldering a SIG brace. So.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I can pop that off, put a pistol grip on, but as long as there's a fin around it so you can't wrap your thumb around it, it's not a pistol grip. And, you know, that's their speculation. So I can put a fin on there and be fine. And if you go out of state, you can, you know, you can take the fin off and you can take you can use whatever. If you have a collapsible stock, you can use that too. But you see the mag I have in there?
Yeah, that I was going to ask you about that next.
So remember I was showing you about that mag pull there. There was this company called the Mag Coupler.
Yeah.
And they make this,
Oh, so
and they make this wedge. Yeah, that's 2 mags.
Oh, that's cool as shit.
And they go end to end. So instead of 10 rounds, you can have 10 and then 20. And then if I get I'm planning on getting one of those, shoot, and I forgot the name of it. It's that holder that goes on the side. It wraps around your like mag well. And it goes around, it keeps another mag like on the side of the gun.
Oh,
Ready
that's
mag,
cool.
that's what it is. You know what I'm talking about? Those Ready Mag outfits. So I'm planning to put one on there. And they make stocks where I can get a stock and put another mag in the stock, but I don't really want to do that. It kind of gets hung up, like when you're trying to manipulate the rifle, because it's like a hook at the bottom of that stock. So this was pretty much the best thing, and the only problem is they only work with mag pull mags. So if you have Lancer or anything, like you're fucked. You got to buy whole new mags. But so far, that's the best.
Some kind of, like when I first saw it, I thought it was just some kind of weird like pinned 10-round mag, like it was like a 30-round body or something. You know, I thought it was just like a weird thing, but it being 2 mags, that's actually like really cool.
It works well. Someone's posting something. Oh, that Crosby, Stills, and Nash. So yeah, some guy named Hypnos posting stuff in the external. So, to California, but the only issue is they won't fit in a regular mag carrier. So I have to figure out what I have to do. Like if I get a armored, like a plate carrier. I don't know what they'll fit into, so I got to go around and like test what kind of mag pouches they can fit into. But it's legit, man. Like that's what it is.
I would rock it if I lived in California.
Yeah, dude, this is good. This is as good as it's gonna get. But I'll tell you what, man, I was at the gun shop about a month ago, and some dude actually, like, if they wait, because they're all out of, before January, they were all out of everything, and they weren't bringing in any more rifles because they were afraid that, someone would come in, pay for it, and then not pick it up, and then they'd have to eat the cost, after the 10-day, because we have a 10-day wait here. So they didn't want to be stuck with rifles that were out of the configuration before the new law hit. So a lot of people that didn't know anything about it actually registered their rifles as assault, ordered rifles, but then registered them as assault rifles. And they're completely screwed.
Damn. Man, I just hope that after we get this NFA repealed and this Hughes Amendment repealed, and we get our freedoms back, then everyone around the country says, you know what, let's focus and rescue our California, New York, and Illinois brothers. That's what I'm.
Oh, it's not gonna, dude. I think at best you can get a standard for concealed carry. Get national get a national standard for concealed carry, so that if you have concealed carry in one state, you can have it everywhere. And that's going to be a big fight, because New York and California and Hawaii are not going to want to let that happen.
Well, New York, California is all about these sanctuary cities, right? Where they're yeah, we don't have to abide by federal law and all that stuff. So I think that we should have sanctuary cities in the states around California. So then people that live in California can go to the sanctuary state and then get residency there, dual residency, and then be hey, I'm a resident of Nevada. So now that I'm a resident of Nevada, you have to honor my concealed carry in California.
Well, dude, here's the problem.
I work in California, but I'm a resident of Nevada.
Well, Dead Horse, here's the issue with California, bro. You've got these giant cities like San Francisco and California, and they're, they were boom towns when they started, and they're still boom towns now, and you've got San Jose, which, where Apple is, or whatever they call it, Silicon Valley or whatnot, another boom town. And you've got these massive populations in there, and they're all tight packed, and they're just living on top of each other like cockroaches, and the traffic's a nightmare and whatnot. And then all you have time for is to go to work, come home, and then that's your day, bro. That's your whole day. And some people don't even get out of there for the weekends. And if you live in the ghetto parts of these cities, for example, Inglewood, where where the Lakers used to play in the Great Western Forum, dude, that's it's a 10-minute drive to the ocean. There's dudes there that have never seen the Pacific Ocean in their life, and they're literally not even 10 miles away from it. So they learn, they get stuck in this hole, and they learn to be useless and just be able to do their job and come home, and they're dependent on the government for everything. So the second, and they love big government, because then the second the government goes, oh, we should do this, it's a good idea. Yeah, it is. And that's why we got outvoted 8-2. 8-2, bro, outvoted. And now I got to start reloading my stuff, after this year.
Damn.
Yeah. So, I mean, anywhere you have this giant population, you're going to have this problem, man. So New York, Hawaii's kind of an anomaly, but it's a weirdo state, and it's got its own issues. So yeah, I don't know what it is. Anywhere you have these big cities, or cities where people are just not independent and can't do anything, they just give the government whatever, because as long as they get more services, that's what they care about.
Well, I still somehow, some way that we can get Trump and then everyone to You know, I don't know. Just remove the government in California and start over. Do something, man.
Bro, all they have to do is say, we're not going to give you federal funding if you don't do this.
Well,
and these jackasses are gonna. Oh, and these jackasses are just gonna go, okay.
Until they get invaded by Mexico or Canada or North Korea or something. Like,
Dude, we've already, you know, for the risk of everything, like there's already been like an invasion. You know, no, I mean, you know, reality wise, man, I'm an immigrant myself, so I understand. Like, it's something to where, like, you know, especially in a big city or like someplace with big cities and lots of ethnic minorities, people flock to these places because you know, when you come to a new country, you want to be like where you have something familiar. But the difference is, man, like we've completely assimilated. We came here for a reason. And like, I don't have any citizenship to any other country like than the US. But meanwhile, people are coming here and like sporting flags from other countries or burning American flags and whatnot. So like, and that's a lot.
Back when we had a good government, like the CIA and shit, like that was the shit they were taking care of for us that we never heard about. Like they were stopping these fucking people from like infiltrating us from the inside out, because that's basically what they've done. Is like we've been so open and let these people come into our country and then disgrace our country and trash our country, burn our flags, change our laws, all sorts of shit. Like that's the shit like we never heard about in like the 60s, 70s, 80s. Like that agencies like the CIA actually did for us.
Yeah, I mean the open door policy really didn't hit until '83. And then, you know, like you saw it in Scarface where you had, you know, footage of people coming over from Cuba, like doors opened up, they weren't screening everyone, they just took them. We didn't have that experience, man. We had to come over with, you know, we actually came over like refugee status, but we didn't just come over. We were waiting to get approved for a visa for over a month, and we spent everything we had overseas, like living in Greece, you know, with nothing, and until like it was between Vancouver, Canada, and the U.S. And finally, the U.S. said, "Yeah, we'll take you in." You know, and then it was a process, but we didn't get like this free open door ride where like you just come in. Like we had to do everything. We had to wait 7 years to take our citizenship test. You know, we had to. It's none of this nonsense. And I look at it and I'm like, go, how is this fair? So, and I love when people go, oh, you're just this, and I go, listen, like I can talk, you can't talk because I've been through it. So like these idiots that go, oh, you need to let all these people in. And I was like, no, you don't, bro. You need to like chill out and screen people, and like everyone needs to go through the same process that, you know, like we went through.
Like, you know, I have family and stuff that has literally immigrated here from, you know, Western Europe. And when I have heard stories back when I was a lot younger about them immigrating, that, you know, they had to come here, they had to learn English, they had to pass tests, they basically had to prove that they were a citizen, or that they wanted to be American, that they wanted to, that they wanted to be an American, that they were going to take a hold of our values, right, and not just like be their own thing and then disrespect us and be like, oh no, like I'm going to come here, but then not want to abide by your laws and your rules. Like that wasn't a thing. And then I heard stories about how proud they were when they passed their test, and how proud they were to be American and to speak English, and like they were proud of that fact. And all these guys coming into our country now, it's like, oh, I don't want to be an American, like, you know, like,
yeah, why are you here? That's what I don't get, man. Like I understand, like,
because they're infiltrating us from the inside out. Like,
no, I mean, well, Dead Horse, you got to understand, dude. Like I see a lot of immigrants, and I don't know, like, maybe I'm taking the word infiltrate in like a worse way, but a lot of it, dude, is just people being lazy and not wanting to change and not wanting to learn, and then because they're either stupid or they're lazy, and it's hard for them. And I get it, you come here, bro, you gotta work for your money. If you want to make any kind of life for yourself, you gotta like work. Whereas other places, like there's you don't work like you do in the US. Like you don't have the same pressures and whatnot. In a lot of other countries, it's a lot more easier going. So a lot of people come here and they have to work for the first time in their lives, and they have to work hard, just to make ends meet. And then they don't want to learn. They want to sit there. And the good thing is, there's a lot of communities to where you have your own radio stations and TV stations and whatnot, and your own languages. But then it becomes a hindrance later on where, that's the only thing you watch and that's the only thing you listen to. And I see a lot of people like that, and they never want to get out of the situation, and they just make enough to get by, and they still want to live the way they lived, back when things were good in their life, because they can't cope with reality.
Basically, they want to turn America into a shithole third world country.
I don't think they want. Well, and I think a lot
well, they
of
may
them,
not want to, but that's what they do.
and that's what they're doing. You're right, and that's what they're doing. And it's just out of pure laziness. And like, for example, like we had a thing here where we had a kid that was an All-American wrestler, and on Cinco de Mayo, they had this thing where they were burning American flags, and they had all these black flags saying La Raza on them, and putting up the Mexican flag, which is fine, bro. But like, they didn't let the guy that was wearing his All-American, because he made the All-American team for wrestling, he was wearing his USA jacket. They suspended that kid because they told them, don't wear your jacket on this day. And they suspended him and said, you're causing you're inciting violence by wearing your All-American jacket.
Oh, that's so fucked up. That is.
And they took this to court, and they lost. They lost. They said, you can't suspend me. He literally said, where's my freedom of speech? You can't suspend me for wearing my USA jacket. And they lost this in court. The courts decided against them, and now that set a precedent to where, like, no one can challenge this anymore.
So he could still appeal that, right, to the Supreme Court. I don't think he's going to lose that. If he appeals that to the Supreme Court, right?
Yeah, I know, but that wasn't. At that point, it's still a state issue. Like, you don't want to have to it's still money and a small town kid, and whatnot. So, but that's huge when a state court decides that. So, and if you're burning the flag, dude, I get that you're that's a freedom of speech thing, but why are you doing that if you're here? Why are you doing that? Why are you here and doing that? Go do that in another country. Why are you doing that here? Why are you living here, collecting money, reaping all the benefits of people that work around you?
All I can say, just imagine World War II. Okay, let's say you live in America, 1943, and you see a bunch of immigrants burning the American flag. What would the average American have done in 1943 to some fucking immigrant who's burning our flag? Just we've become a fucking nation of pussies. Dude, just imagine the retribution that would have been
Well, dude, the fact that you can't even wear the American flag on Cinco de Mayo and not get in a school, I should say, and not get any not get hassles for it or anything, that's a big thing. That's a terrible thing. So, and I get
I never even heard
California issue.
I'm gonna have to look that up because I never even heard about that story or nothing.
I'll send you the name of this. I'll send you the name of the school, and you can look up news articles. So, are you
I'll put in the Eternal. See that? Just don't
Okay,
repeat
yeah.
it on there. Do me a favor, yeah. So yeah, man, it's a real issue. So so part of it's that, like, you have immigrants that come here, man, and just completely assimilate, and they love being in the US, and they're thankful they're here. But then you have, like, what we were talking about, where they just don't want to assimilate or do anything, and they literally live and, you know, turn the US into whatever, like, crap hole they just, you know, they ran away from. Because it's the same apathy, and it's the same mentality. But then again, like, whenever you have a big giant city and people being so dependent on, like, the city itself to do everything for them, because it becomes all encroaching. Like, they just give the government whatever they want, or they're so tired and whatnot, and, like, they don't want to deal with it. So I don't like this. This is the problem with states like California and New York, to where they just have too much of a city population, and that just rules the entire state, which is, like, against the idea of a republic. But
Oh fuck, dude! It's getting that time for me, man. I gotta take off. I gotta get some Z's before the morning.
okay, man, it's good talking to you, Dead Horse, man.
Yeah, definitely. I'll catch
All right,
you
man.
around.
Take care.
Later.
All right, bye bye.